Hey kids, it's your old pal Mikey Wood here to introduce yet another extended play mix of classic Last Comic Shop podcast episodes from their evergreen archives. For those that have listened to the show for a while, you may know that I'm not the biggest Marvel fan out there, but what I am a fan of is talking comics with my good pals Andy, Chad, and J.A. So it turns out I've been on quite a lot of past episodes featuring titles from the House of Ideas. So sit back and enjoy 6 of my favorites, including Silver Surfer Parable, Rom the Space Knight, the Uncanny X-Men New Teen Titans crossover, the Infinity Gauntlet, the Sensational She-Hulk, and the original Longshot miniseries. Make sure to stay tuned for brand new episodes of the Last Comic Shop podcast every Tuesday, everywhere that podcast can be found. Excelsior! That's what he says, right? Excelsior? Something like that?
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All celebrity voices are poorly impersonated.
Hey Stan! It's me, Jack Kirby, and I spent all weekend just drawing some phenomenal artwork in my basement. And I wanted to bring it in today so you could take a look at it. You know, you gave me this premise about the Fantastic Four meeting God. And, well, I came up with the guy that has purple antlers. And this other dude, he's on a surfboard. I don't know. At least he's not on skis, right? What do you think, Stan?
You know, I don't really care. Just make sure Ben Grimm cries in one of the panels. They love that stuff.
Stan, it's me, Steve Ditko. Here are my pages. Don't talk to me. I'm going home.
Thanks, I really appreciate it. Okay, goodbye now. All right, let's make sure we credit somebody else for the rest of for about 50 years.
Stan, it's Larry Lieber. Can I do another Thor issue?
Listen, this is the last time I'm going to tell you this. I want to see 6 months worth of Spider-Man comic strips on my desk by Thursday. Go home. Leave me alone. Tell Mom I said hi. I'll see you on Sunday.
It is now time for the Last Comic Shop, and I'm the host of the most, Danny Larson, and I'm joined by my wonderful group of Marvelites and comic book aficionados. We've got the amazing Chad Smith, we've got the mighty J.A. Scott, and we've got the fantastic Mikey Wood for the finale of our Marvel Month. All this month we've been doing Marvel books on the Last Comic Shop, and today we're finally going to talk about probably the most important person to ever work at Marvel.
Marie Sever.
It's true, she did a lot, but whether you like him or whether you don't like him, we're talking about Stan Lee to open up our show. And it is because we're going to be reviewing a Stan Lee Marvel book. It's J.A.'s pick, and he decided to go back to his favorite, Silver Surfer, and do Parable, which is written by Stan Lee with art by Mobius. And we'll get to that in just a second. But before we begin, we wanted to talk about Stan Lee. I think before I knew anybody in comic books, I knew who Stan Lee was. Primarily because, if you remember, being a child of the 80s, he was actually the guy that introduced Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends and the Incredible Hulk cartoon shows. He would so, hi, I'm Stan Lee. Here's the premise for today's cartoon show. And that stuck with me so much that I thought the guy's name was Stanley. I was just like, who's the Stanley guy? Does he have a last name?
It's ironic because originally he was Stan Lee before he was Stan Lee. He was Stanley Lieber.
That's right. And I thought he did write all of the Marvel comic books ever, which is, again, why Jack Kirby left. So, but I wanted to get everybody else's take on what they think of Stan Lee from a writing perspective, from an artistic perspective, from an overall influence perspective. And we'll start off with J.A.
Yeah, I think it can't be said enough how much influence he had on the entire industry, and especially for people who have come to comic books lately or know Stan Lee primarily as a cameo appearance in the MCU, to really understand how much of a titan of the industry he was and how much influence he had in really building up and propelling Marvel and comic books in general to where they are today. I think, if there's a Mount Rushmore of comic books, he's the George Washington to Jack Kirby's Abraham Lincoln. I don't know who would be Teddy Roosevelt. Maybe John Buscema.
I'd say Carmen Infantino, to be honest. But
so, yeah, for me, I always get real defensive about Stan Lee because everybody knows that Stan Lee is a liar. For years, Stan Lee took the majority of the credit for those Marvel works that there were a lot of other people that did a lot of work that he took credit for, and people seem to hold a grudge about this thing. But for me, you don't have Marvel if you don't have Stan Lee. And there's something about Stan Lee as a writer, as an editor, as a carnival barker that elevated all of the artists that he worked with. And you go back to the Marvel method, which, because he was balancing so many books in the early days of Marvel, he would basically sit down with his artists and say, here's the general plot. You go make the book. I'll fill it in later. And he let creative people be creative, and we ended up getting the best possible work as a result of it. I don't know. I think of Stan Lee a little bit like Loki sometimes, where, he had his faults. He wasn't a perfect human being. He might have been a little bit tricky, but at the same time, without him, things just aren't as good.
I want to get to Mikey Wood's impression of Stan Lee, just simply because he is a DC guy. He doesn't put on the rose-colored glasses as much as some of us do.
Sometimes I get lick it up and I prank phone call Mort Weisinger at his vacation home.
Mort Weisinger was the DC editor-in-chief for a while. But, what Chad said was very accurate. I mean, there really is a reason that he was known for what he was known for. He brought in a new sort of vibe to comics that they were missing at the time in the 60s when Marvel kind of exploded onto the thing. And he was a showman, and he was a showman until he died. Like the guy was always trying something, He had shady business practices, and that's really crappy, and he had feuds over credit rights and things like that, and that's really, but unfortunately it's kind of one of those things where that's life in the big city, that's kind of how businesses are. And it's not like Mort Weisinger from DC wasn't a jackass also, So yeah, I mean, I've personally never liked his writing in so much as the bombastic sort of like alliteration that he always used. The characters talk to each other so much during the fight scenes. Artists wanted to draw action stuff, but Stan wanted to tell stories. So they would have to do all that exposition while they were beating each other in the mouth. But it worked. It worked for 30, 40 years, that method. How prolific the guy was. Like, he wrote so much. Every early Marvel thing you can think of, and it's to be respected.
Well, I think it seems like time and time again, if you pay attention, when something goes from kind of being a niche to something that's mega popular and huge, there's usually some sort of showman or dynamic personality that cannot be avoided. Like, it just comes at you like a freight train. Like, you think about the WWE, and you think about Vince McMahon, you think about Apple and Steve Jobs, you think about Stan Lee and Marvel Comics. It is his almost unstoppable juggernaut-like will that keeps pushing Marvel forward. No, you will read our books, and you will enjoy them. Or my name's not Stan Lee. You have to have a personality like that. They talk a lot about Jack Kirby and his influence, and Steve Ditko and his influence. These guys, they were good personalities, but they weren't like these larger-than-life people. There's going to have to be somebody that's going to have to be out there in front of the public, whether that's to shoot arrows at or get the praise for. Somebody's going to have to be out there.
Well, I think, too, it's like a band. You need all the pieces in the band, and you can't take out the bass player and still make songs that are just as good. For me, I always get hung up on the people that are, they're very against Stan and his contributions, and, they discredit a lot of what he's done. Did he take more credit than he probably deserved? Sure. But at the same time, none of that happens without Stan.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the Doors had 2 albums after Jim Morrison died. Does anybody know that the Doors had 2 albums after Jim Morrison died? No. Maybe. but like the whole point is that when you don't have your Lizard King standing in front of the microphone making the girls scream, you're just a couple of guys who want to play blues. So Stan Lee was their front man, and he was the, for good or for ill, he was the guy that, like, kind of single-handedly in the 60s convinced people that comics were kind of good to read when they were dying out. He brought that joy back because, as much as I love DC, it was children's books,
He made it, yeah. I think you can't underestimate and belittle how relevant he made comic books in the 60s, because they weren't. And he took, what people wanted to read at that time, what teenagers wanted to read, and he channeled that, into the Fantastic Four and the Avengers and Thor and Spider-Man.
Well, and that's the big line on that was, he was tired of working for his uncle and was ready to quit. He gave him, wanted him to do this team book, and his wife's like, why don't you just do the book you want to read yourself? And that begat the Fantastic Four. And so it wasn't just that he was writing for college kids or whatever. He was writing for himself. They were making things that would, entertain, people of all ages.
Right. In my experience, like being from a DC point of view, the closest thing in my wheel well that I can compare to Stan Lee is like Jeanette Kahn. When Jeanette Kahn took over DC in the 80s, that groundbreaking stuff. That's like Alan Moore's Swamp Thing and Hellblazer, and then V for Vendetta, and later on, Watchmen before. That was groundbreaking for the time. And Stan did the same thing in a different manner 20 years earlier. Joe Quesada coming in like the 90s, kicked that into gear a little bit then. So you're right. There's always somebody that has to be the cheerleader and has to convince people why comics are a viable resource. And in order to do that at the time, you needed this Carnival Barker car salesman guy. And he was great at it.
And there's a reason why that he has cameos in all the MCU movies. Yeah. Like, even from those early days, Stan Lee always has his sights far beyond just comic books. He said, like, these characters are going to be in TV shows, they're going to be in movies, they're going to be all over the place. Everybody that doesn't even read a comic book is going to know who Spider-Man is going to know who Captain America is going to know who Iron Man is. For God's sakes, the fact that we talk about nowadays Iron Man.
Yeah, that's just because Marvel didn't have rights to the Fantastic Four, the X-Men at that time. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, and they did hit a home run with Robert Downey Jr., but at the same time, it's Stan Lee continually pushing and being like, you see these DC comic books? What if we put some of these Marvel comic books right in front of them? You know what I mean? Hey, look at these comic books. They're a little bit better. They're for you. I'm Stan Lee. Excelsior. Yeah. It's wonderful stuff. You have to have that guy. I'm the host with the most here and I feel like Stan Lee sometimes. I won't lie. That's the way I feel. Like, I'm always plugging this show. And that's...
You look like Stan Lee.
Before or after the hairpiece?
Ouch! Ouch! Right. Well, regardless, we've got some fantastic Stan Lee comics to cover on today's program. We're going to be reviewing Parable by Stan Lee and the terrific artist Mobius. And that's going to be coming up right after these messages, so stay tuned.
Andy, it looks just like your real hair.
I'm impressed.
Hey, everybody. Hey, I'm Ashley.
And I'm Maggie.
We're from Rock Candy Podcast. Kind of like behind the music,
except unauthorized and drunk. But come along every week and listen to us talk about artists or albums that you may know really well or may have never heard of while we're drinking beers.
Witty things to talk about.
Great hot takes with some hot babes.
That's subjective, but okay. So go find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, TuneIn, and wherever you catch your pods.
And with that,
party on, kids!
Well, that sounded forced.
Is it not?
Looking for a podcast all about nerddom?
Want a podcast with an emphasis on representation?
The Nerd Alternative is the podcast for you. Join me, Ram.
Me, Hassan.
And me, Levi.
3 black British nerds tackling the pop culture we love and sharing why we love them. The Nerd Alternative, a sweet melting pot of all things nerdy.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our Read Pile Review. As we said, we're covering Marvel books all this month, and thus far, you've got Chad's pick, which was Strange Academy. You got my pick, which was Heroes Reborn, and it is now time for J.A.'s pick.
So there's no room for my pick as your favorite guest?
You know what? When we have a DC month, you can pick all the books, Mikey, because we don't know any of those.
I pick a Marvel book. I know exactly which Marvel book it would be. Rawhide Kid, Slap Leather.
All right. Let's slap some leather on this parable, J.A. First and foremost, who did it? 10-cent synopsis. Why did you pick it? I guess of all the Silver Surfer books out there.
Yeah, I guess I chose it because it's a nice self-contained story. Some of the best Silver Surfer runs can be quite long. So it's hard to find a decent story that's short enough to talk about and approachable. It was put out under Marvel's Epic Comics label, so it can exist as its own thing. And that's one of the aspects of the story that I really like. It stands alone. You don't need to know a lot of other characters. You don't even need to know who the Silver Surfer and Galactus are so much. They very much act as secondary characters for a lot of the story. While it's about the Silver Surfer, it's also more about us and humans. It was done by Stan Lee and Moebius as the artist, and we talk at length about the beauty of Moebius. Now, he is the French artist Jean Giraud. He worked on Alien, he worked on Fifth Element, he's worked on Panzer Dragoon. I mean, he was first slated to be working on the original Dune movie that never was made.
Yes, out of Zhoronsky. Oh, man, that's a great documentary if you've never seen it.
So, in this 2-issue story called Parable, Galactus returns to Earth because and this is the one issue I have with the whole thing, is that I don't get why Galactus returns to Earth, like just to piss everybody off. So he returns to Earth. He can't eat Earth because he's made the promise that he won't eat Earth, but he wants to destroy Earth because he's angry that he couldn't eat Earth. Humanity starts worshiping him as a god and destroying themselves. And there's a preacher who goes on the all-time preacher hour, basically saying we should all believe in Galactus as God, and whatever Galactus says is the truth, and Silver Surfer is trying to fight this. What I also like about it is for the entire first issue, Silver Surfer never even reveals himself till the last panel. He's just walking around as a bum, and his surfboard's wrapped up in newspapers.
Oh, is that an ironing board? What is that?
Well, I think you actually mentioned the reason why Galactus showed up on Earth is kind of, I wish they would have kind of said this, but I think the idea is that I promised I wasn't going to lay a finger on humans, but yeah, I don't have to. They're going to do it themselves.
Right. He's hungry. And the deal is he's not gonna destroy Earth, but if Earth destroys Earth, then he can eat it.
Nothing I can do about that,
What a jerk.
Yeah. I'm going to go on the record now saying this, in my experience, which is rather somewhat limited, this is the best thing Stan Lee's ever written. Ever.
Really? It's hard to disagree with that. I mean, it is one of the best things that Stan Lee's ever written, although I will say that anytime Stan Lee has an opportunity to write Silver Surfer, he's really good.
This is restrained and nuanced, and every so often it falls into that, Stan Lee, I know not what I hear or whatever, but it's not that bombastic-y kind of showman-y kind of thing that he's known for and stuff. It's almost low-key.
It's a little bit more mature.
Yes, that's the word.
And this was, as I mentioned, put out under the Epic Comics. They were meant to be more mature. They were targeting an older reader. So that computes. And I do agree that the writing is nicely restrained. It looks at human frailty and where we are always looking for someone to help to lead us. The strong man or the idea that if someone tells us to do something, then we're not at fault if that thing is bad because they told us to do it.
Yeah. Right. It's oddly timely for right now as well. I don't know if that says that not much has changed since when it was written or anything like that, but it's kind of almost prophetic. It's because it deals with religion in a while and sort of like hero worship and false gods and that idea that all you need is a big, I guess a big personality and people will follow you. Because if you think about it, Galactus is a big personality. He's also a big person. Flies down in that giant wang and then
And what I love is, everyone always looks at Silver Surfer. He's this big, powerful being, but he's the ultimate underdog, right? He's like, I don't know if I have enough power to stop him, but there can be but one ultimate shame, the cowardice of not having tried.
Yeah, that's right. Even if you're going to fail. And that's why I want to go on record. I think you could definitely credit this, at least in my mind, as one of Stan Lee's last greatest works. But man, there's very few things in this world that I think top the final chapter with Spider-Man. And I know Steve Ditko but the weight and all that, like Stan Lee's words in there. And there's so many other great Stan Lee stories. But yeah, no, this is great. And I do think it's timeless, as Mikey was alluding to, because so much of it is human nature. So much of it is our frailties and our willingness to glom on to people that we think can send us in one direction or another direction. And you get similar echoes, albeit in a more mature manner, to that the final chapter story of Spider-Man from, was it issue 33 or 36? But where it is about trying. It is about, no matter what the weight is, doing what you can. And that's where success lies.
And this is like a continuation of the great work, as I was mentioning before, that Stan Lee did on the Silver Surfer run in the late 60s with John Buscema. If you read any of that stuff, like whether or not it's like, Silver Surfer going toe-to-toe with Mephisto, there's another great issue where at the time, with everything that was going on with the civil rights, a African-American guy basically saves the world and goes uncredited for doing that. So that series was ahead of its time. But it kind of plays into this whole notion that, like, Stan Lee's the best when he can write Silver Surfer to be Jesus. And so, I hate to say it, but that's what he is in this book. Like, he's like, they not know what they do. And I will be the one to stand up in front of everyone and take the weight upon my shoulders and be the sacrificial lamb for all. And it's like, it's heavy-handed, and you can see where it's coming from, but at the same time, it works.
It's a parable. I mean, that's the title. It is a parable. It's written like a parable. It's written. I do understand that Lee was sort of, maybe not a religious man, but he had a faith kind of background to it, and that shows. And the middle section of this could have easily just sort of collapsed into basically a Godzilla movie with, because Galactus just starts stomping around the city trying to chase after, but it doesn't, because of the dialogue and what's going on at the time and things like that. It still stays. But what's funny is, like, you see how quickly they turn on him. Silver Surfer saves all their lives, and then I guess on purpose, he sort of becomes the hero that they need, not the hero that they want, sort of thing. And they all turn on him just as easily as they did anything else. It shows how fickle human beings are as far as the gods that they follow and things like that. It's a deep two issues, like.
And what I love is the only one who sees through sort of what Surfer's trying to do at the end, where I've got to make them turn on me so that they don't think of me as a god, is the preacher who was instrumental in building up Galactus. And he goes, no, don't leave us, stay here. Mankind is mad, and you're our only hope. We can't be trusted. But it's the preacher who originally was the one instrumental in creating this madness, is the only one who sees the truth.
Right. Well, he knows the playbook. If you're somebody whose job it is to manipulate others into doing what you want, he sees what the Surfer is doing, and that's game recognizing game right there.
Oh, yeah.
The last couple panels, like, you could have been a god, and you threw it away, and just for us. And the tragedy is that we don't deserve it. Oh, that's great writing. Yeah. That's Stan Lee at his best. And it's what makes it is it's so restrained. It's not they know not what they do. But sometimes he would be almost too bombastic in the original run, the Buscema run, I felt. And what he nails it this time, because it's like a fine wine. It's been allowed to sit and age.
Well, I will say, too, that to Chad's point about game recognizing game, I think that sometimes Stan Lee writes to his artists. And I feel like at times when Stan Lee is paired with an artist such as Mobius, such as even when, why his stuff with Jack Kirby is so well, when there's somebody that like kind of can meet the creative energy that Stan Lee is capable of producing when Stan Lee is on his game. Like, it's almost like Stan Lee rises to the occasion. Like in this particular book, he's like, oh my gosh, I really respect the heck out of Mobius. Like, I loved his Blueberry stuff. I love his art. I'm going to elevate my game to meet kind of that visualization that Mobius is going to be able to produce for me. And so I think that's why you get a Stan Lee in this book that is different than maybe the Stan Lee that you got in Ravage. I don't know. Not saying anything about the artist in Ravage, but it's not any Mobius, to be honest.
There was a little while there, and I joke about it, where I'm like, I read this book, and I'm like, there's no way Stan Lee wrote this book. But I don't really feel that way. But I do feel like I don't think he wrote it in the quote-unquote Marvel style. It just doesn't seem that way.
Oh, Mikey, you didn't read the backup material. No, he gave him a plot, and it caused Mobius much stress because he was not used to working that way. No, this is Marvel method, buddy.
Was it really? That's really impressive because it just doesn't feel that way.
That's the beauty of the Marvel method, is you give these creative people enough space to be creative, and you get this story that's so elegant and so sad. And we talked about humanity not deserving the Silver Surfer, and Surfer talks about Galactus not deserving his power, and true divinity is love and grace and knowledge supreme, and yet with all your power you don't know the wherefore of life. And there's all this stuff going on, but it's all because of this wonderful collaboration. Comics as an industry or should honor Stan more for that collaborative, what's the word I'm looking for, that impetus to allow each person in the process to put their best foot forward and build off each other to make it even better as you go.
Yeah. It's funny, the collected edition that I read, Parable ends, and then something called The Enslavers starts after that.
Oh, yeah, with Keith
and that
Pollard.
was Stan Lee and Keith Pollard, yeah. So I read about 10 pages of that, and the difference is, like, astronomical.
Yeah, he beds that space babe. I did a whole review on Enslavers. It is like night and day, because like it's basically, I don't know, Silver Surfer shacking up with some lady because her man can basically beat every single person in the Marvel universe. It's like the weirdest story ever, but it is completely different, yet Stan Lee writes the dialogue for that just as he does for Mobius. And that's where I'm thinking, even with Keith Pollard, which I like his art, there was something special about Mobius. There was something special about the chance to work with somebody like that Stan Lee went, aha, now they're going to take me seriously as a writer. That's what I want. I want the great American novel, and I'm going to get it with my Space Jesus. Look at him.
Well,
thanks, Jack.
You go from beautiful Mobius artwork to, like, not so subtle cameos by Carl Sagan. And but yeah, I mean, it's so different. It's just amazing how same two characters, Galactus and the Silver Surfer. Galactus and the Silver Surfer are always kind of like, Silver Surfer is the thorn in Galactus' side, and he doesn't want to be. That's the whole thing. Yeah, it's almost like Galactus is like, hey, how you doing? It's been a while. Can we have an event?
Right, but it's the father-son dynamic. Galactus passed his power on to Silver Surfer. They, we're together. Then the son goes and says, nah, dude, like, I don't believe in what you do, and I'm going to go and do my own thing.
And occasionally come back and beat up your other heroes because they're useless, or, bed one of them because Nova, wow, she's a hottie. Literally.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, J.A., is like, you do get a different kind of Silver Surfer in Stan Lee's written issues versus other writers that writes the same character. I really do think that. Like, if you compare this to, like, Steve Englehart, and you love that second Kree-Skrull War, and he's fighting all the...
not the Eternals.
They're not the Eternals, they're the... Elders! The Elders of the universe. Yes. You get a different kind of flavor with Silver Surfer. In this, again, you get a very, like, pious, very, like, I will protect...
Well, I mean, there is the aspect of his character that always, the space Jesus-y bit, the very pure moral person. I think what the unfortunate bit of the original run and what makes sort of the volume 3 with Steve Englehart started and, ran for 140 some issues is he's good when he's out in space. Because when he's on Earth, it's very much a space Jesus-y, I am so much more powerful than all these humans. They don't understand me, so I'm always fighting against. And you're setting up religion, or you're setting up prejudice, or you're setting up, racism. He becomes, the mirror to which human society is looked at. And when he was freed from that, and you could go out and do other space stories, then the character of the surfer comes out more. I think the surfer on Earth tends to bring out the characters of the people around him. But when he travels, then you get to see him fight with his moral compass and him fight with, what was my place in this universe. And, I was created by Galactus to destroy worlds. And how do I overcome that? And how do I, rectify that and make myself whole based on that? Whereas Stan was writing him very much as this, space Jesus shining example and using that as the mirror to which human societal issues are illustrated and elevated.
Whoa, that's deep stuff.
That is. As is his book. We do mention Mobius here and there, but you can't say enough about his work. Is just unlike anything else that's out there, really. But then it makes you want to read the other things, and we should mention, things like the Uncanny and Airtight Garage and Arzak.
I do have that Marvel Tales cover where Mobius drew Morbius.
Yes,
very good.
Yes,
but I wanted to mention too. So I reread this digitally, but before we started the show, I busted out the 2 issues, and boy, these new digital translations don't do comics from the 80s and 70s and 60s justice. And Mobius, his work just has so much more power to me with the old dot matrix, or I don't know what it was about the color palette, where it was just the dots. Like, boy, do I miss that. They smooth that stuff over in the digital collection, but it just looks so much better on older pages. So if you get the chance to find the original version, I recommend that over the digital things.
Yeah, and he was a type of artist that was made to draw a lot of Jack Kirby creations, to be very honest. If you compare, what Jack Kirby created in either Marvel or later on with the New Gods, like characters like Galactus, and then you look at the Incal and his work on that. I would have loved to see Mobius draw the New Gods. I would love to see him draw Black Racer, Darkseid, or Orion, just simply because he does those particular space, cosmic, mystical characters so well. And Galactus is no different in this. Silver Surfer is no different in this. That's his wheelhouse, is this kind of sci-fi trippy stuff. And it comes out in spades.
That spaceship coming down at the beginning, it's straight out of, obviously, Fifth Element. But then you even go forward, and then you look at, Man of Steel, and that visual dictionary that they used is a Mobius-esque quality to them as well.
And what I love, too, is he's not a slave to consistency, I guess, is what I'm looking to say. Because Galactus, his size is going to vary. Even the art, it's going to vary from page to page. But it just I feel like Mobius just taps into the fluidity that these characters need to tell a great story.
Yes.
He's not hung up on the small details. He knows what he's doing. He knows when to make Galactus bigger. He knows when to make him smaller. He knows when Silver Surfer is going to be the size of a fingernail versus something that'll fit in the palm of his hand. He makes it look effortless, but it's just every choice he's making, it's okay, I can dig it. So good.
Well, you do know that Galactus actually doesn't have so much a physical form, but is how people perceive Galactus. So maybe he's playing into that. Who knows? What we're going to play into is our rating of Silver Surfer Parable, and that will be coming right up after these commercial breaks. So stay tuned.
So what you're saying is, if you're a Fox executive, you see Galactus as a giant cloud of smoke, and that's okay?
It was awful. It was a cloud of bees.
Bees.
Hi, folks. This is Sean, Pittsburgh Nerd podcast. If you enjoy genuine conversation from two guys who love the subjects that they're talking about, you need to check us out. That's what we specialize in. Honest to goodness conversation about the things that we love. So give us a listen. We're easy to find. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd on some of your favorite podcast catching apps, or you can also check out our vlog on YouTube. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd. We're really, really easy to find.
Hi everyone, this is Mark, the DM for Stranger Damies. What is Stranger Damies, you ask? Well, we're just a bunch of first-time D&D players exploring the world of Tal'Dorei 30 years after the events of the Coma Conclave, which was made famous on Critical Role. Join us every week as we roll some dice, make some mistakes, but most importantly, we have fun. New episodes air every Wednesday at strangerdamies.podbean.com or on your favorite podcast streaming app. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and follow us on Twitter and Instagram at StrangerDamies. And is it Wednesday yet?
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where we wrap up the Marvel month with the Marvel method, which is to give my co-host J.A. Scott his part of our show to do, which is come up with a rating scale, and then I'll put in the sound effects after he does that. So, J.A., what is our rating scale for Silver Surfer Parable?
Surfboards.
Hitting a wave, hang 10. That's a good sound effect, I guess. Yeah,
Or,
wave.
wrapped up ironing boards.
Get you wave and you're surfing on top of the world. Okay,
there you
put
go.
that sound clip in there. There you go.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and we'll start off with our guest this time. We're going to start off with Mikey Wood. He's going to give us how many surfboards he's rating.
Oh man, out of 4, I'm going to give it like a good 3, like or 3.5, or so, like close to 4. There's just like something missing from making it perfect, but man, it's so good. I think it's because there wasn't enough of it. Although it didn't feel rushed. It felt like it was just the right amount for 2 issues, but I wanted to see more. I think it's the Mobius stuff. I wanted to see more of that. But, yeah, man, super good.
Okay. Chad?
Yes, I'm going to go 4. I think this is 2 masters of the craft being masterful. And was it brief? Yes, but what's that rule in show business? You always want to leave them wanting more. You get 2 of the greatest showmen. I think they did their job.
All right, J.A., it was your pick. Are you giving it a 4?
It's 4 surfboards. I mean, catching 4 waves. And, I just echo everything that Chad and Mikey said. And one thing that I loved how Mobius did is he rarely used it, but when he did, it was so powerful, the full page panel. He did it once or twice, and I went back, and I had to count them because I could have sworn, there were so many of them, and there weren't. But they were that powerful. They were that memorable, his full-page panels. And I'm so jealous of Chad because they must look epic in actual physical form. Some of those beautiful full-page. There's the one in the first issue where Silver Surfer is taking off his bum clothing to reveal that he's the Silver Surfer. And he's essentially, putting in his armor on to go fight the battle that he knows he can't win.
Man, would that be the greatest, opening for a Silver Surfer movie, though, too? Like, just that image of him, in the baseball hat, and it's just so good.
Yeah. And there's that other awesome page where, Galactus is, destroying a building with his eye blasts, and, Silver Surfer is, weaving around, and it's just missing it, just dodging it, like a mosquito about to be swatted away by something, 50,000 times its size. It's great stuff. That's why I'm going to give it a 4 as well, just simply because, again, on The Last Comic Shop, as the host, I try to tell people, here are comic books you can get into the comic book tent, and this is a great one. You don't need to know who the Silver Surfer is. You just need to know that these characters exist, and most people do. I mean, again, there was that horrible Fox movie. They know that their Silver Surfer is there. They know that Galactus is out there. I mean, hell, half the people that watched the Eternals trailer said, "Oh my God, it's Galactus!" No, it's not. It's one of the Celestials. Shut up. But what I'm saying is, you don't need to know who these people are. So you can just read the story for what it is. And what you're getting is Stan Lee at his best and Mobius at his best. And these are 2 titans of the comic book industry. So for 2 issues, you're in it for a treat. So yeah, go find it. Read it. The one question I do have for JA is this the best Silver Surfer story? Or is there a better one out there?
If I had to recommend one story that you read, only one, this would probably be it. It's a better telling of the coming of Galactus without the Fantastic Four getting in the way and the Ultimate Nullifier and a bunch of other stuff. That was fun, but if I'm recommending a Silver Surfer story to an adult, this would definitely be it.
You know what mine is? Silver Surfer number 4, where he fights Thor. That's got the best cover ever. With the John Buscema and he's flying down, and Thor's about to smack him in the face. Hells yeah! Hells yeah! To the end.
You're not going to go with issue 33? Right before all the Thanos stuff starts, when he fights the Impossible Man?
That's a close second. That's definitely a close second.
All right. Well, some other things we love to do is give you other recommendations. Make sure that you check out some of these other Silver Surfer books, but go to your local comic book shop and pick up some of these other books that we're about to talk about.
So, yeah, we like to recommend. We like to dust off the long box. Try to recommend something that is related to the book we just read, so related to Silver Surfer, something that's new and current, so if you want to see what's hot off the presses, something that's out of left field, and because Mikey's on the show, something, maybe one of those or all of those. An extra book that wasn't supposed to be thrown into your pool pile and just showed up there for some unknown reason. So as we did with the review, why don't we kick to Mikey for the recommendation?
Okay, well, I am going to be recommending 2005's Defenders series. It's a mini-series. It's called Indefensible, and it's written by J.M. DeMatteis and Keith Giffen, with art by Kevin Maguire. And if you recognize the names, it's because they are the team that did that wonderful Bwahaha era of Justice League International with Blue Beetle and all that stuff. And so it features the classic Defenders team: Silver Surfer, Doctor Strange, Hulk, Namor, probably somebody else. And it's fun and it's funny. It's just an absolute blast of a book. They take that sensibility and they apply it to the Defenders, and it's wonderful. So
yeah. Anytime you can read Defenders, really good Defenders, you're in for a treat. Whether it's that or the Steve Gerber Defenders, they're like the Avengers, but you can have fun with them. They're just who cares? They're just hanging out together, and you can tell great stories.
And I would say anytime you get Giffen and DeMatteis telling a story, that's a treat. So yeah. You get doubly treated with that one. Good call, Mikey.
All right, Chad, you're up next. What do you got for us this week?
Okay, so I'm going to go big with this one, since we don't read many Stan Lee books around these parts. I'm going to go with Stan Lee's Amazing Spider-Man. It's a book you may have heard of.
No!
Yeah, it's one I kind of like. But I'm going to recommend Amazing Spider-Man Epic Collection number 2, Great Responsibility, which was done by Steve Ditko, with Stan Lee providing the words. This collects issues 18 through 38, and the second annual, where Spider-Man meets Doctor Strange. And the reason why I'm recommending this one is because it contains the Master Planner saga, where Spider-Man has gotten Aunt May sick through a blood transfusion and needs isotope 36. But Dr. Octopus has that isotope somewhere, but he's secretly the Master Planner, and it's just the best Spider-Man story ever. To the point where it's issue 33 that declares it the final chapter. And it's how can it be the final chapter if there are 800 some other issues of Spider-Man? But it was deserving of the title just because it was the be-all and end-all Spider-Man story. When the building is collapsed upon him and Spider-Man has that weight that would crush anyone else, and it's crushing him, but he finds the strength to lift that weight. Ooh, it gets me every time.
Yeah.
Gives me chills. So, but yeah, you can find that in the Epic Collection number 2, Great Responsibility.
Right. And I agree. It's fitting that it's named the final chapter because, to be honest, those first 33 issues of Spider-Man where he's just growing up, and then at the end he finally takes upon the real responsibility of being Spider-Man, the thing that he's talked about for 33 issues. He finally lifts the weight and says, yep, I'm grown up now. I'm an adult. It's like the ultimate coming of age story. Everything else after that, like Invincible and all these other things, they're just plays off of those 33 issues of Amazing Spider-Man. So you owe it to read the original, as well as reading something else that kind of was similar in terms of a Marvel prestige format from the 80s. And it's my recommendation, which is The Death of Captain Marvel. And I'm not talking about Captain Marvel Shazam. I'm not talking about Carol Danvers. I'm talking about Marvel, the original Captain Marvel from Marvel, and his story of how he got cancer and ultimately died, thanks to both the art and writing of Jim Starlin. And this was released as a Marvel graphic novel. And so, again, it was similar to Parable in the fact that it was specifically aimed at maybe an older audience. And for years, this book was extremely important to a lot of comic book fans because it was the time in which a superhero died and he stayed dead. In fact, staying dead, like Uncle Ben staying dead, was actually the whole point of the story. Like Captain Marvel, I'll be very honest, with his negabands and his cosmic awareness or everything like that, he punched Thanos in the mouth at one point to save the cosmic cube, but he's a largely forgettable character until his death. Jim Starlin writing him out the way that he did, giving him cancer, giving him the pathos to, basically say, look, there's no cure to this. I'm going to die. And a story about a character with tremendous power that just comes to grips with his own mortality is something that is very, very universal and as a result, very, very powerful. And so, all the Marvel Universe shows up to honor him in his passing. It was at the time when Thanos was technically dead, or he was a statue or some weird stuff. I don't know, whatever. They eventually brought him back. But at the time, he actually fights Thanos to the point where he just meets Death. And there's a great scene where, Death's got this beautiful female face, and Captain Marvel says, no, I'm ready to see her true face. And then she becomes the Skull. And he takes her hand instead. And they walk off him and Thanos into the blinding light, and he passes away. And again, it's important because nowadays everybody comes back. It was a time in which characters died, and it was important that they stayed dead. And some characters should. And I'm glad that Captain Marvel has still yet to really come back, because it would cheapen this particular story. And I highly recommend it to all you comic book fans. All right, J.A., you're up with our last recommendation, and I know you got a whopper for us.
I wanted to first recommend Silver Surfer Black, because it's just a really great book that's a modern take on Silver Surfer. It was going to be the current pick, but then I was told I already recommended that. And you've got to understand, there's not a lot of Silver Surfer books out there. He's just, unfortunately, a character that hasn't had a regular comic book about him for a while, with the exception of what I'm about to not recommend. Yes, that's right. This is not a recommendation. This is an anti-recommendation, and that is the Dan Slott, Mike Allred Silver Surfer run from 2015 through 2017. They had it ran for 15 issues in 2015, and then they started issue 1 again in 2016, and that ran 14 issues. And it is horrible.
Wow! I love Mike Allred. You will not talk bad about my madman. I'm a huge Mike Allred fan.
It's great if you like Doctor Who.
It's wonderful. Dan Slott is a really great writer as long as you're not invested in the character that he's writing about.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what we can all sum up about Dan Slott. I hate his Fantastic Four run. Why? Because I like the Fantastic Four. Chad hates his Amazing Spider-Man run because he likes the Amazing Spider-Man. And again, J.A. hates his Silver Surfer run because he likes Silver Surfer. You know who he should write for? DC.
Yeah.
Because nobody cares about their characters.
Yeah. We don't mind. On that side, we don't mind a little change from time. We don't mind our heroes getting kicked into the dirt periodically. That's fun. But you know what? Mike Allred's. Okay, this is so weird. There's something about Mike Allred's artwork that like skeezes me out. Like it gives me like goose pimples and not the good ones. Like I don't know what it is. It's obviously very well done and very interesting. But there's something about it that just kind of like nah.
I mean, sure, yeah, a lot of his stuff is just Madman. I look at, like, even his, like, Ecstatic, and I'm like, oh, there's Madman, or his X-Force, or what was his X-Ray Robot? Was that the new freshness?
That was the new one.
I was like, go back to writing Madman, because that was good. I don't know. Why do you hate it so much? Just because it's, like, because he has Toomey and Dawn?
Yes. Yeah, and it's... I mean, everything that I so eloquently spoke about, you know, what the Silver Surfer is meant to be and what to do, that gets all thrown out the window, and he's got this girl palling around with him like he's some comedic character with a surfboard, and I get, maybe? No, I don't get what Dan Slott was trying to do. And what really angers me, it's not like this is the Fantastic Four. This is Spider-Man, who have book after book after book about them, right? This was the first series of Silver Surfer we got since they canceled like this 14-issue run they had back in 2002, and that one was the first one since they canceled the original Volume 3, so we don't get a lot of Silver Surfer comics.
What about the issue that was forwards and backwards, and you read through, and there's a thing in the middle, and you're like, wait a minute, which way do I hold it?
Yeah, the Mobius stuff. That was Aldrid's like that. I was like, Aldrich should get the Eisner just for that issue. It's so good. I can agree, though. Everybody's got their Slot cross to bear. I love his Iron Man, but I don't give a shit about Iron Man. So he can write that till the cows come home.
I bet his Ren and Stimpy was really good.
And what we hope you always think is good is The Last Comic Shop. We're here for you every single week. Even though it's the end of our Marvel month, we've got fantastic books coming up. It's October right around the corner, and we've got books like Once and Future, My Favorite Thing is Monsters. Heck, we've even got Dune, House Atreides, all coming up in future weeks. So make sure that you rate, review, and subscribe by going out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a terrific website where you can find all the links to places like Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon Podcasts, and a variety of other places. And if you love us, leave us that 5-star review. Do it. Do it because I'm Galactus, and I told you that it's lawlessness and that you should leave 5-star reviews. Listen to my words. I am the strong man.
Now you have to. So speaks Galactus.
Although he said, so speak Galactus, that threw me.
Yeah, that threw me too.
Must have been lost in the translation. But what's not lost in the translation is our social media coverage, where you can find us on Twitter and Instagram at Last Comic Shop, or on Facebook at Last Comic Shop Podcast. And if you get confused, you can always just head to the website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, and find us there. What else can you find there, J.A.?
On our website, you can find links to our merch store, where we've got specials on board shorts this week. That's right. Go with your favorite surfboard, some Last Comic Shop board shorts, and T-shirts in all different colors.
Yeah, not only just your surfboards, but your ironing boards. They're the same things. You can ride those too.
And while we may be surfing around on our ironing boards as the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to be the actual Last Comic Shop. So we encourage everybody to find a comic shop near you. Need help with that? Go to the Comic Shop Locator at www.comicshoplocator.com, where you could maybe find a place that has Silver Surfer Parable. Or you could find The Defenders by Giffen and DeMatteis. You can find Amazing Spider-Man, the Epic Collection #2 and Epic Collection #1, and a lot of other good Amazing Spider-Man. Or you could find The Death of Captain Marvel All of that and more is waiting for you at your local comic shop. So look them up and buy some comics.
Yeah. And also, you should buy some comic books online. Our tremendous co-host today has been Mikey Wood, and he is a Pittsburgh-based comic book artist and creator. Mikey, where can they find your awesome stuff today?
Well, you could order 2 of my graphic novels off of Amazon. They are Hate Your Friends with the wonderful Kristen Blank writing, and Pack of Lies, which is written by me with art by a ton of Pittsburgh artists, as well as El Phantasma versus the Spider Women, which was a web strip that I did, a weekly web strip on graphite.com, and I'm getting ready to start again because I keep saying that, and I mean it. Woohoo!
Oh, and until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Jay Scott, Chad Smith, and the incomparable Mikey Wood. And until next week, stay safe, stay sheltered, and in the immortal words of Stan Lee,
enough said.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, it is now time for more of the Last Comic Shop podcast.
That's right, we're opening the shop and turning on our podcast. When you say podcast, we can't really open the shop then. It always throws me now. Why do you suddenly start saying the podcast?
Because it's part of the logo now. Like, we don't need just logo change.
Okay. We're opening up our podcast shop to newbies to help them find their way underneath the comic book tent.
Goodness.
There you go. And we're keeping the metaphorical lights on for the oldies. They like to pass the time, flipping through the buck bins, fishing out stories that came out when they were wee youngins, piling together those collections one book at a time, checking off the checklist.
Absolutely. And this week's book on the Merry Marble March Society, yes, our theme all this month on the Last Comic Shop, we are talking about a series that I painstakingly, with a lot of help from Chad, got all of the issues for, all the annuals, everything, because I was like, they're never going to get this license back. And then, lo and behold, they got the license back, and they put it out in omnibus. Yay! But still now.
You didn't tell people the book yet.
It's Rom, the Space Knight. And I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, one of the big fans of Rom, the Space Knight. And I'm joined by Jay Scott and Chad Smith, as well as my wonderful friend, Mikey Wood.
Today we're reading Rom, the Space Knight.
Which, nostalgia aside, because I've seen some videos on the YouTube about Rom the Space Knight, not the comic book, but the actual toy, saying how it was great, and it wasn't great. It was a crap, horrible toy.
Oh, my goodness. I would encourage everybody out there, if you can track down the original ad for the Rom toy, it shows you how lame it is. Pretend you're having fun. This makes electronic sounds you can imagine are doing a thing.
Any toy that requires a 9-volt battery, you know.
That's what you use in smoke detectors.
Exactly.
It's got a really dramatic.
Andrew.
There's got a really dramatic voice where he's like, you know that sound your dad's alarm clock makes? This toy makes it too. I mean, that's not like what he says, but like, yeah.
Rom's weapon is the neutralizer. It flashes and makes electronic zapping sounds. Pretend it sends evil creatures to the shadow zone.
You know what? But there were a lot of toys like that in the late 70s, early 80s. What about, I used to have this thing where you could make monsters, and it was just basically like you put a piece of paper and you rubbed it down. And
that was called the Mighty Man and Monster Maker, and every one of those plates was designed by Dave Stevens.
Wow!
And that's why he didn't have to tell you to pretend you're having fun.
No.
Like, your mom's looking, kid. She spent money on this. You better damn well pretend you're enjoying it.
Well, regardless of whether the toy, again, which was just blinking lights and scuba diver feet and oven mitts for hands, I don't know. There was an awesome comic book series that had no business being awesome, but it was. And we're going to talk about that later in today's show. But one of the reasons why I became a huge Rom the Space Knight fan is because I continually found it in dollar bins. And as anybody knows that listens to The Last Comic Shop, we are huge fans of dollar bins. But I would find it everywhere. And sooner or later, I was just like, there has to be something behind this Rom series. And so I started picking it up. And nowadays, I'll go to comic book shops all the time, and people will be like, you're getting those ROM books out of the dollar bins? Isn't that a joke? And I'm like, no, it's not. Trust me. Get them. You can probably get almost 3/4 of the series just out of these dollar bins. And I want to just pivot on that, asking the rest of the Last Comic Shop gang, what are some other fun books that they found in dollar bins? And we'll start off with Mikey Wood. Ooh. Mikey, what's a fun series that you found being in dollar bins?
Horrible story. I found a dead mouse in a dollar bin once. Yeah, I did. But just recently, I was at New Dimension Comics, and they're great, and they're wonderful, and they always have really good buck bins. And sometimes there's things in there where you're like, is this supposed to be in there? So I found a full run of the original 1970s Prez book.
Awesome.
And the Vertigo thingy that they did, and the more recent Prez book. Like, somebody just grabbed Prez and threw them all into the dollar bin. Wow. And I grabbed them all. Because if you've never read Prez, about the world's first teenage president, which was done by Joe Simon, who was like 61 at the time. So it's like a 61-year-old circa World War II man writing teenagers is hilarious.
And that the modern version was Mark Russell's first foray into DC Comics. And they are republishing it in a digest form since it's an election year. For the kiddos. They're trying to repackage it, get some more Prez going.
Yeah, and if you want to listen to Mark Russell talk about that, we got a great interview in our archives with Mark Russell where he talks all about Prez and how he broke into the industry. J.A., what's a fun book you found in the dollar bin?
Well, lately it's been putting together my complete run of the Unity crossover saga from Valiant. Back in the day when this thing first came out, you'd had to throw down like $30 or $40 for some of those issues, and now you can get them all in the buck bin. Yes. All useless. $50, $60, $70. This is back in the 90s when comic books were just ridiculously priced. Kind of like they're going now. I think we're on another comic book bubble. Yeah, except this time the bubble's wrapped in a plastic CGC clamshell. But arguably one of the greatest comic book crossover events, and you can pick up almost the entire run, if not the entire run, in buck bins.
Yeah. Unlike a lot of the other Valiant books that they've been doing reprints of and putting out in like omnibus format, you're not going to get that because it has those issues of Magnus the Robot Fighter and Solar, and they don't have the rights to that, so they can't put that out. So like if you want the Valiants, you got to get those issues, and then like Mikey Wood says, get them bound, baby. Get them bound.
As you said, they've got some gold key characters that they don't have the rights to anymore. Solar being pretty much the whole protagonist of the entire Unity crossover event. You can't find them.
Yeah. And you can always supplement your Valiant Unity crossovers with Deathmate, because I find Deathmate in dollar bins all the time.
First appearance of Gen 13 is in that Deathmate crossover.
There you go. Chad, I know you are a major fan of buck bins. Got some buck bin stories for our fans?
Dude, that's, that is my stress relief. Anytime I need to take a mental break, I'll just go and flip through the boxes. You know, got it, need it, got it. I have my list on my phone. I'm like, oh, do I have this? Oh, I bought that 3 times already. Never mind. I'm always finding good stuff in buck bins. The most recent find for me, I found a whole bunch of Darwin Cook DC covers. There was like a Darwin Cook month in the New 52 era. Traditionally, I try not to bite into the variant cover thing. Like, I'm not going to buy extra copies of a book, although every now and again I find myself slipping. But if that variant cover is in a buck bin, heck yeah, that choice is a lot easier. Like, yeah, I'll pick that up, put it in a collection. And that especially came into play way, way back in the day, in the olden times. Andy and my first podcast, we were actually doing a comic book show, like a convention. I didn't know what we were going to do a convention, but that's a different story for a different day. But while we were there, I was wandering around in the buck bins, and lo and behold, I found another variant cover of a book, and I was like, is this supposed to be here? And it was Image United #1. And also, Ultimate Fallout #4, which comic aficionados will know is the first appearance of Miles Morales. And not only did I find 3 pretty nice copies of the first appearance of Miles Morales for $1, it was the 1 in 25 ratio Marco DiGerco. It's a name I struggle with, but it's a really awesome cover. But yeah, the 1 in 25 variants. And so I actually asked the guy, I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. And I'm not the type of person that picks up multiple copies of a book. Usually I like to leave things in there for other people to find. But that time I bought all 3 that he had. I brought him back to my buddies. I was like, hey, look what I found. And I was going to give one to each of our podcast guys. And the other guy was like, nah. And Andy's like, yeah, I'll give that to my kids. And so now Andy and I have the first appearance of Miles Morales.
Yes,
the
we do.
Variant version. And I've got a reader.
So he said he'd give it to his kids, and then he threw it in his vault.
I know,
That's
right?
right.
It's in my fire safe now. It will be hopefully a book that on the Last Comic Shop podcast on YouTube you might see a slab.
We're gonna slab it.
I'm pretty sure that's worthy of a slab if it's in a fire safe right now. So, any case, something that's not in a fire safe, but I wish was in there, was some issues of Rom the Space Knight. Have you accepted Rom as your Lord and Savior? We'll see if you have when we come back with more Last Comic Shop right after this.
That just makes this episode more weird.
LastComicShopPodcast.com is the destination for all things shop. Plan your week with upcoming show schedules, the latest books, recommendations, and chatter from the crew. Subscribe to the show on all major podcasting platforms from one convenient location. Show your support and browse the merch store. T-shirts, tanks, hoodies for the fam, coffee mugs, magnets, totes, and more. Check out exclusive content through the show's YouTube channel and follow the pod on Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, and others. All this and so much more at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
Hi, folks. This is Sean, Pittsburgh Nerd Podcast. If you enjoy genuine conversation from 2 guys who love the subjects that they're talking about, you need to check us out. So give us a listen. We're easy to find. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd on some of your favorite podcast catching apps, or you can also check out our vlog on YouTube. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd. We're really, really easy to find.
Okay, we are back to talk about a comic book based on a toy from a company that makes board games. And if it doesn't make sense to you, that's just because you haven't been shopping in the buck bins. But it makes sense to us, at least a little bit, and we're going to talk about it right now. So,
is it Rom the Space Knight or Rom Space Knight?
Wikipedia, it's Rom the Space Knight.
Yes, but on the cover of the issue, it's Rom Space Knight.
In the legal indicia, it's just Rom TM.
Yes, because there are other Space Knights.
Yes, there are. He was the first of the Space Knights.
Kid Cable got a Space Knight sword.
Ooh.
We read the first 12 issues of the continuing series that went for 75, but who did the first 12, Chad?
There you go, from the Marvel years. It was written by Bill Mantlo with art by Sal Buscema. And then you had a variety of different letterers and colorists On colors, you had Bob Sharon for issues 1, 6, and 9. Glynis Oliver did issue 2. Ben Shawn did issues 3, 4, 7, 8, 11, and 12. Georges Rousseau did 5 and 9. And Ed Hannigan chipped in on issue 10. On the letters, issues 1 and 3 were Tom Warzakowski. Issues 2 and 6 were John Costanza. Jim Novak did 4, 7, 9, 11. Michael Higgins did issue 5. Diana Albers did issue 8, which I also believe was credited to Friends of Danny Crespi, who's a person I had not heard of before. But all of these people worked under Joe Duffy, who's also the editor of Power Man and Iron Fist, what they eventually crossed over with.
Yeah. As I mentioned, recently this came out in a wonderful omnibus, which collects the first 29 issues of ROM, in addition to that Power Man and Iron Fist issue 73. So if you're out there looking for a great omnibus, snag this ROM one.
The omnibus have the Frank Miller cover from issue 1?
It does, actually, plus 4 variant covers that you can get. You can get the Frank Miller cover. You can also get the Sal Buscema ad cover, which is Rom crashing on the planet and climbing out of like burnt wreckage, which is kind of neat. You can get a wonderful cover from the late, great George Perez that he drew a couple years back. And the fourth one is a great reprint of issue 17 with Rom tussling with the X-Men, which not 100% sure who drew that one.
Yeah, and there were a wide variety of artists on the covers that the issues we read as well. You had Frank Miller, you had Al Milgrom, you had Michael Golden putting some pretty covers out there.
Right, and those Michael Golden covers are excellent. They appear from issues 7 through 12, and it took us a little bit of time to figure out if that was exactly Michael Golden, because some of those are not signed. And Chad and I remember talking to Michael Golden, and sometimes he didn't sign stuff. So, but those are great looking covers. And to Mikey's point, I think later on in the series, like other people jumped in and did some awesome covers for ROM, right?
Yeah, Bill Sienkiewicz did a bunch of them, and they're beautiful. So that's later on in the run. 75 issues for a comic based on a toy and merchandise is kind of a good run. So he must have been doing something right, you know?
Yeah, so more issues in the run than fingers on the toy, and therefore fingers on the character. But tell us about the toy a little bit, Mikey Wood. That this is all based, again, off of a toy that Parker Brothers, a company renowned at the time for making board games, this was their first foray into the action toy market. How did it go?
It didn't go anywhere. So now this was 1979. The toy was designed by a fella. His name's Bing McCoy. He designed.
That's a name.
That is a name. He designed Rom the Space Knight, but he was also responsible for Electronic Battleship, Starbird, which was a flying spaceship that I loved when I was a kid, and the Photon electric guitar that they had from Photon years. But anyway, this was 1979. This was right after Star Wars. Space toys were very popular. Slightly earlier, there were these 2 large 13-inch action figures that were based off of a Colonial Warrior and a Cylon from Battlestar Galactica, which were just refits of an old 70s toy called either like Galaxy Man or something like that. But anyway, they were, limited posability, made electronic sounds, which was a big deal back then because that was brand new. That was brand new in the form that it was. So Parker Brothers decided, hey, let's hop on this. They made a 13-inch toy that was articulated at the shoulders, and that's it. But it had these little attachments on there that blinked differently and made a different noise, and that was supposed to be appealing to the kids.
You could imagine they were doing things.
Yes, you could imagine they were doing things. But the price point was a little too high for the average family for something that wasn't... Because kids were buying... At that point, they were buying Star Wars toys. And these were scaled more with the original G.I. Joe dolls, So it just didn't go anywhere. But Marvel... having licensed things before, Conan being a licensed thing, Star Wars being a licensed thing, thought, hey, why not get into toy merchandising? And they put out, by Bill Mantlo also, Micronauts back in January of 79, and it did very, very well. So they hopped on this one as well, and in December of 1979, that's when the first issue of ROM came out. By the time the first issue of the comic came out, the toy was already dead.
Yeah.
But the book ran for 75 issues. And in the interim of all of this, Marvel found success in that, so they hopped onto other licensed toy things like, of course, G.I. Joe and Transformers and things like that. So it wasn't the first licensed comic book based on a toy. That would be 1962's Barbie and Ken was the first ever toy licensed comic book. But for Marvel, it was one of their early ones. It's a success story.
So it was a success. So Bill Matlow, by imbuing a toy with much more than just the 9 volts of power that battery would give it. Andrew, what happened in these 12 issues set in rural West Virginia?
So the 10-cent synopsis is that Bill Matlow, along with Sal Buscema, decided to take this toy and give him a grand backstory. Being originally from the Utopian Society on the planet of Galador. The series details Rom's defeat of an alien invading race known as the Dire Wraiths, which, unlike the technologically advanced Galadorian society, the Dire Wraiths rely primarily on dark magic and the power to change their appearances. Later on, you find out that the Dire Wraiths are an offshoot of the Skrull race, but I digress. The Galadorian ruler, the Prime Director, calls for volunteers to be transformed into cyborg warriors called the Space Knights, so that they can defend the planet from the invaders. And Rom was the first one to volunteer, and was transformed into a large silver badass. Kind of like the Cybermen from Doctor Who, except they're good guys. Rom was then given the Galadorians' greatest weapon, the Neutralizer, which could then banish these wraiths into the dimension known as Limbo forever. And inspired by this awesome example, 1,000 more Galadorians volunteered and were transformed into other Space Knights with various powers and awesome weaponry. Fast forward about 200 years, as Rom continues his crusade throughout the cosmos to eliminate the Dire Wraith threat, and Rom makes landfall in a small town in West Virginia, coming to chew bubblegum and kick ass on all the Dire Wraiths that live on Earth. Which puts him at odds with the general populace because most of these Dire Wraiths have taken the shape of humans, and every single time he sends one to Limbo, it actually just looks like he's disintegrating one. He falls in love with an awesome lady from West Virginia called Brandy Clark, and eventually hangs out with folks like the X-Men and Power Man and Iron Fist, and all kinds of other folks from the Marvel Universe. So that's the 10-cent synopsis.
Does he ever cross paths with Iron Man?
He does not. He's
what about what's his face?
Machine Man. Ultron.
Ultron, yes. What about Ultron?
No Ultron, no Iron Man. He does show up with the Avengers. And that's the thing. I don't understand. He's running roughshod all over the West Virginia countryside. You would think that the Avengers would be called in, kind of sort of like the Hulk. I guess they don't care about
Adventures West Coast.
They don't care about West Virginia, evidently. I will say later on in this series, Galactus shows up for no good reason.
Oh,
well, see that's also one of my complaints about Marvel. Just can't not put their superheroes in something. They just can't do it. Maybe it's
Mikey, that's a feature, not a bug.
No, I can't stand it, man. They just can't do a book that doesn't have Spider-Man in the Transformers issue 3, and Nightcrawler showing up in Micronauts for no reason, and the Fantastic Four showing up in Shogun Warriors. Predator has to fight Wolverine, but
that was the saddest thing about Rom being missing from the Marvel Universe for so long. Because Bill Mantlo included all of these characters in Rom's book over the 75 issue run, Rom became an integral part of the Marvel Universe.
Yeah.
So much to the effect that later on, when Dan Abnett was creating the Guardians of the Galaxy, he wanted to put Rom on that book. He was kind of this is another throwaway character that nobody cares about anymore, but is actually kind of super cool if you think about him. At least he has a cool look to him. So, and therein lies...
They appear to be burned alive.
Therein lies... crux of this story, in which people think he's a metal monster similar to the Hulk, but he's actually there to save humanity from the Dire Wraith threat.
Which is evil for evil's sake. That was one of the issues I had with the Dire Wraiths. They didn't have a lot of character development. Not unlike their characters in the comic book, sort of just this cloudy, bad thing that shapeshifted to whatever you wanted it to be, and
they just chose to shapeshift into random human guises, which they stayed in for years.
In West
Poor
Virginia.
Brandy.
That was their master plan. They needed to make sure that they infiltrated
take over this town in West Virginia.
Listen.
She's like, I went to high school with that guy, Rob.
Yeah.
Listen, I realize that some of this series is a little bit cornball, right? I'm not going to come out here saying this is the greatest series that ever existed. But I will say that it's fun. It's filled with great soap opera drama. One of my favorite things about Rom the Space Knight is the fact that, like, Bill had this storyline mapped out in a way that was very similar to Chris Claremont. Like, he knew exactly where he wanted to go with this series, and he was going to write it as long as he humanly could. And so there's not really a jumping off point when you start reading Rom. Like, you could read Rom and get through the first 12 issues, and it ends with a cliffhanger, and you got to read issue 13, and then you got to read issue 14 and 15 and 16, and it just keeps going through 75. And so, like, until you read all of it, you don't get the grand story of the love affair between Rom and Brandy Clark, and how their unrequited love will never be satiated until the last issue when he finally turns back into the man, and then they bone.
All because she looks like his girlfriend from Gandalaharia.
But I wanted to throw it out there to J.A. I've read Silver Surfer. I've read Rom the Space Knight. Come on. There are some similarities between these two characters. Cosmic powered, lots of ennui, lots of can't live with anybody, have to shoulder these burdens, cosmic Jesuses, right?
Yeah, they had silver colors as well. There were some similarities. It reminded me, not unlike of that first Stan Lee run on the Silver Surfer, when he was stuck on Earth, and they had to figure out ways to write stories where he either gets off Earth or he goes into some magic zone or something, because when you're stuck on Earth and you're this giant cosmic character, it's a little bit constraining. It's a little bit boring. I thought the biggest problem, the biggest drawback, at least for the first 12 issues, was that we're stuck in West Virginia. There's nothing going on.
As anyone who's ever actually been to West Virginia knows, nobody wants to be in West Virginia.
Not even I'm surprised the Dire Wraiths want to be in. Maybe that's why they're there. It's the only place that no one cares.
I'm going to stick up for it again. This is that classic story that you get in like 60s and 70s sci-fi, where you get like the small town that's been infiltrated by an alien menace, and you don't know who to trust. And, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
They just did that because it was cheaper to shoot on the sets.
Yeah. Just throwing this out here apropos nothing. You know the John Denver song, the Mountain Mama, that sort of thing? Yeah, he's actually describing the western parts of Virginia. None of the geographical things he's talking about are in West Virginia.
That's right.
That's how bad it is.
That is not a commonly known thing, but he is talking about West Virginia, not West Virginia.
Exactly.
There's a difference. My ROM knowledge is I wanted the toy when I was a kid. Didn't get it. Always saw the comics, never bought them. The first experience I had with ROM comics was actually finding a huge pile of the IDW trade paperbacks for dirt cheap, because IDW had the license for all of that Hasbro stuff for a while, because ROM became a Hasbro license at some point because Hasbro bought everybody.
He did, and that's the ROM toy I have. They took ROM and put him with Action Man and put them with Transformers and G.I. Joe into the Hasbro universe.
Yes.
And so for one of those Comic-Con exclusive sets one year, they actually made a G.I. Joe scaled ROM toy, which is pretty awesome.
That was my first experience with ROM, and I actually liked those. I liked those books. There's a gigantic crossover where it was like, G.I. Joe, Transformers, ROM, Mask, everybody involved in this big, giant crossover thing, and it was really entertaining. It was a lot of fun. So when you suggested that we read ROM, we've talked about this before. I think there's something about Bronze Age writing, and I'm not going to say Mantlo in particular because I have every Micronaut thing, and I dig Micronauts. It's just so verbose and so overblown, and it does something that I can't stand. It's like
that car is on fire and there's a woman inside. Rom sees a car on fire with a woman inside. And
there's a lot of exposition. And reading each issue after each issue, I found that the thing that happened in the previous 2 issues, they'd retell in exposition. But I don't think that's a Rom thing. I think that's just a...
Well, that's what... Yeah, it's a stylistic thing for comics back then, and I think that's why I never really like them. I can't get... The dialogue is really sort of like... People don't talk that way. Nobody talks the way they talk. And the main villain, what's his name? Firefall?
He's not the main villain.
Well, he's a villain.
He's
I just picture... And this is just because Buscema, whose art I really do enjoy. He just everybody's screaming all the time. Like, they're just shouting. Because visually it looks that way. In my head it looks that way. But oddly enough, I kind of want to keep going. Because it was 1979 and stuff was silly back then. So I don't know. It's weird. I didn't like it, but I want to keep going. Yeah, it's like a few relationships I had. Yeah.
All right, Chad. This was a series that I wanted you to read for a really, really long time. Are you on the same boat as Mikey?
Okay. I am going to say a couple things about Rom. One, I feel like a lot of us are glossing over the fact that this was aimed at like a 10-year-old market, right? Not only was it the 80s, this is aimed at 10-year-olds. However, this is dark stuff for 10-year-olds. And I think, because Mikey, I'm similar to you in the fact that like I really enjoyed those G.I. Joe comics of the time, which also could have a more serious bent than the cartoons. But I think they had something that Rom is missing slightly. Although I love the Sal Buscema artwork. I do agree with you. Soap opera aspects are fun. They do make you want to keep reading. But I don't think Rom is silly enough. It's missing those moments of levity. And like any of the comedy I'm getting is unintentional. Like when Brandy's like, I only breathed in a little bit of the chloroform so that I could wake up and help my boyfriend. Yeah. Like, that's not purposeful comedy. But I laughed. But no, the more I thought about it, because the first issue or two, I was struggling a little bit. Then I got into the series and I was into it. But so you have this robot guy, and his whole gimmick is that he has his analyzer, which will tell you whether or not a person is a human or a dire wraith demon. And then he has the neutralizer, where if it is a demon, Rom is required to send that demon to the depths of limbo. But for everyone else, it looks like he's burning people to death. Imagine being 10 years old and they're having these scenes where it's being told from the other people's point of view, and like, he just burned that guy to death. And then I started thinking, wait a minute, the stuff that's going on with Rom sounds a lot like hallucinogenic psychosis. Like, you'll hear of these people that believe in their heart of hearts that several people have been taken over by demons, and they're the only ones that can see which ones are demons. And sure, it looks like they're burning people alive, but really they're just banishing those demons to limbo. And then, as I read this book as a Fight Club-esque thing where Rom is just some poor human that's having these hallucinations and is actually out there burning people alive while everyone watches. And sure, to Jay's point, all the bad guys in here are comically evil. They're like, we're doing evil things for evil stuff. None of the other people around notice these evil organization people doing evil stuff because it's just Rom. And he's just fucking crazy.
It's all in his head. It's all in his head.
It's all in his head. And Rom is just burning people alive.
It even darker then.
Yeah, but why not? If you're going to do it, you might as well do it.
It should be like he's Rom and he's crazy. Like,
that's right.
I would read that book. I would read it. Like, if he's actually just a guy wearing tinfoil. But in his head, he's this space knight that has to, man.
This is like after we read Parallel Lives and I reread all those old Amazing Spider-Man. It's like, no, Mary Jane knew all along. And it made it that much more fun. That's what Rom is. Rom is just a fucking psycho, burning people alive as he goes.
He's Rom and he's fucking...
I can't even believe this. It's an interesting take.
He's the only one that knows, Andy. He's the only one that can tell they're demons.
Nobody else has the analyzer, dude.
So does that mean Brandy's been brainwashed?
Yeah, she's like in his cult. She's very easily convinced.
She's like a metallic girl. Jim Jones. What is going
let's
drink the Kool-Aid, Brandy. They're all dire wraiths.
Let's not talk smack on Brandy. She's a fine girl. What a good wife she would be.
The most noble part of Rom is when he scans her boyfriend. He's like, all right, I guess he's not a demon.
I guess, What does that say about the boyfriend? That he's like a human man and he still can't win her over.
You're right. That's the great thing about a lot of Bronze Age ideas is because later on you can kind of modernize it, like what they did with like Howard the Duck and the characters that show up in Next Wave. Those are all characters that are kind of like they came out in the Bronze Age, and then you're just like, well, if you tweak them just a little bit, suddenly Omega the Unknown is kind of an interesting character.
I don't know, man. This goes for 75 issues. It could have been settled in 5 with some medication and some therapy.
Right. That's right. The neutralizer. Give your mother her hairdryer back. That would be great.
Well, we've got more Last Comic Shop right after these commercial breaks with our ratings as well as recommendations. So stay tuned for that.
Sorry for ruining Rom out there for the rest of you psychopaths. That's right.
Being a PI, you learn fast what seems like a normal case never is. You never realize how much you're going to need your friends. You can never guess how near your enemies are. And you never know who to trust. Now I'm chasing down an ancient artifact, the only thing that can stop this newly unearthed terror. It sounds crazy, but I'm not thinking how nuts it all is. All I can think about is the only man who's ever managed to grab my heart is right at the heart of this mystery. And why? Every time my heart gets involved in anything, there's always a monster waiting in the shadows to break it.
Ripped from the pages of the self-titled comic book comes Dash, a new queer supernatural noir podcast. Follow us on Twitter at Podcast Dash, on Instagram at dash.noir, or wherever you get your podcasts.
BCWSupplies.com has everything a comic collector could need. Boards, bags, long boxes, and so much else for our ever so increasing collections. And you can save 10% on your total order by using promo code LCSPOD at checkout. Not only does this take 10% off BCW Supplies' already low prices, but it supports my favorite podcast, The Last Comic Shop. So get all your collecting gear at BCWSupplies.com and save 10% on your order with promo code LCSPOD at checkout. That's LCSPOD at checkout. Happy hunting!
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for ratings. I'm so happy that Rom is back at Marvel.
Is it? So I was going to ask you that. Is it back? Are they going to do more? Is Rom going to show up and like, hey, remember me? I was... Because they did something with him post-Rom, but they just couldn't call him Rom.
Right.
Yeah, they have Space Knights.
Rom, the character, also shows up in one of my favorite issues of The Incredible Hulk, which is the Bachelor Party issue. Him and Brandy show up at Rick Jones's bachelor party because him and Rick Jones were buddies.
And Rom doesn't show up.
Is
it's
he all
Romulus Romulaberg. But it's not Rom Space Knight.
But it's Rom. And Brandy's there. They're together. They show up. It's awesome.
Is he like, no, it's Ron now with an N? Or is he like Romold? Romold?
After I burned all those people, they let me out on insanity.
I'm no longer Rom. I am now CD.
Is JA, is it going to be burnt people? Is that going to be our 1 out of 4 scale for this week?
No. But if you put your tongue on it, you might get a shock. It's 1 out of 4 9-volt batteries.
All right. Well, listen. I know what I'm going to rate this, and it's not going to be a 4. So I might as well go first. And then we'll get the clowns that show up and they talk. It's all right. You know what? Rom should be fun. That's what I'm going to just flat out say.
Yeah, it should be.
It wasn't.
Rom burning people alive.
This is a great series that has no business with even being anywhere near as good as it is. Kudos to, again, Bill Mantlo. I think he's a tremendous writer. So sorry about what happened to Bill. And so I'm going to throw my support behind him 100%, but I don't even have to just say that. I can believe that when I read Rom. Again, it's like watching one of those like B movies from the 70s where like everybody's an alien in town and then somebody comes to town and like a rough version of Close Encounters or I don't know. It just, and I love those kind of movies. And that's what the feel you get from Rom from beginning to end. There's like evil scientists and like think tanks and he even falls into like a mine shaft and fights a lizard monster at some point. It's all that campy 70s goodness. This is like candy to me. I could never give it less than a 3. And that's what it is to me. It's a 3. It's not a 4. It's not the best series ever out there. It's a good series. You will be pleasantly surprised if you stick with it. If you stick with it and you read it from 1 to 75, you will find little nuggets and little treasures and things you're like, well, that's kind of neat. Like, why not? But you do have to kind of put your brain on the back burner a little bit and just have a little bit of fun with it. If you're not going to be doing that, then yeah, it's laughable, it's comedic. And I do think it is, though, to Chad's point, due for some sort of kind of cool remake anyways. J.A.
Yeah, I just wish they would have gone into space a little bit earlier. I thought we spent a little bit too much time in West Virginia, and I felt constrained. That being said, some of the stories were interesting. The Dire Wraiths would have been nice to see Magic show up since they're dealing with Limbo, but I guess whatever. I don't know, 2.75 to a 3, 2.75, I guess. Batteries. It's a fun read. It's, it has the problem that Bronze Age comics tend to have sometimes where they overtell the story. There's a lot of exposition that's not needed. The biggest thing, and I feel like I'm harping on it too much, is you have this big, noble space knight. Why are you sticking him in West Virginia? Let him go be a space knight in space.
J.A. hates West Virginia.
He loves space.
I know. I hate the western part of Virginia.
You and John Denver. Wait.
So, yeah, it's adequate. It's well told. Some good ideas, a lot of world building. I just thought the world was a little bit constrained. And it gets bigger, but you've got to, when does that happen? Issue 25? Issue 40? When does he get into space and be actually be a knight in space?
All right. Mikey.
Yeah, I'm going to give it like 2 9-volt batteries, but one of them is kind of like on the fritz. But it would be a total 2. I get the feeling that if the battery was changed, it would be better. Like, I feel like it's just kind of getting its legs. It's silly, but books back then were silly, and it's Mantlo. I like Micronauts. I think he has a way of doing something interesting with a lot of stuff. I don't know if he was involved in Crystar, but I also liked Crystar. That was another toy line that tanked, but the comic was kind of cool.
Joe Duffy.
Oh, it might have been Joe Duffy. Yeah. It's not something I totally like. I didn't totally hate it. It didn't grab me yet. Like, I dig Rom. I like Rom. I think the Wraiths become more interesting later on. The Skrull connection's kind of cheap, but kind of expected. But so we'll see. I'll keep reading it because why the hell not? Right? I'm not going to buy the omnibus. I almost did.
Wow. I almost did. Damn it.
I did. I almost did. I'll tell you what.
They've already got second volume coming out, and I noticed that they only went up to issue 50 in the second volume, so they could put out a third volume. I think they could have got the entire run in 2 volumes.
No.
Marvel's omnibus thing. Can we just segue for a second? Marvel's omnibus thing pisses me off because reprinting all of the Dark Horse Alien stuff, I got the first one for like $65, and then the second and third and fourth ones are like $250.
Stop them from being able to republish then, though.
Yeah.
Right? If they lose the license in the future, can they, like, certain books you can republish, because if they're in the interior pages but they're not on the cover or something, you can republish, or they're like there's a percentage, right? It's weird though. It's
in the agreements, and so that's listen, this is advanced collector mentality. If you ever see books with celebrity likenesses or with crossovers with other companies, chances are really good that those aren't going to be reprinted, because a lot of the agreements to use those characters, are one-shot deals. Like I was listening to a thing with the Saturday Night Live, the Primetime Players, and Marvel Team Up.
Yeah.
You'll never see that issue reprinted because the permissions that they got it was a one-time deal, and all the proceeds had to go to some charity unless they pay to get that license redone.
That's like the Uncanny X-Men Volume 2, which they have yet to reprint for God knows reason.
But when they do reprint it, they're going to change the cover spine.
Oh, yeah. That goes without saying.
That's why you print your own. Print your own spine.
All right, Chad, you were the one with the most interesting take on ROM. How does that equate into a rating?
Yeah, so I want to start off by saying I don't think this was bad. I genuinely think this is something that was aimed at kids. It did not speak to me nearly on the level of G.I. Joe books from a similar time. But I do love the Sal art, and whereas it was tough to get into at first, there were issues I genuinely enjoyed. And that soap opera aspect is something where, I read through issue 12 and I'm like, oh wait, what happens next? With that said, like the overall tone I did think was dark for a kid's book. I thought some of the things that are going on there, like that is nightmare fuel, where it's like, no. Only the Space Knight can tell with his analyzer who's real and who's not real. And then those are the people he's got a bird doing Chris.
I love it.
So dark stuff. Did I enjoy my time with it? I absolutely did. Am I going to go through and read the rest of the 75 issues like I told you I would do last year? I don't know if I'm going to do that.
It's hard to stop. It was a little bit of a slog.
But I did, so I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I'm going to give this a 2.5. I enjoy it for what it is. I can tell why the ROM devotees out there enjoy ROM. I could see sparks of that. But at the end of the day, moving on.
All right. Well, one thing that we hope that you move on with is our recommendations. Comic books that you can pick up in addition to either the ROM Omnibus, which is out now in comic book shops in a variety of awesome covers, Volume 2 coming out soon, or you can just find a bunch of issues in dollar bins as long as you can find one. Issue 1 is still pretty pricey.
By the way, missed opportunity, call it the Romnibus. Right? Come on.
It is true.
Romnibus. You got issue 1 from my buddy at the.
I did for $15. That was a steal.
Good guy, that guy.
Well, we're going to go ahead and start off with Jay Scott. So, Jay, what you got for us this week?
Okay, well, it's a good thing that Rom is not a robot, but a cyborg, because if he was a robot, he would get smashed and killed by Magnus the Robot Fighter. I am recommending Magnus Robot Fighter, the original Valiant run. That's from the early 90s. You can pick up the first couple of trades pretty cheap on Amazon, $4, $5, $6. Around there, and that covers sort of the introduction of Magnus the Robot Fighter in the year 4001, where he's fighting robots. So if you don't like robots and you want to see them smashed, get some Magnus.
Oh, this got Jim Shooter writing it, and there's like all that free will stuff.
And as we're talking about, another great licensed comic. It will not be reprinted.
Why? Have you ever read any of the Gold Key stuff?
Yes, the Gold Key stuff is very vintage. The newer Dynamite and Dark Horse Magnus, I'm not as much of a fan of.
But there are collections of the original vintage Magnus, but they're tough to get.
They put them out in some really nice hardback editions, but it's man. I mean, we're talking like you need to take out a second mortgage to buy these things.
It's that Russ Manning art. Yeah. Any case. Mikey, what you got for us?
From Space Knights to sort of like Space Marines, I guess, or Army, I'm going to recommend the Alien Legion, which was created by Carl Potts, and it was written by Alan Zilinitz, with art by people like Frank Sirocco, and then Chris Warner, and a bunch of other, Larry Stroman, who also, he drew a bunch of issues. Stroman stuff is really good. It had multiple volumes from Epic, and then a few random miniseries and one-shots here and there, but Alien Legion is a lot of fun. And if you've never read it, you should.
There you go. All right, Chad, what you got for us?
So I'm going to stick on the license tip, and I'm going to pick one that is more recent. I'm going to go with the first bunch of Daniel Warren Johnson's Transformers comic, which I already told you guys I was always a G.I. Joe guy, not so much the robots in disguise. But give it to somebody like Daniel Warren Johnson with his crazy kinetic energy. You get to see Starscream and all the machinations that he goes through to get control. You get Optimus Prime, gets his arm ripped off at one point. I'm not going to tell you whose arm he gets, but it's pretty badass. And I know Daniel Warren Johnson, I don't know if he's going to continue, if he's going to come back to the title, but he's jumping off here shortly. So while he's there, enjoy it while you can. Transformers, it's coming out of Robert Kirkman's Skybound Studios. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And kind of wrap things up, I'm going to bring it back to the beginning of the show with talking about another great series that you can find in Buck Bins, because I found all 4 issues in Buck Bins, and that is Hawkmoon. Jewel in the Skull in particular. It is a 4-issue adaptation of the Michael Moorcock novel of the same name. Michael Moorcock wrote a lot of different novels all about a character that he called the Eternal Champion. That's right. It was a variety of different characters and, all different kinds of places and times, but there would always be this Eternal Champion that would rise up. And Hawkmoon was one of them. Just like some of his more famous brethren like Elric and Corum. Hawkmoon's more of a traditional all-around good guy, though. Written by Roy Thomas with some tremendous art by Raphael Kanan, with inks by the immaculate Alfredo Alcala. This is a wonderful slice of high fantasy and swords and sorcery with sci-fi undertones. Captured as a slave, Hawkmoon has a deadly jewel implanted in his forehead and is told to serve the Empire of Grand Breton. Is kind of just saying Great Britain. Or else it'll kill him instantly, but he basically escapes from them and goes to a neutral country, builds up his own empire, and
so essentially a Suicide Squad member.
Yeah, pretty much. If you want kind of a real page-turner, huge armies, doing battle, bat monsters, all kinds of just great stuff. And again, I found it for a buck a piece. And there's also a variety of other series that follow this one. So if you like Jewel in the Skull, which is the first one, see if you can find the rest of them, because they're all good.
Hey, when you said Hawkmoon, I was first thinking the U2 song.
Hawkmoon 260, yeah.
A lot of people think
got Bob Dylan playing the Hammond organ.
Titan, British comic book company, did a really nice hardcover reprints of all of those Michael Moorcock comic adaptations, and Hawkmoon is one of them, and the Corum and the Elric and all that stuff. Good choice. So Marvel has the rights again.
Yeah, they could actually put Rom in a book.
I was going to say, has there been any, because he's going to be popular again, because that's what happens. You know, they get something back, I haven't heard any definitive plans to put Rom in any books. They have released recently some variant covers with members like Spider-Man and Rom. But they put Conan the Barbarian with like Punisher and like Savage Avengers, right? Yeah,
so like
that's what I'm saying.
They're gonna do something. I think it'll make more sense with Rom, though. I think that the cosmic side of Marvel has enough out there that Rom would make sense. In any case, we hope that you're picking up all of the cool books that we've mentioned on the Last Comic Shop this week, and you can continue to find more books by listening to us every single week. That's by going out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com and rate, reviewing, and subscribing. We're also on YouTube. We've got a growing YouTube community out there, and every single day, if you don't have enough time for the full episode of The Last Comic Shop, you can check out our Last Comic Shop shorts. Yes, 1-minute little clips for those people that like to swipe. So if you're just one of those people that like to scroll, just listen to a bunch of those in a row, and you can find those on our YouTube channel.
I don't think we should call people that like to swipe. That just sounds all kinds of wrong.
Swipe or no swiping.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, speaking of all man, while we might be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to be the Last Comic Shop. So we encourage all of you folks out there to hit up your local stores where you could potentially find those buck bins. We're lucky here in the Pittsburgh area. We have a ton of great shops with a ton of great things to pull from where you could dig in and try to find some of those old Valiant issues of things like Magnus the Robot Fighter or Alien Legion, or maybe some of these Transformer copies got damaged with the Daniel Ward Johnson. They might be floating in there. Or Hawk Moon by Michael Moorcock, or the book we were talking about today. Or you could just go up to the counter and ask for that Romney bus. But all that and more waits for you at your local comic shop. And then you can always swing back around here and support us picking up some merch.
Well, this week, a special on metal armor shirts, but don't wear them too long or they might fuse to your body. That was something we didn't talk about. How the guy became the cyborg. He thought he was just putting on some armor, and then it became him. And it's like, that's horrible.
Yeah.
There's a real serious body horror going on. I think
it's not written for 10-year-olds. Like Bill Mantlo got thrown this and was like, here, make this kiddie book. And he was like, hell no. This is all kinds of creepy sci-fi. I love him for it. What else can people find out there on our website, Mikey, for their comic book supplies?
They can find a wonderful discount code for BCW supplies, like all of your boxes and your bags and your backing board, so you can hermetically seal all of these comics that your wife doesn't want you to buy. And and you can get a wonderful discount by just going to the site, ordering your stuff, and putting in the discount code LCSPOD. That's LCS, Last Comic Shop, POD. And that will get you your wonderful discount from BCW Supplies, which are really the best boxes you can buy.
They are. The self-sealing baggies.
God, I love those things.
So good.
I know some people hate them, but I love them.
All right. Well, we hope that you love The Last Comic Shop enough to come back next week. Until then, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Jay, Scott, and Chad Smith, as well as the wonderful Mikey Wood. Stay tuned for more of the Merry Marvel March Society next week. Until then, stay safe, stay Rom-tacular, and if your buddy tells you he's coming to some money, tell him it's better to use a Kleenex.
Oh my God, Doc. Oh my God, Doc.
No.
Sweet Louise.
You can't say that. This is a children's show.
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
Countdown to The Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Live from Metron's Furniture Showcase, it is now time for The Last Comic Shop! We got your Barker Loungers over here. They travel through time. This one has a cup holder. I want the chaise lounge.
That's right.
I want the one with that's got the little handle that you pull and it pops out the legs.
Yes. Yes.
My father's got himself a lazy boy with just... He doesn't even have to get up to eat his TV dinner.
That's right.
Oh, Ryan, will you put on the People's Court for me?
Family that has everything, it's the big Barta bed.
Does Big Barta come with it?
I wish.
And I was going to say, if you go in the back room, they have OMAC suitcase ladies, too.
They make the apocalypse toaster where both sides are the dark side. It took me a while. Like, I've been thinking of it. I've been like, well.
All right. It's the Last Comic Shop. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I'm joined by Chad Smith, J.A. Scott, and the wonderful Mikey Wood for another week. And if you haven't guessed, we're talking about more New Gods somewhat. It's not exactly a New Gods book. I know that we did Mr. Miracle a couple of weeks ago, but this is a book that I think we've wanted to read for quite a long time because Chad has espoused his love of this book. It's almost like a Chad month. We read Mr. Miracle, now we're reading this one, Chad.
So Mr. Miracle is probably my favorite modern comic book of the last 20, 25 years. And the book we're going to talk about today is probably my favorite team-up ever, let alone favorite crossover team-up ever. And it's in the argument for best single-issue story ever.
Wow. So what is it, Chad?
Marvel and DC present The Uncanny X-Men, The New Teen Titans.
Oh, yeah. Now, I was wondering, I know that they did a lot of these crossovers through the 70s and the 80s. We covered, Superman, Spider-Man on this show. Was this really the last one for a long time until the 90s when they started teaming up again?
It was simply because after this was the JLA Avengers with George Perez, and that one fell apart because there was actually supposed to be a sequel to this one.
And what we're talking about when we talk about JLA Avengers was not the one that they eventually made. But if you go back to our show, when we covered the one that they eventually made, Kurt Busiek and George Perez, we talked about the fact that this crossover had been teased as early as the 80s, and then they never made it because somebody wrote the script, Marvel didn't approve of the script, and it kind of fell apart. I think that was what happened.
Pages were being made without authorization, and then, as with any of those crossovers, both companies want to make sure their characters are getting an appropriate amount of shine, and they just couldn't come to an agreement, so the project fell through, and there was some bad blood amongst the parties involved, I believe.
It's essentially like the Fast and Furious movies with Vin Diesel and The Rock, right? It's like, I gotta punch you 5 times, you can punch me 4 times.
Yeah. I believe the Batman Punisher crossover was the next one that they it was that long in between them.
I can confirm everything we've just set up here. Our X-Men Teen Titans #2 is to be done by Wolfman and Perez for Christmas '83. Chris Claremont had even shared details what was going on in the X-Men stories to help Wolfman write the script. But Perez was doing JLA Avengers, which fell apart. And then he didn't want to do any of that stuff, and so it wasn't until 1994's Batman Punisher Lake of Fire that DC and Marvel joined forces again. Wow. And they pumped out those crossovers in the 90s like nothing.
What a bummer to be that's the first one that you did.
See, look at that. We pulled that all off of the top of our head. That's why you listen to our show. We actually do know what we're talking about.
Well, it's amazing any of us had sex. It's amazing. It's amazing. We have children. We have proof that we've had sex.
Well, one thing that we also can prove is the fact that we have weekly polls, right? You can go out to our Twitter page and you can see not only them every single week, because JA is nice enough to put out a new one, but you can go back and you can take a look at what the poll results were for previous ones. Or you can listen to our podcast periodically because JA is nice enough to do these poll recaps. Yes, over the course of December into early January, I think those were the last ones we didn't cover yet. We had some really great polls, and it's time that we deliver the results to you. So, J.A., what's the first poll on today's program?
Okay, so first poll was, who looks best in red and green? So this is a Christmas theme. There was some complaints that Mr. Miracle was not one of the choices, but he comes later in a new poll, so don't worry about the New Gods. We've got Robin, we've got Vision, we've got Jean Grey, and Poison Ivy.
Oh, all great picks. Mikey, who'd you vote for?
I voted for Robin because I got to. He walks around in those little tiny hot pants all the time. That's awesome. That takes a lot of ball. It takes a lot,
to wear pixie shorts and be confident in that.
Yeah, in honor of the book that we're talking about today, because that had the old naked leg Robin.
Yeah, it did, and a zoom in on the old crotchal area.
That's right. All right, Chad, who did you vote for?
I also went Robin. Believe it or not, I'm a huge Robin fan from back in my youth when that was my dream. I never wanted to be the number one guy. But Human Shield, sure, why not?
That's funny though, because you like Bucky too. Yeah, you like all the number 2s.
He treats even number 2 like number 1. So that's
all right. J.A., who'd you vote for?
I went with Jean Grey. You can't go wrong with a red head and a nice green suit. The Phoenix, come on, from the ashes and the fire and all that stuff.
Well, there's no question who I voted for. That's Vision. Like 100%. He's like in my top 5. My son came in and he's like, Dad, why do you like all the robots? I said, what do you mean? He's like, you like Vision, you like Machine Man, you like Dr. Doom. And I said, Dr. Doom is not a robot, sir.
I thought you meant like original Jean Grey, green miniskirt Jean Grey.
Oh, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she gave that uniform up, and then I guess Victor Von Doom found it at like Goodwill or something, and then he started wearing it.
All right, this isn't a Doom poll. Any case, who won?
Poison Ivy.
Oh,
really?
Hotness goes a long way.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, you got to know your audience with these polls. A lot of them are men that have been buying these comic books for years for certain reasons. Any case, what's the second poll?
This was around the many deaths of Lila Starr. Which comic book death had the most impact on you? Superman, Jason Todd, Jean Grey again, or Gwen Stacy?
Wow. I mean, I went with Gwen Stacy just simply because I'm a Spider-Man nut, and heck, they decided that was the end of the Silver Age when they killed her. So, like, it's the most important one of this list. I don't know. Chad, what did you think?
Yeah, I've told this story before. When I started getting into comic books, my cousin just handed me a stack of old school Spider-Man books. And one of those books was 122, which is the issue after Jean Grey's death. But it's Spider-Man confronting the Green Goblin as a result of it. And, boy, it was a great book to get me emotionally invested in Spider-Man and what he's all about as he walks away. As a young reader, just had a huge impact. So Gwen Stacy's my answer.
All right, Mikey?
Out of those things, I voted for Robin. That was a big deal when it happened. Like the whole call-in kind of thing. Like it did two things. It convinced me that like a whole lot of people still read comics because they gave the numbers. And it also convinced me that a whole lot of them are bloodthirsty. like they were. I voted for him to live. I did. It's true. I called in the 800 number or whatever it was, and I voted for him to survive. And I've seen the pencils of the pages for where he survived, and it's better that he died.
I will say, Mikey, that we were just talking off air about some of our favorite shows. Make sure you catch our interview with Jim Starlin on our year-end review data recap. And for the man who has everything, that's a show that has everything. But he talks about being the guy writing the book where he kills Robin.
Yeah.
And like what the reaction was and how like people were in Mexico buying him beers.
Oh, wow. But like he kills off everybody, doesn't he?
All right, Jay, what did you say?
I said Superman because I remember trying to buy all those black plastic Superman baggies.
Yeah.
And now they're worth nothing.
Yeah.
Now you can find them in
hold
the
on to
dollar.
those. There's still value there.
What was the eventual winner, though?
The eventual winner, Gwen Stacy, 41%.
All right, what was number 3, J.A.?
Best G.I. Joe baddie not named Cobra Commander. You had your choice between Destro, Baroness, Zartan, or Storm Shadow. Which I've got to admit, Storm Shadow I thought was going to get a lot more votes than Storm Shadow got.
Well, as our G.I. Joe aficionado, Chad, aren't there certain circles which consider Storm Shadow a good guy or at least an anti-hero?
Yeah, well, he has swapped sides so many times. He's gone back and forth between G.I. Joe and Cobra. It depends on the storyline, so I could see where that could be a disqualifier.
All right, well, you are our aficionado, so who did you vote for?
This is tough. This is like picking your baby. Like, I love the Baroness. I mean, that's affected how I see things. I love Destro with that chromed out face. Storm Shadow. How cool was it to have a bad guy in white? It's like the opposite of every Western ever. But the correct answer is Zartan. Not only does he lead the Dreadnoks, he had that super awesome action figure with the little swamp rider.
Right.
And he would change colors. He had extra faces you could put on, which never made any sense. They just fell right off. But he could change color in the fridge.
Well, that was the eventual winner, wasn't it, J.A.? Everybody agreed with that.
It was, yes. Zartan beat out Destro 34 to 31%.
Wow. Did you vote for Zartan, J.A.? You loved his
Of course I voted for Zartan. It was one of the action figures I owned. I didn't have a lot of G.I. Joes.
I voted for one lady. She wears glasses and she wears black leather. I mean, what else do you... Oh, jeez. Mikey, get us out of this. Who did you vote for, buddy?
I voted for Destro because it takes a certain man to walk around with that shirt and giant chest medallion post 1979. Like it takes a certain kind of man.
Definitely channeling his inner John Travolta.
I don't know though, man. He was supposed to be Scottish, but that cartoon accent was a weird Scottish accent.
Right. That's right.
All right, what was number 4?
Best comic book movie of 2022. And no, Black Adam did not qualify.
But we were kind. We also didn't say anything about Morbius. We put those two together.
Yes.
Plus, it was only 4 choices, right? I mean,
only 4 choices, yes.
So what were the 4 choices?
The Batman, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, or Thor, Love and Thunder.
And I voted for Thor, Love and Thunder, and everybody was yelling at me that it's hot garbage. And I said, no, I enjoyed that movie a lot. It had Jane Foster, and she's cute. It had Chris Hemsworth, and he's fun. Also cute. Yeah, exactly. Chad, your choice.
So honestly, I was between the Batman, which I really enjoyed, but I ultimately DQ'd because it was 3 hours long, and and so I went with my personal favorite, and once again, it's personal opinion on this one. I went with Thor, Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
I love me some old school GNR. I love that scene. I think that scene with the kids when they become Thors, that was just the embodiment of what I want out of the MCU. If they're going to market these movies at kids, give them a scene where they have that power. I loved it. And does it have its flaws? Sure. Is it for everybody? Absolutely not. But I enjoyed the heck of my time during Thor, so that's what I went with.
It was a good popcorn movie. Mikey?
I had to go with the Batman on it just because I just think it was just really well done. I've realized something about that movie is that I love it and I think it's incredibly well done, but I don't see myself going back to it much. Very dour and very serious and very,
and dark. Half the movie you can't see.
Well, yeah, I mean it's Batman, so that kind of that makes sense. The Black Adam movie was a really good Justice Society movie, or a really good Justice Society TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TV show I could go with. Yeah.
I'm still of 2 minds about that whole mess.
J.A.?
Well, I went with the eventual winner, which was the Batman at 62%. Thor, Love and Thunder coming in dead last at only 10%.
It's not aging well, is it? Like, it was okay. People were, like, okay with it right after it came out, but, like, now people are like, ugh.
Feels like the worm is turning on the whole MCU a bit.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well.
One thing that the worm's not going to turn on is our 5th and final poll. So what was that?
The best new god, not named Orion or Darkseid, because I figured that was too easy. So I wanted to get some other new gods some love and attention. Didn't matter. Only 2 of them got any kind of votes. So we had Mr. Miracle, Big Barda, Granny Goodness, or Desaad. Nobody voted for Desaad. Nobody likes Desaad.
Exactly. You know why that didn't work for you? You didn't put Funky Flashman. You would have put Funky Flashman Excelsior.
Yeah, no, well, he's a
character from.
He's a character in the new.
I don't think he's.
Or you could have put Bug.
Light Ray. Shut up, Light Ray.
No one likes Light Ray. Light Ray's such a useless.
Yeah. You could have put Forager down.
What's the dude, the guy who's the skis in the sky?
Black Racer.
Black Racer. No, nobody loves skis. Skis are never cool. Well, who won? It was Big Barda, and it was
Big Barda and Mr. Miracle, and Mr. Miracle edged out Big Barda. Probably the only time that Big Barda didn't win something.
Big Barbara.
That was great.
Well, that's our recap of the polls over the last couple of weeks. Make sure that you're going out to Last Comic Shop on Twitter. Every single week, JA is nice enough to put out another weekly poll, and you can vote on them so that you can listen to these shows in future and feel invested in the results. Coming up next, we hope you're invested in our comic book review. It is X-Men Teen Titans.
What happens when 20-something Madison is zapped into old-time radio shows? No technology.
I want to go to voicemail.
No Starbucks.
Don't call yourself a coffee shop if you only sell drip coffee.
And no one is PC.
I don't need no lip from...
Were you about to say woman? because I'm wearing a gun and I have no idea how to use it.
Madison on the Air serves to highlight the way we were and the way we are today, with original radio drama scripts adapted to include the modern-day Madison as she joins famous characters from radio's past, including Sergeant Joe Friday.
Just the facts, ma'am.
I've never actually said that.
Marshal Matt Dillon.
We're not having a shootout with a 10-year-old kid.
I'm too woke to be a part of this.
Superman.
I didn't realize how cold it would be flying like this.
I have to get into the higher atmosphere.
And many more. Visit us on the web at madisonontheair.com or find us pretty much any place podcasts can be found.
You talk so old-timey. I have no idea what you said, but it's adorbs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with what I mentioned at the top, one of my favorite stories of all time. Marvel and DC presents X-Men and Teen Titans. So let's start with J.A. Scott. Can you tell us the who's-its? And then Andy's going to give us the what's-its. And then Mikey's going to give us the why's-its.
Right.
All right. So this Marvel DC crossover is heavy on the Marvel side. Chris Claremont was the scripter with Walt Simonson pencils, Terry Austin inks. Terry Austin inks, Andrew. Terry Austin inks. Tom Orzechowski was the letterer. Glynis Wein and Rick Taylor did the colors. Louise Jones, the editing. Jim Shooter was the editor-in-chief, of course, at Marvel at the time. Len Wein, a contributing editor. And then you got a nice little thing here at the bottom, which I hadn't seen before. They do this now, but this is nice that they did this back in the 80s. New X-Men created by Len Wein and Dave Cockrum. The new Teen Titans created by Marv Wolfman and George Perez. So you get some creator credits.
Very cool. Before we get into the 10-cent synopsis, Mikey, do you want to tell us about the why's-its?
So, really, the reason this was done was for money. That's honest. That's the truth. Somebody saw the potential in making money in a joint crossover. Chris Claremont and Marv Wolfman kind of discussed it because both titles were extremely popular at the time.
Right. And both titles are very similar. They were kind of like sister books almost. Like they were written like
there was just the heyday of those characters. Like when I think of the X-Men or when I think of the Teen Titans, those are the lineups that I think of.
Interesting little tidbit about this. Originally, it wasn't going to be X-Men Teen Titans. It was going to be X-Men Legion of Superheroes with Dave Cockrum. But then Teen Titans was the new fresh hotness. And so Jim Shooter and I think it was Dick Giordano, but they decided to go with the hot hand. They wanted the two hottest books on the market at the time, and so that was not Legion at that point. Right. Teen Titans had surpassed them.
Yeah. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, this wasn't supposed to be the only book. There was supposed to be a second book that was released, and that's why this is a little bit Marvel heavy. Because this was the Marvel version. Just like, again, if you go back in earlier, there was actually both a DC version of Superman Spider-Man and a Marvel version of Superman Spider-Man with totally different stories. And they were supposed to do something similar to that, but best laid plans.
There you go. Yes. So, Andy, why don't you give us the 10-cent synopsis for what we did get, which was the Marvel-produced X-Men Teen Titans.
Right, and this is actually... I need a little bit of help with some of it. Because the beginning and the end always confuses me. It starts off with Darkseid and Metron. Metron is, I don't know, the guy in the chair. He goes and he wants to have all the knowledge of the universe and explore everything. And he wants to get past the source wall. If you know in DC, the source wall is this thing that exists out there, and it's like the edge of the universe. Like nobody can go past it. And so Metron's like, I gotta know! And Darkseid's like, here's the MacGuffin. Go take it. And he disappears. But Darkseid's like, ha, I have this other thing now. And he decides he's going to turn Earth into a new apocalypse, which is a fairly run-of-the-mill Darkseid plan. But he's going to do that by bringing back the Dark Phoenix. And so he goes and he tries to kidnap the X-Men so he can use this mind thing to bring back the Dark Phoenix's essence and then use it to blow up hole right through the middle of the Earth.
Yeah, he's sucking up energy from their minds and energy from places Phoenix has been.
So long story short, this gets the attention of the Teen Titans, who then come to kind of work with the X-Men, and the two of them, and Slade is in the whole thing. Like, I guess Slade was also the new hotness.
He was this was 82.
So they just worked him in. Like, that's my one caveat. I'm like, I don't know why Slade's in this. Like, I don't think it's necessary.
You're thinking too hard. It's a crossover.
Yes. Yes.
In any case, at the end of the day, though, they're all saved by the power of love. I think.
Yeah,
maybe.
Basically.
It's either love or revenge. It's passion. I don't know. Like, she just takes Darkseid and makes him a part of the Source Wall. Going into my initial thoughts is I really love this book. Like, don't get me wrong. From the beginning of this outset, this is comic books to me. These are the comic books I remember. These are the comic books I love. It's all in one issue. It's a great story from beginning to end, and it's got tremendous art. I may say on time and time again that I'm a fan of Walt Simonson's art. I'm a fan of John Byrne's art, but no. You know who I'm a fan of when it comes to art? That is Terry Austin. Terry Austin can take somebody's gorgeous work and make it incredible. And he does it with Walt Simonson here. At times, I had a hard time not thinking this was John Byrne because it looks so much like John Byrne's X-Men. And it's because Terry Austin's doing the ink. So I love art from beginning to end. Story-wise, somebody else can jump in. Chad.
Story-wise, who cares? This is the best story because it doesn't care. It drops you in, and the Teen Titans live in New York, and the X-Men live in New York, and it's all the same New York, and it's always been the same New York. They just haven't interacted to this point. Like, Cyborg is swinging by, and he's like, yeah, X-Men busted that up. Maybe we should interact with that team at some point and fight those bad guys. It's awesome. I remember we did our review of George Perez and Kurt Busiek's JLA Avengers crossover, and my biggest complaint was they spent so much time trying to justify the crossover that they didn't take advantage of what you really want in these big events. You want the characters to smash up, you want big action scenes, and does it have to make sense? It doesn't. It just has to be awesome.
Yeah.
And this storyline, man, oh man, you get everything you want out of a crossover. First and foremost, in terms of establishing who the characters are, you don't get better than Chris Claremont. And those opening training sequences in the Danger Room, where you're introduced to Wolverine and Nightcrawler and Colossus working together, and then they zoom out a little bit, you get Cyclops and Storm that are upstairs, and Kitty's coming in, and she made dinner, and it's like, you get the perfect encapsulation of the X-Men and who they are and what they're about. And then you shift over to the Teen Titans, and Claremont does a great job handling them, too. And whether it's, the way that Starfire interacts with people and, she's smooching people left and right and, you get Raven. Claremont, I think, does a better job with Raven than even Marv Wolfman. And then they throw in Slade. Why do they throw in Slade? Who cares? They threw in the Terminator because he is awesome. And not only does he handle the Titans and Shawn Michaels super kicks Robin in the face, but then he goes and takes out the X-Men. And Colossus is running towards him, and you get that 4-panel grid of, oh, you got this big, tough, armored metal guy? There he goes.
Yeah.
And then the Titans fight the X-Men, and then they're like, wait, we shouldn't fight anymore. Then they go into a giant spinny thing where they're taking all their memories, and that's awesome too, and that doesn't make a lick of sense, and who cares?
Right.
And and Darkseid and Dark Phoenix, and I'm talking a lot.
Okay, J.A., what are your thoughts?
It's just fun, and there's no consequences to it, so you don't have to worry about continuity, which is a thing when you're reading a classic X-Men book. You're like, oh, shoot, I've got to go read 500 issues before this point, so I understand what Chris Claremont was baking. You don't need to understand what Chris Claremont's baking. You get it all. It's like you went to the Annie Ann's and you already got the pretzel. You don't have to watch him make it.
Yeah, that's true. And the stuff you don't know, he gives you the breadcrumbs that you can pick it up in this one issue. All the Dark Phoenix stuff, like they handle all those humane moments, like with the parents, like, why would we have to go through this all over again? We've already grieved, and oh man.
I loved when Changeling turned into a giant Lockheed.
Wasn't that the best? And Colossus is just off to the side, like, I thought that was our thing.
Yeah. This is the bar by which all crossovers are measured by. I really think it is. And I don't think it's ever gotten really any better than I really don't. I really don't think there's ever been an intercompany crossover that's been this good.
I don't think it can get better.
Like, it depends on where you are with Claremont. Claremont does his thing where everybody talks a lot and says a lot of words that people don't actually really say, like flamin' and bub and shit like that, because people don't actually talk that way. They do in Chris Claremont books, and that's fine because he can't say what he really wants them to say. But the character voices all sound like they should. I'm sure he got notes and stuff from Wine on the Titans and things like that. But even they sound right. You know, they sound right. And none of them sound like each other either. Right. It's like they don't sound derivative. Like they all sound unique, and they all sound, and that's a hard thing to juggle when you have it's
even
just
when Robin is like, you know, breaking and entering an assault or crimes, Titans. Crimes that we've just committed.
Yeah. You know, that is a kid who was raised by Batman. You know, that is that. But no, honestly, I don't think it's ever gotten any better than this. And that opening shot of the source wall with with Titans in it.
Gods.
Yeah, the Promethean gods. Yeah, like I'm neck deep in New Gods right now. Like I'm really into the new, and I have no idea what the source wall is. Like I don't know. It's a wall, and it's the source. You know? Kirby was out of his goddamn mind. I have no idea.
Well, I've got some secret shames with some of my secret beefs in this book. I have two. They're very minor beefs. One of them was the fact that, and it bothers me with not only this book, but any of the crossovers between DC and Marvel, is the fact that these characters exist in the same universe. Like, that always bothers me. That's always one thing I'm like, oh, come on. Like, this doesn't happen. Like, this must... And so I have to take that little pill that's like, okay, this is some sort of mirror universe to which they actually do exist, that I'm not really reading my 616. I'm not really reading my DC continuity. It's like some pocket universe somewhere, because it bothers me.
But what bothers you about it, though?
Well, it's just simply because if they existed in the same universe, why haven't they interacted more often?
Well, for the same reason, like the Avengers, the X-Men, the Champions, they're all in New York City.
The Champions are in Los Angeles.
Oh, I guess that's true. But you don't see them like swinging around in the background of other people's books.
That's wrong. That's incorrect too.
And to correct you, these groups did interact. It was just off screen in Starfire's home world.
That's right.
She was sold into slavery.
And they interact in this book.
Yeah, they just bring it up here. They just have.
Yeah, I don't think any of that is.
Book. It was like when we read Superman, Spider-Man, the fact that they existed. Spider-Man's like, yeah, I'm going to finally talk about the fact I hung out with Superman before, and I'm like. Yeah, we get that, but that happened like 1,000 years ago, and you don't talk about it ever. You talk about the Fantastic Four all the time.
Yeah, but those are terrible. So it's okay.
The other thing that I had beef with was I didn't get the end, and so hopefully you guys can kind of help me out. It starts with the fact that when Dark Phoenix gets really pissed at Darkseid, she fires like, "Oh, I'm gonna have this massive revenge," and you know she's pissed, and Darkseid's just standing there with hands behind his back, like he's like. Cool as hell, like, yeah, this ain't gonna do nothing. And he gets, like, totally murdered. Like, I think Darkseid would have been like, okay, whoa, what's going on? But the last part returns into part of the source wall.
Yeah.
I don't get that!
Alright, here's what you need to get. One, Darkseid hubris. He thinks he's the toughest guy around. He hasn't met the Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix, the power of a god, the humanity of Jean Grey. Can't exist in either realm, and she uses her power to send Darkseid into the source wall. Nobody knows what the hell that is, but now he's a big head over there. Crossover done!
Hey, well, why later on Darkseid comes back? Like, what is it?
Of course he comes back. He's going to come back on Eastern Island with the rest of the heads.
Oh, come on.
It's comic book. Somebody brought him back off screen.
But the question is, what happens to Slade? He misses hitting Wolverine upside the head with a staff, and then he gets blasted by Cyclops, and then he's, for all intents and purposes, doesn't show up for the rest of the book.
I do want to point out the fact that this is kind of where I started to think that like Slade was being made out to be like the unstoppable greatest ninja, greatest assassin, greatest whatever, because like the fact that he takes out like the X-Men so easily.
Well, he is.
Well, yeah, and this is like his second appearance. This is you're building this guy up.
Oh.
Yeah, like he was
pumping his tires.
Yeah, he was in like the second issue of Teen Titans, which is one of the two that I don't have. So if anybody has one, Yeah, I mean, he was their main guy. He was their main enemy at that point. I mean, they had to have a little something for the Teen Titans fans. I mean, was he out of place? He was sort of out of place, but he was their big baddie at the time.
Yeah, and he's Darkseid's humanity liaison.
Well,
you need one of those.
I get it, but at the same time, I don't. Like, you're
gonna hire a guy who knows where all the best restaurants are.
X-Men fight Magneto. You're saying Magneto and Slade are on the same level? No,
that's why Darkseid didn't hire Magneto. Slade is a mercenary for hire.
Right.
It makes perfect sense.
Back me up, J.A. Come on. To get dispatched like that, please.
No, he's like sort of, the DC Sabretooth meets Deadpool guy.
I'm on an island here, all you guys. I still love this book. I'm just nitpicking.
I will say, too, you brought up earlier the Terry Austin inks. For years, I have loved this book. It did not register in my brain that this was drawn by the same guy who did Thor. It did not register in my brain that this was the same guy that drew X-Factor. Just because Terry Austin put so much of his own spin, his own panache, over top of the Walt Simonson art. I can see the Simonson art when I look for it, but at the same time, that Terry Austin finish, he might be one of the best. I'm hard pressed to think of another artist who's had such an impact over top of so many other greats. Like, how can you think of anyone else who's been able to take so many big name artists, whether it's Perez, whether it's Byrne, whether it's Simonson? He takes their art and he elevates it. These are guys at the top of the heap, and he elevates it even further.
Yeah, he's got to be number one. I mean, there's a couple that I think of when I think of really, really solid inkers. What Joe Sinnott, I always think about him in the old days. And Klaus Janson, I think, is a really excellent inker. But yeah, like Terry Austin. It looks like John Byrne. It looks, but it's not. It's because
it's John Byrne via Walt Simonson.
Exactly. And it's because there is one thing connecting them. And it's Terry Austin. How awesome he is, any case. What's also awesome is the fact that we've got ratings, and they're coming up right after these messages, so stay tuned.
As good as John Byrne is considered, I don't think there's anybody out there that's going to argue it's not better when Terry Austin inks him.
Do your hobbies include comic books, movies, television, and or video games?
Are you always behind with the latest news in the world of nerd?
Well, look no further than the Oblivion Bar, a nerd culture podcast.
Great Scott! Hosted by Chris Hacker and Aaron Knowles, the Oblivion Bar offers a weekly review of all the latest breaking news, in-depth discussions far beyond whether Han shot first, and newsletter section, where you, the listener, send in your questions to be answered live on the show.
New episodes every Monday, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and Google Podcasts.
I'm just so freaking excited!
You can also find us on Twitter at Oblivion Bar Pod.
Come join us at the Oblivion Bar Podcast.
Hope to see you there.
You ever wondered what comics Mark from Vale is into? What Zach from Left Behind's favorite MCU movies are? Well, Metalcore Nerds is the show for you. My name is Sean Mott, and here at Metalcore Nerds, we cover the latest things in pop culture, whether it be Star Wars, Marvel, DC, AEW, and everything else in between. You can listen to the show every Monday on Adobe Howl at 7 p.m. Eastern, or find it anywhere you find podcasts after it debuts on the radio station.
All right, gang, we are back at the Last Comic Shop, and it is time for us to give the ratings for Marvel and DC present the Uncanny X-Men and the new Teen Titans. J.A., you provide our rating scale on a weekly basis. What's it going to be this time?
Well, I used to live in China. They had the Great Wall. This has the Source Wall. So it's 1 out of 4 source walls, because it was this weird part of the book that kind of made sense, kind of didn't, and then at some point Darkseid's a part of the source wall. It looks like the Castle Grayskull.
I'm hard-pressed to think of times I've heard about the source wall other than this book and Infinite Crisis. Superboy Prime punches a hole in the source wall, and that's what...
And it was in New Gods, too, wasn't it?
in New Gods.
It was. There was one issue where Metron goes out there and is like, oh, look at this stuff.
All right, so Andy, why don't you start us off then? Give us your rating.
All right. Well, I might have nitpicked, And so as a result of that, I'm not going to give it a full 4 because I nitpicked a little bit. But I love it. I mean, so what's the closest I can get to a 4 without giving it a 4? That's a 3.95. Chad hates it when I do 3.95.
So much.
But there's just that little bit that I'm like, I don't like Deathstroke in this. Slade is, And then there's like that ending, which I don't understand with like Metron comes back and he's like, now I know how this is. Is it like the Dark Phoenix put everybody on the source wall? Is that what he learned? I don't get it. But read this book for no other reason than it is at the washhead, the high water point of both of these teams. Like this is, to Mikey's point, the best of the X-Men. This is the best of the New Teen Titans. This is at the height of their powers. And they join forces like Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Randy Savage, and boom! Mega powers exploding all over the place. It's great. And it's got Terry Austin inks.
All right, you mentioned Mega Mikey of the Mega Powers. What are you thinking there, Mr. Mikey Wood?
Man, it's 4. It's 4. It's 4. The fun thing about this one is, too, kids, is that it's not very expensive. It's not a pricey back issue to get. You can,
for reasons I don't understand.
Yeah, it's like $10 or something, maybe.
It's very affordable.
Yeah, so go out and grab it and read it. And remember, it was 1982, so things were a little different back then. But yeah, man, it's just cool. It is a wonderful introduction to both teams if you're not familiar with either of them. And a little sprinkling of the New God stuff if you're not familiar with that either,
All right, very cool. J.A., what is your rating?
Yeah, I was on the fence whether I'd give it a 3.75 or a 4, but I can't really find a reason to dock it anything. It's a fun book. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to dock it because I'm nitpicking.
That's because you got no guts.
I would have to give it a 3.75 because it's too happy. I mean, everything wraps up nicely at the end, as you would expect, and they're playing with Dark Phoenix, which, she just killed like a universe or destroyed planets, and now she's suddenly back. And this is before the whole Madeline Pryor thing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I guess Cyclops hasn't become a complete dick yet.
Yeah,
he's such a great leader. Did you see him calmly redirect Cyborg when he's calling him One Eye? He's like, and we have names, Cyborg. I'd appreciate it if you use them.
Yeah.
So a 3.75, huh?
I mean, I would be giving that just because I don't think it's a 4. I mean, this is the problem when you start the year with Mr. Miracle. This is not on the same level as that Mr. Miracle book. So, Chad, you've ruined this year for me. You've ruined it.
I'm sorry. There's too much good stuff.
Oh, he's got recency bias.
All right. So you're sticking with the 3.75 in your heart.
I'm sticking with the 3.75. Yeah, it's because it's the Marvel guys doing everything. There is a lot more Marvel than DC. I wanted a bit Teen Titanness in it. There we go. There's an actual legitimate criticism to knock it down a bit. There's not enough Teen Titanness.
There you go.
Yeah.
3.75. It has been noted and recorded in the official logs. And I will also record the correct answer, which is a 4. This
not a 5.
This is everything you want. Hold on, wait. 3.95. Yours was a 3.75. So mine is going to be a 4.30. A 4.3 to correct the errors that have been made in judgment, because this is the best of the crossovers. This is the roadmap that all crossovers can follow, because as Mikey Wood was alluding to, you could give this book to anyone. You can give this book to a fan of the X-Men, they'll learn to love the Titans. You can give this book to the Titans, and I think the Titans got a fair enough shake. They got their big bad guy, in addition to the DC Universe bad guy, Darkseid. And keep in mind, this is 1982. They're pumping both the tires of Darkseid and Deathstroke and treating Dark Phoenix in a respectful way. Like, they are respecting so much here and elevating everything by putting some of the best people in comics on this book. And like I said, this beats any other crossover I've read in terms of meeting the characters where they are, and it gets the edge over Spider-Man and Superman simply because Spider-Man and Superman are such a mismatch, right? The X-Men and the Titans, they merge almost immediately once they decide to team up, and they become one unit, and they're working together, and Cyclops is barking out orders, and Robin's strategizing, and everybody is playing to their own strengths, and you have those inter-character relations with Kitty and Gar, and Starfire laying the smooch on Colossus, because that's how she learns the language. There's just so much fun to be had. This is just, it's everything you should want in a crossover. It's everything I want in a comic book. And it's Chris Claremont at his best. It's Walt Simonson, who I'm assuming is doing a pretty good job because I love Walt Simonson. And it's Terry Austin on top. And oh man, it is beautiful. It is wonderful. I can't sing the praises of this book enough. And I was lucky enough to get this book before I had read the Dark Phoenix saga. I read this book before I'd even read a lot of the Teen Titans books. It's such a great entry point, and reading it again after knowing about Intergang and Parademons and Darkseid, guess what, gang? It's even better. Mm-hmm. This book is fantastic. It's 4.30.
Yes.
To correct all that came before.
I don't care.
Does keep track of the numbers. So
I don't care if Robin is Colossus's roommate and they never mention it.
Right, think about how many times Reed Richards has another college roommate they just brought up
for the blue. All right. Well, in today's program, we're going to do a little bit something different than recommendations. As you might have guessed, it was the new year just a couple weeks ago, and so we haven't had an opportunity to do our New Year's resolutions. Yes, our comic book New Year's resolutions. Each of us have picked something from the realm of comic books that we have pledged to do in 2023. So we're going to go ahead and start off with J.A. Scott. So, J.A., what is your New Year's resolution comic book-wise in 2023?
So my New Year's comic book resolution is to finally finish Dawn of X, which I've been reading for the last 2 years off and on. And this is 14 trades, so it's a lot. Each trade is, 5 issues, 6 issues of the X-Men and all the X books.
The Marauders, the X-Force.
Yeah, the Wolverine, Hellions, all those books. This is the whole Hickman X, so I am resolving to not only finish Dawn of X, I'm halfway through that, but then read all 14 trades of Reign of X, which is the next series, which sets up for the last one, which is Fall of X.
Oh, the Reign of X. Is there a lot of Wolfsbane in that one?
I don't know. I've got to get through Dawn of X before I could get the Reign of X.
Jeez. I told you at the start of the Hickman when we read Hawks and Pox, you're going to be in for a bajillion issues.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, hopefully they stick the landing. That's all I got to say about that. Chad, what's your New Year's resolution?
Okay, so I'm going to overshare. Christmas Eve, we had a pipe burst in my house, like many other places, and it flooded into the basement there. And so, currently, all of my vast comic collection is being packaged up and being dealt with by insurance folks. Thankfully, up to this point, knock on wood, no major damage that I know of has come to the comic collection, but it's just unavailable to me. And so, I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what's going on. But for my resolution this year, I'm going digital. I subscribe to the Marvel Unlimited. I got a subscription cooking for the DC Infinite. And so I'm going to be reading a lot more on the old iPad there.
All right.
And so I'm embracing the digital revolution of comics. And that way I can carry it all with me and it's not in a box somewhere. And we'll see how that goes. J.A.
I have a question for you, and maybe something you can experiment with. I know they do it in Comixology. I assume Marvel Unlimited and the DC have a certain thing like this, where instead of going page by page, you can go sort of panel by panel.
Oh, yes, I hate that.
That was going to be my question.
Given that a shot before, not a fan, but you know what is really cool, and I've already read a couple of series with this. On Marvel, they have their Infinite comics. A few weeks back, we spoke with Kelly Thompson. The reason I bring her name up is she has a Marvel Infinite book. And the way those work, it's like unspooling a roll of paper towels, where it just starts with a panel at the top, and then you just scroll down, and it keeps going and going and going and going.
Wow.
But the one I read, like 7 or 8 issues, was It's Jeff, which is her shark character. It's this little cutesy shark that's, palling around with the superheroes. It's so cute and fun. And there are a ton of other Marvel Infinite books. It's a new version of the form that I'm excited to give more attention to.
Well, there you go. Mikey, your New Year's resolution?
Well, my New Year's resolution is to read all this shit I've been buying. Like, you guys know, for the past, I don't know, not quite year, maybe 6 months or so, I've been like crossover crazy, DC crossover events, buying every single tie-in issue that has to do with the story. So I have to get through like all of it. Like I've got Forever Evil and Infinite Crisis and Final Crisis and Dark Knight's Metal and Dark Knight's Death Metal, like all these things that I missed out on that I didn't read while they were coming out. I have them now, short of any kind of like one book that's stupid expensive for some reason, and I'll read that digitally. And I'm putting them in chronological order based on comparisons of, like, I'm doing a lot of work, a lot of research in this. And I think also by decree of my beautiful life partner Cheryl, I need to step back on the actual physical books, because I can't afford a new house to build onto, or to build onto this house to hold my comics. So I think I'm going to go the digital realm as well, and we'll see. I've decided to tap myself off at 13,500 comics, and I'm about 200 away from that.
Oh my goodness! So you could always drop books in order to add more.
I could.
The space is finite, but you could remove matter.
Yeah, I have a couple of key things that, like, I do want to get New Teen Titans #1. I do want to get New Teen Titans #2 someday. But other than that, I'm sort of like tinkering away from things.
Curation. The word is curation.
Yes. Yes.
Well, for my New Year's resolution, I'm kind of going in the opposite direction from Mikey and Chad. After many, many years of kind of paring down my collection to just digital, I've decided to embrace the physical. That's right. It comes at a point in my life where I've actually got 2 young kids that love digging through dollar boxes. Yes, my 2 young kids have finally come of age where they're looking for all kinds of stuff, whether it's Spider-Man or Fantastic Four or Conan the Barbarian or whatever they can find, Simpsons. So they love going and looking through these boxes, and it's kind of ignited that love of just looking through boxes and finding treasures. And so one of the things I'll be doing this year is completing my collection of 2001 by Jack Kirby. That means getting 2001 issue 8, which is the first appearance of Machine Man. That's kind of a pricey issue, but I'm hoping to still get it for a good price. But the other thing I'm going to be looking for is trying to get the original 80 issues of Nexus by Mike Barron and Steve Rude, because that was a tremendous series, and I've got a lot of the original ones. I found them in 50-cent boxes. I got 1 in a 50-cent box. I got 2 in a 50-cent box. I got 3, 4, and 5 all in 50-cent boxes. So I think I'm well on my way to getting a nice collection of Nexus, that superhero / science fiction that I love with that great Steve Rude art.
Steve the Dude.
Steve the Dude. So yeah, that's my New Year's resolution, as well as the fact that we will, before the end of the year, read my favorite comic book crossover, which is The Incredible Hulk and Batman. I'm trying to save it for when we maybe do the live stream for The Cure later on this year.
Can we do a crossover month? Because I have a favorite crossover.
Which one's yours?
Planet of the Apes Tarzan. Seriously, I'm not joking. It's really, really good. It's better than it has a right to be. It's really, really good.
Well, if you want to hear all of these upcoming episodes, make sure that you're getting out to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a terrific place where you can find all of our episodes, including some of the ones we talked about today, like Justice League and Avengers, or Mr. Miracle, or New Gods. We actually did Jack Kirby's original run, although Chad says we should have read them all in order with all the rest of the Fourth World.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Well,
yes. That's the omnibus I have in my house.
Man, I'm doing that now, and those Jimmy Olsen books are hard to get through. Holy crap. But anyway,
but if you're looking for bags, boards, boxes, all kinds of stuff to keep your comic book collection looking fresh, make sure you're getting out to bcwsupplies.com. It's a terrific place where you can find all of that stuff, right?
And you want to use the promo code LCSPOD, so you not only get 10% off on your order, but they know we've got people out there listening and paying attention and buying stuff on our behalf.
Yeah, exactly. Every little bit of helps to keep bringing these great podcasts and these great comic book reviews to you.
And you can also find us out on the social medias out there. We are at Last Comic Shop. Twitter, if that's still there, on Instagram, Hive. I did Hive for a little bit, and then I stopped, and then who knows if Hive's going to happen. But I heard Fetch is a thing out there. I don't know if we're ever going to make Fetch happen, but just look for At Last Comic Shop, or you can always go back to the home base at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where not only can you find links to our socials, you can also find what else, J.A.?
That's right. We've got links to our merch store, crossover events this week, so you can get a Last Comic Shop t-shirt, which is also crossed over with, I guess it's just crossed over with the Last Comic Shop t-shirt. But
get another podcast shirt and sew it onto the back?
No, I've got it. You get a white one, you get a red one, you throw them in the laundry, crossover.
Nice.
Well, we've been talking to Noah about the new guys. You can get the Kirby Crackle one. Looks wonderful on a travel mug. Bam! You got to get that Kirby Crackle. And J.A., I think you're still talking about it's. Are we going to have a special shirt for St. Patty's Day in a couple of weeks?
We're going to have a St. Patty's Day, Patty not Patty, Patty with a D t-shirt special.
Yes, so make sure that you're looking for that in the month of February because you'll want to get it well before you're too drunk to remember that you bought it.
Like our own little version of a Shamrock Shake. Like,
minty.
That's right.
Any case,
that's going to do it for the show this week. We didn't have recommendations. Make sure you're still out there, even if you are going digital like me and Mikey. Make sure you're still supporting your local comic shops, where you can find things like X-Men Teen Titans, which is still very affordable. Mikey brought that up earlier. It's a wonderful book. Make sure you check out those 50-cent and dollar bins like Andy.
I'm commissioning Andrew in his 50-cent dollar bin store. He's picking me up the Unity crossover. Because you can get those for like 50 cents to $1.
Expensive. It's cheaper than actual omnibuses.
That's bound to be a great story when you get to it. Along with that Dawn of X you've pledged to read as well.
Keep us informed about how that's going. How many teeth you pull in there? In any case, we hope that you don't pull any teeth coming back to the Last Comic Shop because we're always pleasant to be around. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, is joined by Chad Smith, J. Scott, and the wonderful Mikey Wood. And until next week, stay safe, stay warm, and remember, if your New Year's resolution is to lose a little of that holiday weight, just turn into a snowman because those pounds just melt off.
Oh God. That's a Claremont joke right there. That's a Chris Claremont. There you go.
Because saving the universe is thirsty work.
I thought Allah's oop was a real term for the longest time.
Comic Shop was a 2023 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, welcomes back to that last comic place. Hey, you know, this is Louie, and I was wondering, hey, Pete, do you know if they's got any more of those Red Sonja's books here at this comic shop place?
I don't know, but there's something about a girl in a chainmail bikini that makes me worry about her temperature regulation.
That's what I'm talking about. She's got the nice tomatoes.
All right, guys. You're just making those voices up because Chad's not here.
When Chad's away, the dorks will play.
Oh, that is true. That is true. But J.A., who are we, actually?
We are the last comic book shop, and most days it is not weird men in a corner, or I don't know what you guys...
No, it is. It really is.
It really is.
It still is.
I am the host with the most, Danny Larson, and I'm joined by my regular co-host, J.A. Scott, and of course, our wonderful friend, Mikey Wood, who's in on a bevy of episodes, especially this year in 2023, man. You've been a regular here.
I'm your Fonzie.
It's true. You're the breakout character of the show. We should start charging you rent, though, because, I don't know, I keep on waking up and all the cereal's gone.
That's true. I likes it. Hey, Mikey.
But as Jay alluded to, Chad Smith, our other regular co-host, is out for the week on vacation, or maybe he got snapped away. Ooh. Why would he get snapped away, J.A.?
Because we are reading the Infinity Gauntlet and a little amuse-bouche in the form of Thanos Quest.
Oh, nice. Now, this is your pick, right?
It is my pick. I also went in whole hog and just read the Omni.
Oh, wow.
Well, real quickly, since we're talking about the Omni, you can get all of Infinity Gauntlet in an omnibus. What also does that include, J.A.?
Well, you get Thanos Quest, and then you get all of the Infinity Gauntlet crossover tie-in books. So a lot of Silver Surfer, and then, you get a Hulk book, Spider-Man, Quasar. I think there's even a Sleepwalker. Yes, you can get there's even a Sleepwalker issue.
Oh, boy. And you read all of it. You went whole hog and read even all of the cross-in tie-ins.
No.
I was going to say.
I delved into some of the Silver Surfers in the run-up. It's really interesting when they made the MCU movie how much they took from the art. Some of these iconic panels recreated it, of course, with the wrong characters because they didn't have the Silver Surfer and they didn't have Adam Warlock, and they got rid of all of the nuance in the Infinity Gauntlet storyline and just kept the gemstones.
Yeah, and I am so thankful for that.
Wow! It's a hot take on either side.
It is a hot take. We'll get into that.
Yeah, I can't wait for that discussion because it looks like we're on opposite sides of that fence for sure.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Well, as we'll get to my part of the review in just a second. If you are really interested in reading the Infinity Gauntlet, there's a lot of stuff from the late 70s that basically Jim Starlin did, which is also incredibly important for you to read, at least in my opinion.
Cosmic Cube
stuff, and Marvel 2-in-1 Annual number 2, I think, which is where Thanos first dies, and we'll get to it.
The whole Captain Marvel stuff with Drax and Thanos and all that stuff.
See? Was already educating yous on this shows.
Big dumb Drax.
But one other thing we'd like to educate you on is what happened with our weekly polls. That's right. Every couple of weeks, somebody tells me we got to do this thing where we recap the weekly polls that J.A. Scott has been nice enough to put out on our Twitter. Hopefully at some point, maybe it'll be on Threads or, I don't know, Blue Sky. We're also on those places, too. It's really weird. I have to post 8 different places now, which is, it just makes me mad. In any case, it's still on Twitter, and we haven't done a poll recap in a while, so we have a lot of polls, right, J.A.?
We do, but we're going to go through 5 today in the spirit of not overwhelming people with stuff they might not be very interested in.
Plus, these are some corkers in terms of, I think, Mikey Wood's responses, given some of what you mentioned in the pre-show. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get to poll number 1, J.A. What was it?
What is your favorite X-Men era? And then I broke it down into a couple. You had the Claremont era, which is like 70s, 80s. You had the blue and gold era. That's the Jim Lee sort of 1990s X-Men with the launch of the X-Men book. And, of course, you had then the animated series and all that stuff. You had the Morrison 2000s X-Men era, and then the current Krakoan age.
Yeah. The only one I think that was big that maybe was missed was that whole Josh Whedon astonishing X-Men. I think a lot of folks are huge fans of Joss Whedon and that particular
I am anti-Joss, so no Joss on my
That's all right. Just wanted to throw that out there to those folks. Why didn't that was not included? Any case, let's start off with Mikey. Which one did you pick in this one, Bob?
Oh, Grant Morrison era. Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to pick because I do like Claremont. Claremont is very and we'll get into this when we talk about Infinity Gauntlet. Claremont is also very verbose, and he has people they talk way too much. Excuse me. But Grant Morrison's take on the new X-Men was really interesting and did something really different. And it was the first time I ever read the book, and it felt like there were actual stakes. Like, how are they going to get out of this one? The twists were surprise twists. Like, it was really, really unique and wonderful, and that's why so many fans hate it. So they really did at the time. I think in hindsight, it's gotten a bit better audience, but at the time, they really didn't like it.
Well, it's one of the books I've never read, and simply because I know the twist with Magneto in it. So, like, I feel like that's already been spoiled. So I'm like, oh.
Well, that's not the whole. That's one page of a book. Oh, for God's sake! It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
J.A., which one did you pick?
I voted for the Krakoan Age. Well, one, because I'm heavily invested in it at the moment, and it's interesting comic booking, and two, because I knew that Claremont was going to win this one in the landslide. So.
Well, that was my pick. I mean, it's hard to go against the Claremont era.
So, yeah, 52% of the vote.
Well, he had a really long. How long was he on that book?
Oh, geez,
like really long time.
I mean,
he was on that book for I think like 6 or 7 omnibuses.
Measured time by omnibus.
Right. Well, no, I mean, it's like what, mid 70s through like early 90s, like at least 15. And not only that,
through when they started the new X-Men book. Right. Like after the first or third issue, he was like, "Okay, Jim Lee, you don't want to listen to me anymore. You don't understand how to write for comic book characters and set things up over a 10-year span. I'm out of here."
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And at the same time, he was writing, to Mikey's point, Excalibur. He was also doing New Mutants for a little while.
He did first 2 omnibuses of New Mutants.
So he was all about that X universe. Any case, what's poll number 2, J.A.?
Favorite Star Wars property, not the original trilogy. So prequel trilogy, sequel trilogy, the live action TV shows, or the animated series.
Oh boy. Well, I'm going to start off by saying I absolutely love the animated series. And I've loved them ever since Droids. I've been a fan of any time Star Wars is animated. Back in the day, it was the way that you could do a lot more, because you can always do a lot more in animation than you can in live action. The suspension of disbelief is a lot easier because it's already a cartoon, so you can just have vast, massive fleets of ships fighting against each other. And I will say this, that the Clone Wars series, both the Tartakovsky, I never know how to pronounce his name, but that series as well as the more recent one, those really saved the Clone Wars and the prequels for me. If that hadn't been there and provided all that great backstory, Ahsoka Tano and all that stuff, that would have just been a miserable experience for me. So love that, love Rebels, love Tales of Jedi, all that stuff. Mikey?
Probably the same. I really like those animated shows. Some of them take a little bit of time to get rolling. I'm not crazy about the Ewok series because it was really made kitty, but it's cute fantasy stuff. But I really dig that Droids cartoon from the 80s, man. I love it. I don't know what it is about that show, but I really dig it.
So, right, J.A.?
I think I went with the prequel trilogy. What interested to me in this poll was that the sequel trilogy, man, the bloom has really fallen off the rose on that one. That got the 4% of the vote. I remember when Force Awakens came out, everyone was like, "Yes, Star Wars was back. It's so awesome." It's like it was the anti-prequel trilogy. It was the special effects were all lived in, and it wasn't just computer generated CGI and all this. And now everyone's kind of like, oh, it was just sort of retrograde. And
I do love them. like I think Last Jedi is like my second favorite Star Wars thing.
So what was the eventual winner, J.A.?
Animated series won 40% of the vote. Live action TV shows came in second at 36% of the vote. So they were up against each other. And I don't know, third season of Mandalorian had to follow up on what is probably the greatest live action television Star Wars series that has ever been made.
Andor.
Yeah.
You got Dave Filoni, and you have a single, almost kind of single vision for where the story is going. Him and Jon Favreau. I mean, they're building a mythology, and it's not a lot of different voices coming in all over the place and adding things and then taking things away. It's more consistent, which I think helps a lot. So, any case, poll number 3, J.A.
Best set of MCU movies. Was it the first 3 Captain America movies? Was it the first 4 Thor movies? 3 Iron Man movies? Or the 3 Guardians movies? So which of those runs did you think was the best?
Well, we'll start with you. What did you think, J.A.? What was your vote?
In terms of sort of compact storyline, storytelling, Captain America 1, 2, 3. It's got the best movie of all of the entire MCU, Winter Soldier. So I went with Captain America.
Yeah. What'd you say, Mikey?
Same. I mean, Civil War is basically an Avengers movie. But really, I think if you had to sit somebody down who's never seen any of the MCU things, like I'm trying to get my girls to watch, but they're really not interested. But it would be like the 3 Captain America movies and then the Avengers movies is almost what you could whittle it down to. Yeah. I mean, there's certain things that they may not get from prior movies, but really, if you had to whittle it down, that those are the ones. So yeah.
I think that I agreed too. I mean, I gave that the nod, and I felt it was because those movies, I think they're a little more universal than even the Guardians of the Galaxy, although Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2 were very, very strong. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was strong too. I liked that movie a lot, but like, honestly, for my money, my favorite MCU movie of all time is actually Captain America, the First Avenger. I really love Joe Johnston's direction in that. I love the storyline. I just love that movie. I really, really do. Was that the eventual winner, J.A.?
Captain America won 47% of the vote. Guardians came in second at 34% of the vote. Thor dead last at 3%.
Wow.
The second Thor movie is pointless. It really is. Like they had Christopher Eccleston as a villain and did nothing with him, like nothing at all. And I think that may be my least favorite Marvel movie as a whole, Thor: Dark World. But that's not saying that it's bad. Like even my least favorite MCU movie is at least entertaining. Like it's entertaining enough. It's fine. It felt like it was just made just to have a vehicle for that Infinity Stone thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just was. It didn't do it for me. But
all right. What was poll number 4, J.A.?
Best Queen movie soundtrack. There were only 2. Flash Gordon or Highlander.
Oh.
So it was mano y mano.
Wow.
There can be only one.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I know what won, and I think it was the one I voted for. I voted for Flash. Just because I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the movie, as you might go back to our archives and listen to that episode, just simply because I think it was uneven in tone. But like that soundtrack is just, man, that's the best. I mean, The Highlander is a better movie, but just soundtrack wise, Mikey, what did you pick?
See, this is so difficult. It's so difficult. Okay, probably Highlander. And they technically didn't really do a soundtrack for Highlander. They did songs that were in Highlander, and the album was called A Kind of Magic, and it's also got One Vision on there, which is one of the greatest opening tracks in the history of the world. But so, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with that, just because like the Flash Gordon one is a soundtrack proper with instrumentals and things like that. But I prefer that. Although there's some crap on that album too. But pain is so close to pleasure.
All right, J.A., what'd you think?
Oh, I went with Highlander.
I mean, but you always loved that movie. I mean,
yes.
I
like the songs.
Okay.
The songs are better. I mean, you could listen to some of those songs outside of the movie and you'd be all right, rocking down the street. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that you're going to be like rolling down the highway pumping out Flash. Well, maybe you will. I don't know.
Never driven with me.
That's the only one that anybody knows is that primary theme. Even though the hero theme at the end is the better piece. Man, but that song is so good.
Well, what one, Jay?
Flash. Yeah. 57 to 43.
Whoa!
Ooh, that was close. Not by much, but all right. Fifth and final poll, J.A.
Best Western movie, and obviously there's a ton of Western movies that have been made. It was The Wild Bunch, Unforgiven, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, or High Noon.
You're right. There were a ton you left off this list. Where was Good, Bad, and the Ugly? Where was The Searchers? Where was Stagecoach? Where was She Wore a Yellow Ribbon? Where was The Man That Shot Liberty Valance?
Where was Outlaw Josie Wales? Where was Lust in the Dust?
So let's go real quickly around and say, name one other one that should have been included that I just didn't say. So, Mikey, one Western that you would have put on this list.
Silverado.
Ooh. All right.
I love Silverado. Silverado's so good.
Okay. J.A.?
310 to Yuma.
Oh, yeah. That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. I was very surprised no Magnificent Seven. The original Magnificent Seven with Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen.
That's a remake.
The Greedy Guy and Knife Guy and Charles Bronson.
You could go with Once Upon a Time in the West or Shane.
Yeah.
So Unforgiven won. I think it was name recognition mostly. I was disappointed that The Wild Bunch came in dead last when it's arguably the best of the four.
Wow.
See, I would have chosen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid myself because it's a comedy. I mean, it's sort of a comedy. It's
a wonderful movie. It's a feel good movie. Paul Newman in that is just great.
Yeah. But The Wild Bunch was a groundbreaking movie. It was one of the first movies to have that sort of level of violence in it, and
blood squibs. Yeah, blood squibs, baby.
Yeah.
But in any case, that was all of our polls for this week. So make sure that you're checking us out every single week. Still on Twitter at Last Comic Shop, so you can vote in these wonderful polls that J. Scott puts out. Coming up next, we're going to be talking about some gems. Are we going to bedazzle your gloves with the Infinity Gauntlet? So stay tuned.
A world where ancient disease-spewing warlords battle planet-sized robots, where fallen Greek gods wage war against cybernetic undead unicorns, all in a day's work for the Lords of the Cosmos. Lords of the Cosmos, the critically acclaimed indie comic series, is about to return with a plus-size issue 5 coming soon on Kickstarter. A perfect gift for fans of old Saturday morning cartoons, retro vintage babes, and 80s-style mayhem. Join the Lords of the Cosmos on their latest adventure by signing up for the Kickstarter pre-launch at jasonlennox.com.
Hey there, listeners. We're the Let's Talk Marvel Fan Theories podcast. Two sisters and Marvel fans who discuss all things Marvel content, including the Disney Plus shows, the movies, fan theories and predictions, Marvel news, and other hot topics in the MCU.
Join us each week when new shows are airing on Disney Plus as we break down our thoughts on each episode, predictions about where it's going next, and potential implications for the wider MCU. We also share predictions and reactions to all MCU and MCU adjacent movies and tackle other fun topics on a bi-weekly basis when there aren't any shows airing. You can find Let's Talk Marvel Fan Theories on your podcast platform of choice, or check out our blog at letstalkmarvelfantheories.wordpress.com.
So come along for the ride, because Marvel just blew your mind. So let's talk about it.
So we are back, and we are talking about the Infinity Gauntlet with a nice little amuse-bouche in Thanos' Quest.
It certainly was amusing.
That's awesome.
So, Mike, who did Thanos' Quest first?
Oh, God.
Well, the writer was the same, but I don't think the artists were the same as on the Infinity Gauntlet book proper.
Both were written by Jim Starlin. Infinity Gauntlet had art by George Perez for the first 3 issues, and then Ron Lim took over. And then the Thanos Quest, all the art was by Ron Lim.
And Tom Vincent did the colors on Thanos Quest, which is very different. It's sort of pastel-y. So, Andrew, give us the 10 cents. Oh, I guess it's 20 cents since you're giving us a synopsis of both.
So yeah, the 20 cent or 10 cent or however much you want to pay for this synopsis is Thanos is resurrected by death because she feels that there are more people alive or ever living than dead, and so
there's more people alive in the universe at that moment than have ever died combined. Which
it's wonky. But long story short, she's like, Thanos, come back and kill a lot of folks. And initially, Death thinks it's just going to be Thanos, like, I don't know, killing them one at a time. Because that makes sense. I don't know. But he says, no way, man. I'm going to take some shortcuts. And an easy way to kill lots of people all at once is to get the Infinity Gems, which weren't a thing at that time. I know that everybody knows about the Infinity Gems, but up until this series, the Infinity Gems were like minor parts of the overall Marvel continuity. But simply put, Jim Starlin brings them into sharp focus in Thanos' quest. They're held by 6 of the elders of the universe, which are the last remaining members of certain races. And most of them you've met before, whether it was the champion or the runner or the gardener or the grandmaster and collector, who are probably the most famous of the bunch. But long story short, he goes around and he tricks all of these folks or beats the crap out of them or whatever to get the gems. And then from there, he puts them in a gauntlet and decides he's going to snap away half of the universe's population. You know, again, like any good husband, trying to take every shortcut possible to just get the job done for his missus. Evidently, that pisses her off because she's like, oh, well, now I got to be subservient to you because you've got all this ultimate power. But it's weird.
Why does she have a skull face and then doesn't have a skull face?
Because she's supposed to be showing the two aspects of death. That death is both like something scary and then something that's beautiful.
But like she just suddenly doesn't. Like she's like a skull, and then it's. Did he just not want to draw a skull anymore? Or is it just like she just suddenly doesn't like? I don't know.
Listen, but look, at the end of the day, all the Marvel superheroes team up and they try to get the Infinity Gauntlet, but it was really just a ploy for Adam Warlock to set up other chess pieces on the board. And sooner or later, Thanos fails. He becomes a farmer for a while. And it was all because in the end, Thanos really never...
Subconsciously, he set his own failure in motion, allowing Nebula to take control of the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's the 10-cent synopsis or 20-cent synopsis of it. And then again, for those folks that have never read it before, there is some supplemental reading, which I highly recommend. Not only that you can get in this omnibus, but simply put, this story starts way, way back. Thanos' first appearance in Iron Man 55, and then later in a bunch of stories called The Life of Captain Marvel, which you can get in a collection. It's the original Captain Marvel, Marvel. Basically, Thanos has a plot way back then to do the exact same thing, except only with the Cosmic Cube. And Captain Marvel beats him the same way. And later on, he tries this again with one of the Soul Gems, back when there really was only one, in trying to destroy.
And they were all just green, right? That was one thing in I don't know if that was the colorist or they just hadn't worked it out yet, because in Thanos' quest, all the Soul Gems were the same color. Yep. And then by the time it got to the Infinity Gauntlet, they changed the colors. The colors in the book don't correspond to the colors in the MCU.
Yes, and that bothers me to no end. But to just wrap it up, great issue which you can get, which is Marvel 2-in-1, I think annual number 2. It's weird that it's in a Thing book, but it's actually where Thanos dies and he tries to blow up all these suns or whatever. And he fails in that subconsciously on purpose as well.
What's the one where he has the helicopter that says Thanos on it?
That's a Spidey super stories.
Oh, okay. I
the
guess
Thanos character.
That explains
But
it.
any case, one of the things that I wanted to talk about on today's program was something that we just talked about earlier in the show, which was now that this whole storyline has become gigantic because of the Infinity War movie and Endgame and whatever. Which one do you prefer? And I guess we're going to start off with kind of J.A., not only his initial thoughts, but like then how it compares to the MCU, and then we'll get Mikey's thoughts. So J.A., revisiting this, what'd you think? And then what do you think in retrospect now?
It reminded me why I loved it so much the first time I read it, and it then showed me how much was lost in translation when it went to the MCU. That being said, I don't think some of what they have in the book they could have transferred to the MCU, because it would have been really boring. I mean, there's like 3 issues of Thanos just trying to impress Death with all this different stuff and questioning and going mad and then trying to come back from going mad. The big climactic battle isn't so much of a battle because he's got the gemstones, so he just controls everything. And again, as you said, it's just Adam Warlock shifting pieces around so that he can set up Silver Surfer, trying to steal the gauntlet off the hand. Yeah, there's a lot of inner monologue with Thanos that I don't think would have gone over so well in the MCU. I prefer the book, though.
Okay, Mikey, now you said that... Okay, so, well, first of all, I'd never read I started, but I'm assuming Thanos Quest came out first?
Yes.
Okay, that was horrible. I hated every single moment of that book. Wow. I hated it. I wanted them to give the Infinity Stones to Thanos just to shut him up. Like, he just talks and talks and talks. I, Thanos, the mad god, shall bloppity bloopity blardity blar blar yakety yak yak yak, and then furthermore I will blippity bloppity blop with a side order of yama yama blah 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 blah. Like, holy shit, just give him the glove and send him on his way. And like, I didn't like Ron Lim's artwork in there. I thought all the costume designs were just cheeseball. I really had a hard time getting through that book, and I was like, holy Christ, that's 2 issues that could have been 3 pages. Like, every character refers to themselves in third person over and over and over again, like just the goddamn new gods. That's all it is. Like, it was
all right. I think so moving on to Infinity Gauntlet, right. Was that better?
A little bit. The first thing that grabbed me was George Perez was on it, so I was like, okay, this is comfortable for me, because it's debatable whether or not this is kind of like Marvel's Crisis. Not real. I mean, I guess that would be Secret Wars, but it has a very Crisis feel to it. All of these other characters came in. It was really neat to see who was gone, who wasn't gone, all this kind of thing. And it did grow on me. I just think Starlin, like we had talked about when we did the Crisis show, I think Starlin, like Wolfman, and like that whole era of writers are just super verbose, and they just really overwrite things. And you can look at it that way, or you can look at it like it's a like Wagnerian epic. Like, that's what they're speaking. They're speaking in a very epic sort of way, and I can see why that appeals to people. I think maybe it's my ADHD or something, but it's really hard for me to, because it just sounds unnatural but I did enjoy Infinity Gauntlet by the end a bit more. I liked little twists and turns that were in there, and I liked the fact that really kind of Thanos just sort of like, well, I blew it, and now this is what I'm going to do. So when it comes to the MCU version, it streamlined a lot of stuff for me. It made it tighter because it had to, like J.A. said. They would have had like 3 6-hour movies if they wanted to do the entire story. But yeah, I enjoy how streamlined it was. I enjoyed how they changed certain elements of it. I liked the relationship between... It wasn't Nebula in the movies. It was
Gamora.
Yeah, kind of Gamora filled
the Nebula bit, and Iron Man sort of takes the Silver Surfer Adam Warlock amalgam term. Yeah. That's Iron Man essentially.
But there were some things that I didn't, because I'm not really a Marvel guy and I wasn't reading at the time. Like, I didn't know the reference to whoever Thor was that wasn't Thor.
Oh, that's Eric Masterson.
Okay. So that's not Thor.
That's Thunderstrike eventually.
Oh, gotcha. But so like,
right. Well, I'm gonna stick up for this particular book. I really enjoyed both Thanos Quest and Infinity Gauntlet, honestly, because I think for the same reasons, Mikey, that you enjoyed Crisis as a DC guy. This was like a culmination of a lot of Marvel continuity
that was coming together and kind of slamming. Like, for example, with Thanos' quest, you don't really understand Thanos' quest unless you read all of the Steve Englehart stuff of Silver Surfer, because like the first 10 or 12 issues at the same time as Kree Skrull War II is going on. Yeah, Silver Surfer's going around and meeting all the elders of the universe who have all the gems and things like that. So it's kind of putting a capstone on like, hey, there are these things that are kind of super important, and they've been always in the background, but now we're bringing them to the forefront. So that's kind of neat. I like Thanos' quest more just simply because, despite it being a little bit verbose, I like the fact that Thanos is very calculating on how he gets the gems. Like, there's a particular pattern in which he gets them and how he defeats, like, the In-Betweener and then, like, the champion next. And, like, it seems very calculated. And so it makes him a very interesting character. Again, the best villains are always the heroes of their own story. So that was really good. In terms of Infinity Gauntlet, there were actually some things upon this rereading post-MCU that I actually forgot were in there, right? In essence, the snap has become so important since, Infinity War and Endgame that, like, I forgot that the snap is actually in the Infinity Gauntlet. Well, but they don't spend a lot of time on it. They're just like, snap, and then people disappear. And like nobody cares. They move on. Go ahead.
I was going to mention that. Like, it felt like the snap, that element of it had way more impact in the movies than it did in the book.
Because there's no 5-year time frame between snap and then the fight back. It's like instantaneous. And the other thing is, like, Earth is careening off its orbit away from the sun.
Yeah.
Logically, physically, that can't happen. It's not how physics works, but whatever.
Yeah. Again, it kind of culminated a lot of continuity. If you read those other past stories with Thanos, you realize that, like, Adam Warlock was completely right in knowing that eventually Thanos would be his undoing, because he's always his own undoing, and it's going to happen again. I would have liked Adam Warlock to have been a little more, how do I say, confident in that approach, and been like, I don't know why everybody's worried about this, because, like, he's just going to end up fucking things up in the end anyways, because that's Thanos. His daddy didn't love him. I don't know. His mama didn't love him. I don't know. He's just got problems. Yeah. So I think my favorite issue in this entire Infinity Gauntlet was, and I think it was J.A.'s favorite issue back in the day too, because it had Ron Lim art, and it had all of his, hey, Andrew, these guys are the most powerful people in the universe.
Oh, yeah,
Which was Thanos versus, like, Galactus.
Yeah. Galactus and Chaos and Order and Love and Hate and all these Celestials, and they essentially destroy a galaxy or three in their epic. And the Watcher, just, I can only watch. There's two things I love about this is, like, the Watcher just refusing to do anything but watch, because that's all he does. And the Living Tribunal saying, hey, actually, he can do it. I might not agree with it, but he's not breaking any law.
and then Gamora turns him all to stone.
No.
So you know what's really interesting, actually, if you think about so with the MCU, early on, at the end of Avengers, where we see Thanos for the first time, there's that stinger. The character that he's talking to, I guess, is one of the aliens or whatever. He actually says, to trifle with the Avengers is to court death. And Thanos turns and gives a smile, like, to court death. I wonder if back then they wanted that to be it, because the death element is not a part of the story.
Yeah.
That him wanting to bend old death over and give him the old what for is not part of the streamlining of that storyline.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. There are certain parts and aspects of, again, the overall story, especially Thanos' obsession with death, which were changed to just basically, like, I need, to balance the universe. I will say this, that I feel like the Thanos that you meet in Endgame is much more closer to the Thanos that you see in the comic books. He seems a little more like, I'm just going to kill people for the sake of killing people, versus the one in Infinity War, which is a little more noble, and he has, like, a quest or whatever, and he's sacrificing so much. But at the end of the day, I guess the last question I'll have is, I honestly think that my favorite thing about the comic book versus the MCU movie is, in the MCU, I really truly think that you can say that Thanos is a bad guy. In the comic book,
I actually don't think that you could say Thanos is a bad guy. I think you can say that he has a completely different set of morality, but he's a lot more complex, I feel, even in the comic books. Like, I mean,
you going all living tribunal.
I don't know. Like,
see, I feel the opposite way. I feel like he's
very, very Pontius Pilate.
Yeah,
washing hands of it out here.
I think he's an absolute bonkers nut job in the comics, but in the movie, he's got an idea that he thinks is actually going to repair the galaxy, and kind of does. He's kind of right. Pollution drops, and all those other things drop. But then at the end of it, his hubris and his arrogance is what does him in. See, in the comics, he's just a nutcase. He's crazy.
See, I think that's more compelling and complex. Yeah. And by the end of it, he's just like, yeah, I'm okay. I tried to get ultimate power and it hasn't worked out for me, and I'm fine just being a farmer. And good luck with anybody else that tries to do this, because heck, I mean, J.A., what do you think? Is he more of a bad guy in the movie or in the comic?
He's much more deranged in the comic. He's much more diluted by power and sort of his quest. He's very much a man who is focused on getting somewhere as opposed to what will happen once he gets there. In the movie, I think he has a much more reasoned end game in mind. He knows what he's going to do once he gets the stones, and then once he does that, he destroys the stones and he's happy. Whereas in the comic book, he doesn't really ever figure out, and that's the other thing that I really like about the comic is in the movies, he never wrestles, and Tony Stark, they never wrestle with what having the Infinity Gauntlet does to you. You know, the idea of you becoming a god and having your mind, a mortal mind, have to wrap itself around this idea of controlling all of time and all of reality. And that's one thing that they really go into in the book. It's why Nebula can't use the gauntlet very well. It's why Thanos has issues with the gauntlet. It's because they can't control this huge, immense power. They were never built to control. And you know, the MCU, it's just that, it's going to make your arm wither a bit because you can't handle the gamma rays.
Yeah, right. Well, one thing that we hope you can handle is our ratings, and that will happen right after these commercial breaks. So stay tuned for more of The Last Comic Shop and our review of Infinity Gauntlet right after this.
Do your hobbies include comic books, movies, television, and or video games?
Are you always behind with the latest news in the world of nerd?
Well, look no further than The Oblivion Bar, a nerd culture podcast.
Great Scott! Hosted by Chris Hacker and Aaron Knowles, The Oblivion Bar offers a weekly review of all the latest breaking news, in-depth discussions far beyond whether Han shot first, and newsletter section, where you, the listener, send in your questions to be answered live on the show.
New episodes every Monday, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and Google Podcasts.
I'm just so freaking excited!
You can also find us on Twitter at Oblivion Bar Pod.
Come join us at the Oblivion Bar Podcast.
Hope to see you there.
Hey all, I'm Frank. Join me and my friends as we talk about all things geek. Here at Geek Freaks Podcast, we go over the weekly news of everything in geekdom, from movies to TV, video games, and comic books. We also have a growing YouTube community. Join us as we go over everything in your geek life and share in the love of geekdom.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it's now time for some of them ratings.
Real quick, I got some questions about this though. Before I can do this. So it doesn't end here, right? There's like Infinity War, and I know there's 3 books I have to get because Alan Davis drew it. I only buy it because Alan Davis, like the Infinity Children and the whatever they are, Thanos.
Yeah, so after the Infinity Gauntlet, then you get the Infinity Watch. So Adam Warlock breaks up the gauntlet, and he's got him and Pip the Troll and Gamora and a couple of other ones who I can't remember. They all walk around with Infinity Stones on their foreheads.
Yeah.
Okay.
And eventually it leads to both Infinity War and Infinity Crusade, which, to J.A.'s point, is the after effects of, again, why Adam Warlock wasn't really even capable of wielding the gauntlet appropriately. Because in wielding the gauntlet,
he basically separates both the good and bad parts of his personality into only into separate entities. Yes.
Yeah, you get the Magus.
And the Goddess, who is the good version, Infinity Crusade. And they end up having their own agendas for how they want to rewrite the universe. So again, even Adam Warlock, pretty crappy when it comes to wielding the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Which is weird because eventually, like, the Marvel heroes would get the Infinity Gems, and evidently the Illuminati thought they were going to be okay with wielding them. No, nobody should have these things.
So what's the current status of the Infinity Gauntlet?
Oh, geez. The last I heard was, again, the Illuminati had the gems. They had split each of the gems among all the members of the Illuminati. So that's Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Professor X, Reed Richards, Namor, and Black Bolt. They all had a gem. They kept them in pocket universes. And I think, again, the last I ever heard was the precursor to Hickman's Secret War. They gave all the gems to Captain America to have him try to stop the incursions that were happening, to use his power to save the 616 from all the incursions. But at the end of the day, even Captain America couldn't wield it properly. So they mind wiped him and then tried again. I don't know. It was real weird. But it is interesting to note that in a lot of other multi-universes, Reed Richards holds the Infinity Gauntlet solely. Like a lot of the members of the Council of Reeds have the Infinity Gauntlet and use it willy-nilly to remake the universe. So I guess Reed thinks he's awesome enough to do it. In any case, we're going to be awesome enough to get a 1 out of 4 scale, and it comes from J.A. Scott. What is our 1 out of 4 scale this week?
I was going to say 1 out of 4 pips, because there was a character that did not show up in the MCU, Mephisto, as well.
Oh, he's in the MCU. He's in that last scene in Eternals the Stinger.
Pip is, yes, but not Mephisto, who plays a significant role in the comic book version of the Infinity Gauntlet. But I will say 1 out of 4 Adam Warlock machinations, because the last 3 books is all him just playing chess with himself and not telling anybody else what he's doing. Not even Doctor Strange knows.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go first with mine, and I think this is a solid 3. I mean, it's hard to not give the Infinity Gauntlet at least a 3, just simply because this is one of the seminal events in all of Marvel continuity. And in the, 30-some years since it was first published, this has become the cornerstone of a lot of what people remember. I think it's more well-known than even Secret Wars at this point in terms of Marvel crossovers, given the fact of its influence on the movies. I think it's really good. I think if you've watched any of the MCU movies, you owe it to yourself to read the Infinity Gauntlet. Even if Mikey says it's verbose, you should at least read it so that you have a general sense of where a lot of these ideas came from. And I still think it's a quick read. I read it in an hour and a half or something like that. But I highly recommend that if you like it, to go back, see if you can find some of Jim Starlin's earlier work, whether it was on his Warlock series proper, where he introduced folks like the Magus who would eventually show up. You get more of the Thanos Adam Warlock friendship, because they are truly friends in this. They're not adversaries. It's just kind of like they're playing chess against each other in the park. You know, that's what friends do sometimes. But yeah, I think it's a solid 3. J.A.
I'm going to give it a little bit higher than that, simply because it has all the good cosmic goodness that I love. And so I'm giving it 3.5. Adam Warlock machinations. I love all the turns. You don't know what's going to happen. You know, Nebula picking up the gauntlet. I remember reading that for the first time back in the day and being like, whoa, I did not see that coming at all. I mean, I was a lot younger, too. So. But, you know, having Adam Warlock sort of, you know, I know you, Thanos, because I know the Soul Gem and I'm a part of the Soul Gem. The whole Soul World aspect of it, again, another thing that MCU kind of got a bit, but it was all transferred to Gamora. And of course, you know, a lot of Silver Surfer goodness in this. So anytime you get Silver Surfer, it's a good day.
Yeah. Have you ever read the What If Silver Surfer got the Infinity Gauntlet?
I did. Yes, I did.
Are you a fan of that?
I used to own it, I think, and I probably sold it, or it's somewhere. Maybe it's in that box. He can't handle it. He can't handle the power.
You can't handle the truth.
And he ends up
the power.
Well, he ends up trying to do so much good that he can't, and then I think he gives it away. I forget how it ends.
Here, take it. Gives it to some kid on the street, like
yes,
like Mean Joe Green in that Pepsi commercial. Here, kid, have an Infinity Gauntlet.
All right, Mikey, you were the most critical of this particular book.
You know, I just think on a taste level, there are things that just don't vibe with me. Like even as much as I dig DC and stuff, Crisis is a tough read too for the same reason. It's just like, oh my God. So I mean, I would certainly give it like a 2.5 or so, like somewhere nice and firm in the middle, leaning towards better than the middle, because I can see why it would appeal to a bunch of people. Like I can see why people would love it. It is huge and epic and giant and cosmic and people say grandiose things and do grandiose stuff, and there's kind of stakes and the world is destroyed and Japan disappears and like all sorts of stuff goes on. And I could see the branches that go out to, like, I was going to ask if you guys were reading this at the time, and if it impacted all of the other titles, like or was it like it vaguely impacted other titles or whatever? Because that's a big deal for everybody to disappear for a day or however long, a week.
No, there was a lot of like, the world was ending, so then you have these like side stories. Like there was one where they're doing planning and Silver Surfer's not needed, so he goes out and flies around New York, and he comes across tigers and bears and animals wandering around and takes them back, and somebody shoots one, and it turns out that Rhino was releasing animals from the zoo because if they're going to die, let them have some freedom. And then a hunter or somebody shoots an animal, and Rhino is like, wow, I didn't expect that to be the consequence of my actions. And then Silver Surfer saves the animal and brings it back to life, and Rhino and the Silver Surfer put all the animals back in the zoo.
Oh, that's nice. That's a Disney movie. Rhino and the Silver Surfer.
Like Rhino wants to pound on him, and there's this great scene where he charges Silver Surfer, and then Silver Surfer just stops him by capturing his horn.
You see, I mean, because with the nature of crossovers, when they do a company-wide crossover, an editorial is like, listen, we're doing this big event and it has to affect your book somehow. It could be anywhere from Batman saying the sky is red, that's strange, and then going on with his day, to like having actual stakes. So reading the omnibus, it must be kind of a mixed bag. But yeah, no, I agree with Andrew in that if you dig the movie storyline, then look up the comic book storyline that I can't even say inspired. I guess it inspired it because they're vastly different. The outcomes are different. The stakes are different. It's vastly different. But yeah, so it's certainly worth reading, and there you go.
Okay. Well, some other books that are worth reading are our recommendations. Yes, these are other comic books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop, in addition to the Infinity Gauntlet and any of the myriad ways you can get it nowadays, whether you want to get that omnibus that J.A. is talking about, whether you want to get a trade paperback, which is very accessible now. You can potentially get some of the issues fairly cheap, except for number one. Number one is fairly pricey. You're going to put down some money on that book nowadays. But regardless of how you get these comic books, make sure that you're picking them up. And we're going to start off with J.A. Scott. So, J.A., what is your recommendation this week?
I am recommending some more cosmic goodness. This is the Marvel Cosmic Universe by Donny Cates Omnibus Volume 1. This collects a couple of different fun stories. The first one is Thanos Wins. So if you didn't get enough Mad Titan, you can do the first story is basically a look at his journey to dominate the universe as told by Donny Cates. And then you get a story with Cosmic Ghost Rider, because he shows up and he's trying to fix the universe after Thanos messed it all up. You get the death of the Inhumans, which is some Kree hardliners are trying to kill all the Inhumans, and Black Bolt, I think he takes the Inhumans and they have to run away and basically become refugees. And then you get a really, really good and beautifully drawn Silver Surfer story, Silver Surfer Black, which we talked about. I think I recommended before, and Chad wants to read. So at some point, maybe we will cover it on the show.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. That Thanos Wins is a really great story. Again, that's where that Cosmic Ghost Rider comes from. That just bonkers concept, but just made sense after Donny Cates introduced it. And it does have an awesome panel where basically Thanos blows the head off of Galactus.
Wow.
It's just clean off. Like,
wow.
It is something to behold. But Mikey, what's your recommendation this week?
I as a palate cleanser for big Wagnerian epic kind of stuff, I read a really wonderful hardcover graphic novel called Grass of Parnassus by Catherine and Stuart Immonen. And Grass of Parnassus is a sci-fi comedy. It started out as a kind of like a web comic on their Instagram for a while, and then they put out a hardcover copy, beautiful slipcover that you can get for like $30 on Amazon. There's a spaceship called the Grass of Parnassus, and there's it's described as having angry space techs and anxious energy workers and ramen robots and arcade owners and vat-driven bears. I mean, it's just big and lots of characters and funny and light and interesting and beautiful because Stuart Immonen's artwork is... I buy books I'm not interested in just because Stuart Immonen. So yeah, Grass of Parnassus. It's really good.
There you go. And if you need an additional palate cleanser, I can recommend a great book that recently came out from Humanoids, which was the comic publisher we just talked to a couple weeks ago when we had Mark Russell on the show. This particular book is called 8 Limbs, and it's done by Stephanie Phillips, Julia Lally, and Lee Louthridge. And it's the story of a Muay Thai fighter named Joanna, who had a difficult childhood, but has made best of her life in becoming a champion Muay Thai fighter in the ring and becoming the foster mother for a young girl named Mari, who has similar issues with aggression and wants to become a fighter herself. It's that classic story in the vein of Rocky, in which boxing or Muay Thai fighting is kind of like the backdrop to tell a really human story about the struggles that we all go through in life and how we can come together to overcome those as a family. And again, the art is wonderful from Julia Lally, and Stephanie Phillips' writing is on point. I felt for all of the characters throughout the entire book, and thanks so much to Humanoids for providing us with a copy here at the Last Comic Shop so that I could then share with all of you. So make sure you're picking that up. And also make sure that you're checking us out every single week over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's our terrific website where you can get all of our episodes evergreen. And if you are still making those road trips throughout the summer, make sure that you're downloading plenty of episodes to make those drives more enjoyable. And while you're there, making sure that you check on our link for 10% off all of your comic book bags, boards, and boxes over at bcwsupplies.com. Use the promo code LCSPOD and get 10% off your order. Should you need things to keep all of your issues of Infinity Gauntlet looking real nice. J.A.?
Also, check out our website. We got links to a innumerable growing list of social media. I think that we're going to go into this giant social media battle, and there can be only one. And a year from now, Khaleesi will come out with some Khaleesi Twitter clone that win it all. I don't know. Regardless, we've also got links to our merch store, t-shirts, tote bags, coffee mugs, this week only Infinity Gauntlets, minus the gemstones, just the gauntlet. So it's essentially a glove. We're going to sell some gloves.
Really nice looking gloves too. Like
they make an Infinity Gauntlet pot holder for your oven mitts. Did you ever see that? It's awesome.
I never saw that.
That's awesome.
I did like that the Infinity Gauntlet in the book is just Thanos' glove, and it's floppy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like hunting with a hawk or something. What do they call that? Falconry?
Yeah.
There you go. But any case, Mikey.
Be sure to check out your local comic shop so that we are not the last comic shop. And buy all of the books that we recommended today, such as Grasses Parnassus and the other two, which you could just rewind a little bit and listen to what they are.
And the Infinity Gauntlet, of course.
Yes.
And the Infinity Gauntlet, of course. And Thanos Quest, if you have to. Listen, he gets the gems. That's all you need to know. And then
they're all green.
They're all green. Yeah, that's weird. They're all green. Well, I guess it wasn't what. Yeah.
Well, in any case, we're hoping that Chad Smith is back next week for our review of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, Mutant Mayhem, as well as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles book, Saturday Morning Adventures from IDW. So make sure that you're tuning in back into the Last Comic Shop for that. Until then, I was the host of The Most. I was joined by J.A. Scott and Mikey Wood. And until next week, stay safe, stay snappy, ha-ha! And remember that if you look up how to make your own ice cream on the computer, don't bother because it'll just make your computer freeze.
Oh my God.
You're going to snap me away, right?
The Last Comic Shop was a 2023 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
In the not-too-distant future, following the rapid succession of World Wars III and IV, plus the hidden horrors of secret World War II, there's not much left. All that remains is a place where folks get together to read and discuss comic books. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they argue, but they always record and upload their transmissions. You have found one of those transmissions today. Welcome to the Last Comic Shop.
Hey! It is now time for more of the Last Comic Shop! And I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and welcome back to another great week of our program. In fact, it's a lucky week for all you fans, because you get another episode, right? Is that why it's lucky, Chad?
That's right. If you're feeling green or enthusiastic about the color, I got nothing for this. I don't care.
You know what I love about you, Chad? Sometimes you're honest with some of the curveballs I throw you on this show. That is my regular co-host, Chad Smith, as always. And I'm also joined by my other co-host, J.A. Scott. J.A., what is your favorite part of St. Patty's Day with a double D, not a double T, right? Is that correct?
That is correct. I would say the thing I don't understand about St. Patrick's Day is why people would resort to drinking green beer when you can just drink Guinness.
Exactly. It does have its own color, and it is a much better beer. Like, I would much rather have a glass of Guinness than just, Coors Light with some green food coloring dumped in it.
Yeah, keep looking behind you the next day like, what happened?
In any case, somebody that never has to look behind them is our wonderful co-guest host for today's program, and that is, of course, the wonderful comic book creator from the city of Pittsburgh. That is the wonderful Mikey Wood. Mikey, we love having you on this program, and thank you so much for joining us for this St. Patty's Day celebration. Do you have any good stories about the Luck of the Irish?
You know, what's funny is, like, I came from an Irish Italian family. My father's side of the family was Irish, and my mother's side of the family were Italian. So the street fights were great. Like, we didn't have family get-togethers. We had fights for turf, brouhahas, corned beef and pasta. No, the Shamrock shakes, man. If I'm gonna, the only milkshakes I like taste like toothpaste, and that's the way I want it.
They are so good. I wait every year. It's like some people wait for the McRib. No. I wait for the Shamrock shake.
No. Remember Grimace's uncle, Patio Grimace, or whatever his name was?
I do.
Yeah.
See, I am one of those guys that feels like the day that McDonald's land left our popular culture was the day something inside of us all died. I really do believe it. Way we don't have the Hamburglar anymore. I don't care if it makes kids obese. Give me back the Hamburglar and the Fry Guys, damn it.
We described this stuff to Zoe, my daughter. She's 13, and she just thinks that we were stoned our whole childhood. And I'm like, no, honey, this was real.
We had talking McNuggets, and then we had talking raisins.
Yes.
They played saxophones.
Yes. The only way you could get me to eat something is if I saw it talking in a commercial previously.
That's right.
That's it.
I don't want to get too far off of this on this tangent, but if you ever have an opportunity to look up like the whole whatever happened between McDonald's and Sid and Marty Krofft, who originally came up with some of the McDonald's land characters, and like the lawsuits that happened between these organizations because they came up. Because if you look at it and you look at then HR Puff and stuff, it's the same pretty much concept. And so Sid and Marty Krofft came up with a lot of the ideas for the original McDonald's land characters and then tried to sue the pants off of McDonald's. When they were like, no, these are our characters. We love Captain Crook with our McFish, our McFish sandwich.
Yeah,
these are some of the little known ones, Mayor McCheese. But in any case, this is the last comic shop. We are not here to talk about Shamrock Shakes, and we're not here to talk about St. Patty's Day. We're here to talk about comics. And real quickly, as our first kind of salvo into comic books today, we are going to list our favorite comic book characters that either are green or have green in the title. And we're going to start off with Chad Smith. Chad, who is your favorite green comic book character?
I'm going to go out of left field. I'm going to say the Phil Urich Green Goblin. The kid that got his own title for a little bit, and then they're like, never mind. And then they forgot him about it for 30 years, and then Dan Slott brought him back, turned him into a bad guy, and he's dead now.
Why do you like him so much? I won't lie. I like when they brought him back as the Hobgoblin. He kind of had some menace to him, but like, why that Green Goblin instead of cornrows?
You know what? Harry Osborn had his arc, but then they screwed it up. And then Norman Osborn had his arc, and then they screwed it up. But they gave Phil his arc. They forgot about him. They're like, we'll throw you a bone, we'll bring him back. And like you said, the Hobgoblin part was still fun. And now he's dead.
Is he of relation to Ben Urich?
Yes, he's his nephew.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is all new to me. I thought there was like 2 Green Goblins.
Oh.
There's 20 of them. I didn't know.
Exactly. It's a franchise. It's like McDonald's. Any case.
Exactly.
J.A., what's your favorite comic book character that's either green or has green in the title?
I'm going with someone who is green. The Impossible Man.
Very, very cool. I should have known as a Silver Surfer guy that you would go about that, because I remember you talking nonstop about that issue where the Silver Surfer and Impossible Man square off as one of your favorites.
He's great if you need one issue of levity. You've just gone through the Infinity Gauntlet, or you're about to go into some other big crossover event and you need a filler issue. It allows the writers to do in one issue what I think John Byrne did over 8 issues of this She-Hulk run that we're about to look at today, which is just get your comedy chops on and be a bit flagrant about it. That Impossible Man makes his way into the MCU.
Yeah, and I hope so too. I hope they do him well with CGI for sure. Mikey, as our guest, who is your favorite character that either is green or is green in the title?
I'm realizing as I'm listening to you guys that so many of my favorite characters are all green to begin with. So like there's Ambush Bug and Ragman and Swamp Thing, and I'm going to go with Green Arrow, and specifically Mike Grell's run of Green Arrow. From like the Longbow Hunters, and then he did, I think, like 80 issues of a regular series. I just like that. It brought him down to a more ground level. He didn't really use trick arrows or anything. And what was interesting is that he aged in real time in the comic. So every year he had a birthday, and he got older and older and older, which doesn't usually happen. And actually, that comes up in She-Hulk a little bit. But anyway, so
we've talked about that before, Mikey, and I came through the Longbow Hunters like 30, 40 years after it was published, and it didn't do it for me, but I know I didn't give the regular series a chance, so I'm sure.
Yeah, it's fun, but it's more of a sort of cloak and daggery kind of book. There's some supervillains periodically, but it's a lot of like mobsters and Russian, because it was 89, whatever, so everything was Russian. But yeah, it's good. I liked it.
It wasn't the 80s Batman bad guys where they always were in gangs and had mohawks.
No. But that was mine when I was in high school. That was my guy. So anyway.
All right. Well, mine is going to be, of course, the Green Hornet. I'm one of the few folks out here. Well, Mikey likes the Green Hornet as well. In fact, we kind of had a little bit about who was going to bring up the Green Hornet. But if you've never had an opportunity, even nowadays, to read the recent series, not so recent, but in the last 10 years, Dynamite's put out a couple good Green Hornet series. Year One, which was done by Matt Wagner, as well as then followed up by another run that was done by Mark Waid. Both of those, again, kind of encapsulate what the Green Hornet should be. They're both set in the 1930s. They really deal with a guy that's really trying to bring down crime by becoming the head of his own criminal organization, which I always thought was an interesting wrinkle. Like the guy that's like, yeah, I'm going to pretend I'm a criminal to take down other criminals. Is he really pretending? I don't know. That's the thing. Like walking that moral line, and when does pretending become reality? I always thought was a really cool thing about the Green Hornet as opposed to other superheroes that kind of have that same, vigilante mentality, whether it's the Shadow or Batman or whatever. But I can highly recommend the Green Hornet, whether you're, again, the Dynamite stuff, or even go back and read the comic books from the Now series in the 90s. I was a huge fan of that, where they tried to make the Green Hornet like multi-generational, and they tried to incorporate, the Bruce Lee Kato and all that stuff. Great stuff out there, and you can find it in buck bins. You can find it in buck bins. Super easy.
What's your favorite Green Hornet mask? Do you like the one with the hornet on it? Do you like the, what's that called, the domino?
I like the full one. Yeah, I like the full mask, the full face mask from like the 1940s. The enormous yellow hornet right on the front. Like, I want people to see the Green Hornet from a mile away because they're like, look at that guy with the mask. He's the best.
Yeah.
Any case, you know what also is the best? Last Comic Shop. We'll be right back with more of this program right after these messages. Again, it's going to be a review of another green character, the Sensational She-Hulk by John Byrne. So stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Brian Thomas here from the former The Batman vs. James Bond show and the upcoming The Night Cave show. Do you like noir, black and white gritty murder mysteries? Do you like crime stories or even pulp comics? Then you're gonna love Nick Palatichuk's debut graphic novel entitled The Greenway. It's 1968, and Butch Schultz, a black market merchant, finds that his friend has been murdered in a mansion in St. Paul. Now he is out looking for who did it, while the city's best detectives are on the case. Nick's graphic novel is already getting rave reviews, let me tell you. Zero Supervision Comics podcast says, a dark, intriguing story that makes you want to know more. The Glenn Thinks Stuff podcast says, it's explosive, captivating, and alluring. And actor Kyle Hester from The Chair, Zombie with a Shotgun, and Preacher 6 says, can't wait for this book. You got to get on this. Order your copy today at Indie Planet, A New World of Comics. That's www.indieplanet.com. Hard copies and digital copies are available, and now digital copies are only $5. That's where I said it, just $5. So make sure you order yours today.
All right, we are back with more of The Last Comic Shop here on our St. Paddy's Day celebration. And of course, as always, we've got to do something green. So on today's program, we're going to do a book that my cousin J.A. recommended. It is covering a green character. It is covering the Sensational She-Hulk. Not only just the Sensational She-Hulk, but the first 8 issues of the fantastic series that was written and drawn by John Byrne in, I think it was 1989. I believe this
As of this recording, I have not yet completed my John Byrne Superman run, so I haven't started reading it yet. But this was right off of the heels from that? Somebody help me out.
Yes, it was. And he basically was at Marvel, and he did X-Men, and he did Fantastic Four, right, Mikey? And then he left, he did Superman, and then he came back. And I know he did some things like he did Avengers West Coast when he came back. That's with the whole White Vision run and the Scarlet Bitch and all that kind of stuff that was going on there, bringing back Jim Hammond. He also created the Great Lakes Avengers during that time, which is kind of tapping into that kind of funny aspect, that kind of tongue-in-cheek humor that John Byrne had. What else did he do around that time, Mikey?
You're talking around that time. I know earlier he did the Indiana Jones comic, which I thought was pretty good. And Alpha Flight, he did Alpha Flight, but that's like 83. That was earlier. Untold Legends of Batman, I think he wrote some of. Starbrand was the new universe, which is why there's that new universe joke in She-Hulk.
He was on Iron Man, except he wasn't drawing it at the time. That's when he brought in Armor Wars 2. He was working with John Romita Jr. and kind of made the Mandarin his big bad guy again. Brought back Fin Fang Foom. He was also doing Namor, where he made Namor that environmentalist, I should say, that environmentalist, and did the first 25 issues before he handed it off to Jay Lee. In terms of the...
He was still writing, but he turned him back into a hobo, like Fantastic Four days.
I do remember that. I remember Hobo Namor.
He did a OMAC miniseries that I remember that was black and white, which was weird for DC.
Okay.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm really not crazy about John. I don't know. I know it's blasphemy and everything like that, but I never really got into him. But I've owned a few. Like he did the Batman 3D book that they put out. It was like a 3D graphic novel. That was pretty fun.
Well, in any case, we're going to get the 10-cent synopsis because we went over who this was, of course, John Byrne. But Mikey, can you fill us in on the 10-cent synopsis of the first 8 issues? Again, available in trade. That's why we picked this up, because you can get this in a trade, the first 8 issues. But what happens in the first 8 issues of Sensational She-Hulk?
John Byrne gets She-Hulk in her underwear as many times as he can before he gets fired. No, that's not it. No, it's actually a really fun book. She-Hulk realizes that she's a comic book character, and wacky hijinks ensue. That's really it. Like it's a fun little book. It really is.
Well, I do know that one of the big things that he did, one of the focuses on this particular series, was to bring back a lot of obscure, almost D-list characters from the 70s and 80s. I don't know if he just sat down one day and decided, I'm just going to read Steve Gerber's Defenders just from beginning to end, because you get the headsman.
Since this is a podcast, you're not doing these characters justice without describing them. Ruby Thursday, beautiful woman's body. Ruby red ball for a head.
Yeah.
That has a plasticized arm that can come out of it, or it can shoot darts.
My theory is that it's Plastic Man. It's Plastic Man the whole time. But it's an unofficial crossover.
How do you describe the gorilla guy with the gorilla body and the human head?
and then there's a guy whose skeleton is too small for his body, which is really weird because his gimmick isn't a head. Everybody else's gimmick is a head. And then there's the psychic guy who's
Chandu the Mystic.
Who they're trying to find a body for, because in the first issue, whenever they where they reveal him, he's on some bizarre vulture tentacled kind of thing.
Yeah, and that is a follow-up again from that Defenders series. I mean, they basically put him in that body after many fights with the Defenders, because originally they tried to put his body into the original Nighthawk. And that failed because the Defenders saved Nighthawk. I'm a huge fan of the Defenders. Like they're my jam. From Bronze Age books, I love the Defenders. So I was really happy that they showed up. But you get them, you get the Mysterio in this series. Oh, one of my faves. And he brings back the Toadmen. The Toadman from Incredible Hulk #2.
See, you guys know all of that stuff. I'm unfamiliar with a lot of that. Being a DC boy, I'm unfamiliar with the sources of these things.
So spells it out for you in the issues. He's like, well, it's the second issue. We got the Toadman.
Well,
it's fourth issue. There's going to be a doctor.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Dr. Bong.
Speaking of which, another obscure character from a Steve Gerber book, Dr. Bong, shows up in one of the issues, and again, made me smile from ear to ear. But I don't want to talk about my initial thoughts. We're going to start with J.A. Scott because that was his pick for this week. He wanted to read Sensational She-Hulk. Why did you want to read this book, J.A.?
It's your fault.
It's my fault. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm a big John Byrne fan from his X-Men run. I had read the occasional She-Hulk story here and there back in the day, and so I wanted to revisit it and read them all in a set. We did the first 8 issues because this is in a trade. I don't know if he got canned after issue 8. I do know that was off the book and then he came back later on. I don't know if that was right after issue 8, right after Santa Claus.
Yeah.
They wanted to do a miniseries, a She-Hulk miniseries of some sort, and I can't remember who was on that. But the editor, Bobby Chase, who is actually in a little cameo, I think in the 3rd issue. Is it the 3rd issue?
It's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, she's in a little window thing. Like, they do this really cool time cut anyway, but there was conflict between she and John Byrne because John Byrne's, he's one of those creators that's prolific and famous and an enormous jerk. So his ego clashed with editorial, who probably had egos involved there. And so really the debate wasn't even about this particular She-Hulk book. It was about another one. And he felt that he was being rewritten by editorial, which is probably true. And she ended up getting fired. And he was off the book until issue 31 when she left. So he came back. And I haven't read anything past there, but I am curious. This got me, because as I said, I wasn't really much of a Byrne fan, but I enjoyed this. I actually found myself enjoying. I enjoyed the art. And usually my deal with John Byrne is that John Byrne draws 4 faces. He draws a fat guy and a skinny guy, a fat girl and a skinny girl. They're all the same faces with different hair. And it's always bugged me ever since I was a kid. I was like, that's the same face. Like, there's a shadowy bad guy sitting in a car at one point, and it's just his Lex Luthor from Man of Steel. But I never got into him. He's notoriously cantankerous online. I'm sure it's died down since. But man, I actually was reading this book and really digging it. Like, I like it.
Well, as somebody that likes John Byrne's art, J.A., and has been a big fan, does he have 4 faces, or are you going to stand up for your boy?
I can see there is, especially with the guys, they tend to run very similarly. They all sort of look, the men, especially the heroic men, have the chiseled jaws. You change out their hair color and it could be Clark Kent. I get that. I think it works in She-Hulk because the main character is taller than everybody else and green. So you always know who you're looking at a bit on that one. I would say a lot of the books and series that we look at on this show tends to be like one sort of contained story arc over 12 issues, over 8 issues. This was a throwback to the way, comics were done in the 80s and the 90s, where you have like the first 3 issues have kind of like a story arc, but then issues 4 and 5 are just standalone 1-issue stories. Issues 6 and 7 is another self-contained 2-issue story arc, and then the last issue, as we said, the one that got him canned or on a different book, was Santa Claus, maybe a bridge too far. That being so, I enjoyed kind of going back to my roots in comic books and being able to read a 1-issue self-contained story done really well. I thought some of them worked better than others. I really didn't like the Dr. Bong issue. I thought that was where the shtick went almost too far. The fourth plane went too far. I thought where it worked was when she was making sly references to John Byrne or to editorial or to editor-in-chief Tom DeFalco. I thought that set the standard for what they ended up doing with Deadpool later on to some degree, where they're breaking the fourth plane and talking to the viewer and knowing that they're in the medium while they're also telling the story in the medium. And I figured that This is the comic book that you can only do if you have a lot of cachet in the industry and history already. If you're not John Byrne, this comic doesn't get done.
Okay.
And my final thought is what I loved about it is if you look at it as a time capsule in its time and place, everything else coming out at this time was really gritty. 1989, 1990s, gritty, Punisher, Daredevil, all these gritty comic books that were dark, and X-Men was going through all this stuff, and this is just light and fun and frivolous, and has all these inside jokes that are written by the artist and by the writer for the industry. So I figured this is something that, just like you said, bringing all these old characters back, it's like, hey, why not? I've got carte blanche. I can do what I want. I'm going to have fun with these 40s, these 50s, these 70s era characters, have all these inside jokes about comic books as a medium, because this is meant to be a fun book. It's not meant to be so dark and serious.
Well, I just got to jump in before I'm going to kick it over to Chad by saying you're completely wrong about issue 4 with Dr. Baum. Completely wrong. The best line in the entire 8 issues comes from that book where they basically say to She-Hulk in no uncertain terms, you will be 31 as long as you are in comics. That kind of metafictional humor hits me right here. It hits me right here. I am a fan of the Marx Brothers. I am a fan of the Fourth Wall. I am a fan of knowing that you are a part of the inside joke. And that statement about how somebody desperately wants to get back into comic books so they will no longer age like Captain America or Namor was the best. Chad, what are your thoughts on this?
There's a line, and I have to keep reminding myself that this book is a product of its time, because there are some times where the metafictional stuff works, and there are some times where it's just kind of cringy and eye-rolling, and it's like, oh, okay, I get it, Byrne. A lot of times I don't give it as much credence just because, in my mind, it's all Bugs Bunny. I mean, this is Bugs Bunny, only it's a big green Bugs Bunny lawyer. Deadpool is Bugs Bunny with guns and knives. Like, they're all just Bugs Bunny and when they're breaking the fourth wall and doing that stuff. But I did love the fact that, like Jay said, this guy can do what he wants, and what he wants is space truckers. So he's bringing that back. And I loved him dipping into the 40s and the Golden Age heroes, and that was really cool. What was her name? Golden Goddess?
Blonde Phantom?
Something. Phantom. There you go.
Yeah. She was a real Golden Age character, actually. She came out in All Select Comics number 11 in 1946, which was during the Timely times. Yeah, I thought maybe they made her up for the
truckers.
book.
They were real characters too.
That US1. That was the US1 book, which was a Tycho RC crossover thing, or whatever they call license thing.
Anyways, Chad, what I wanted to say was, again, I feel like at times in this series there were things that happened that would be later repeated in series that you and I really enjoyed. Like, I'm not saying this is on the same lines as a Next Wave. Next Wave!
Oh my God, I was going to mention that.
But at the same time, I feel like this particular series and Next Wave are kindred spirits in some way, in terms of poking fun at particular comic book rules. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from. Honestly, and this is going to sound real bad, I just think this is the height of excess. This is John Byrne, post X-Men, post Superman. He's done everything the industry has wanted him to do, and now he's like, you know what? I want to draw fashion stuff. I want to draw, stuff that would appear in an architecture magazine. He's just doing whatever he wants to do because he can. And on the art side of things, I like John Byrne's art. I don't care how many faces he has. Love the issue with Spider-Man, and you could see where he's kind of torn between, he did tons of work on Spider-Man and the Marvel team-up days, and he's torn between that and the new McFarlane, super popular, big-eyed Spider-Man, and he kind of goes back and forth a little bit. I thought that was fun, and when the comedy stuff worked, I enjoyed it. When it didn't work, like I said, I rolled my eyes. I'm like, all right, 80s book. I don't know. I fall somewhere in between on this one, where there are parts of it, like I said, that were really good, and then parts of it that, I could have done without.
It's weird because I'm sort of I liked a lot of the meta stuff, crossing through the panels, the joking about transitions. There's one joke where
they go to show a tag on her underwear, because again she's in the underwear, and it's the Comics Code Authority logo
code,
thing.
Yeah. That's why it can't be ripped.
Yeah. Right, and then in that same issue where they're kind of running through the comic pages, they cross over one of those. I think it was like a Mile High Comics ad that they used to have in all the books back then. If you stop and read that, there's little jokes in there. There's little jokes written in there. Underneath the nom, there's a little thing, a description where they talk about scoring some weed and things like there's little jokes in there, yeah. And that stuff was hilarious, but. And I can't believe me, of all people, is saying this, but I think his characters talk too much. Like, I love dense comics, and I talk too much, but there are times where I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh my God, they just keep talking and talking and talking. And the joke was funny 2 dialogue bubbles ago, but I think my favorite is like the close-ups of She-Hulk's face with these little reactions.
Yes.
And then they do the whole head issue where they remove her head, which the Shadow book from DC did in December of 88 and January of 89. The last issue of that Shadow book was his head being put onto a robot body. And they never went anywhere with it because the book was canceled after that. So I wonder at the end of that episode where they see a tiny little head inside the robot She-Hulk body, if that's supposed to be someone, like an in-joke that nobody knows but him, because there's a lot of that in there.
I was hoping that you'd bring up the face panel, because another one I enjoyed was, again, I liked it any time that She-Hulk was either talking to Byrne or saying, like, what gives Byrne? I thought this was like supposed to be the Creo to Skrulls, and you give me Toadmen, or the fact that there's one issue where it's just basically her face, and she's like hanging upside down or whatever, and she gets pied in the face because she's telling really bad dad jokes, like the jokes that I would tell, and so those kind of moments just kind of made this series for me. I'm not going to go on record saying this is the best thing since sliced bread, because I'm not. As we'll get to our grades later on, there were some things that I disliked, but one thing that I wanted to ask everybody, and I'll start with J.A. on this particular thing, is do you think that John Byrne works better when he gets to split the writing/art duties?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a hard question because you can't really compare this to like the X-Men stuff, right? The stuff he did with Chris Claremont, that's much more serious, if you will. It's got a longer play involved, but without that, he can't do this. So if he hadn't done the X-Men, if he hadn't done all that stuff in DC, he wouldn't have been able to do this She-Hulk book. I think the writing is stronger in the X-Men. You know, it's apples and oranges. You're comparing sort of almost 2 different genres. So yeah, I don't think you can say, well, one is better than the other, because they're different things.
All right, Chad?
So, okay, I'm going to go back to when I talked about this as an exercise in indulgence. Like, there are parts of this that are really awesome, and it's cool to see John Byrne explore those things. And then there are other times that because he's the guy writing and drawing, he can take shortcuts just because he wants to. Like, some of his transitions and his shortcuts, he cuts out the most interesting parts. Like when she attacks Stiltman and just grabs his legs and splits him. I want to see that panel with the Stiltman coming apart. But, you know, he makes that choice that I think, you know, if he were the artist instead of just the writer-artist, you know, I think he might have had to commit that panel to the page. And I'm thinking of how to put this. Like a guy like Frank Miller, he's a guy that has a singular artistic vision that appeals across a wide swath, and, you know, he does what he does really well. I don't think John Byrne has that. I think he has glimmers where it comes through and it's like, wow, that's really good. But I think he's somebody that's best paired with someone who's going to tamp down some of his instincts and keep him more focused on what's what.
Okay. Mikey?
Most of the stuff that I've read of his work is stuff that he wrote. Like, and I think I'm one of a handful of people that I don't like Man of Steel. I really like his
designs for Kryptonian clothing, though, in Man of Steel. I think they're phenomenal. No, I really do. I think it's super cool looking. But that's just me. I like my Superman, in the 1930s throwing people out windows and stuff like that. But, like, it sort of probably depends on the writer, because if you've read a script by someone like Alan Moore, where he describes every single detail of the panel in utter detail and it doesn't leave the artist with much room to move, that's one thing. But if the script is like, the Marvel style, where it's like Captain America and Namor fight each other for a couple of pages, I'm not really sure. He may be a little more constrained if it's his own writing. He may skip things that other writers would focus on. Like the Stiltman thing was interesting because I read that and I was like, what the hell just happened there? Like she says, make a wish, and then she moves her arms, and then I was like, okay, I get it, because then he falls into her arms from out of the suit, and that was funny. It's weird because I wish I had a better answer for that. Then I'm not sure, but I'm not sure.
Well, that's okay. I mean, my simple answer is I don't know. I like when they're split up. The first person I think of that's a writer artist sometimes is Jack Kirby. Like I go back to Kirby's stuff, and I'm still like, I like Kirby when he's paired up with other people. Sometimes Kirby, he's not really the best, writer when it comes to his stuff. I've read New Gods.
He's a crazy person.
Yeah. The ideas are great, but without that other collaborator.
Yeah, you need that bombast of Stan Lee just filling in that. So I think, honestly, the only time it ever worked for Byrne was on his Fantastic Four run. That's the one time I can say yes. And I think, honestly, it's because it came on the heels of his X-Men run. So he was kind of like, yeah, I just picked up all these tricks from Chris Claremont, and they're fresh in my brain. So I'm just going to use them here on my Fantastic Four run, and that's why it works. But I will say this. The one thing I really do love about John Byrne's writing is, believe it or not, despite him putting She-Hulk in her underwear all the time, at least for the 1980s, John Byrne tried to make his female characters somewhat empowered. Whether it was with She-Hulk in this and how strong she is, how confident she is, how she can take care of business, or whether it was with Jean Grey or Kitty Pryde, or most importantly, Invisible Woman, because keep in mind she was the Invisible Girl before John Byrne got his hands on her. I mean, these were characters that weren't given a lot of street cred and really power before John Byrne got his mitts on them, and ultimately at the end of the day not only made them pretty to look at, but made them a force to be reckoned with. And so kudos for him for at least moving the needle a little bit towards what we would see from these characters nowadays. I'm just saying that.
I want to argue this point, and I'm going to sound like a huge jerk, but empowering She-Hulk, that's great. But the problem is when you're drawing a funny book, you don't want someone that's that beautiful and that competent. It's harder to get the humor in those situations. You want, like, I go back to Gifford and DeMatteis and the JLI. Like, they were hilarious because they had no idea what they were doing. They were schlubs. That's what made them great. And Jennifer Walters, she's too competent. She's too beautiful. She has too much going for her. So I think, while he's trying to empower this character and empowering females, go for it. That's awesome. But at the same time, for a comedy book, like, it's not working as well as it could be.
Yeah, this is definitely post her being in that Fantastic Four run where he kind of had an opportunity to kind of, I don't know, humanize her and kind of beautify her and kind of give us kind of like that Greek goddess-esque She-Hulk that we know. J.A.?
She was a lawyer before she became She-Hulk, and then she's a lawyer after she becomes She-Hulk. But one thing I noticed, it was never done for like, oh, she's a lawyer, she's super, super smart. So it was always a lawyer and sort of good at the law, but never written as being very super intellectual. Not dumb by any means, but kind of sometimes missing the obvious. I remember an issue where I think it happened in Silver Surfer or right during the Infinity Gauntlet crossover where he comes to Earth and he's walking around Avengers headquarters and she like stops him and says, "What are you doing here?" and goes to punch him and, hits him and it doesn't affect him. And he's like, I'm the Silver Surfer. I came to meet. And Captain America's like, stand down, Avenger. Don't you know that's one of our friends? She goes, geez, it was an honest mistake.
Yeah. I think it's just Marvel dialogue in general. She-Hulk and Spider-Man, you could replace them in each other's panels and the dialogue would work for either of them because they sound the exact same. He uses the same speech pattern for, and I think it's a Marvel thing, like the Shulky, and they have all these nicknames, and he says blast. Nobody talks like that. Like nobody says blast. But I know comics code and all that stuff.
One way that we always say blast is by going to a commercial break. That's what we do here on the show. We say blast, and then there's a commercial break that comes right after it, or at least on this program. And we've got more of the Last Comic Shop coming up right after these messages. We're going to be coming back with our ratings for the Sensational She-Hulk, the first 8 issues, so stay tuned for that.
Blast.
Hey, this is Ken M.
Padawan J.
Coach Duffy. From the Ocho Duro Parlay Hour podcast. Every week, the ODPH is talking sports, movies, TV, comics, and more. It's always a parlay of topics on each episode. You can find the ODPH on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, and wherever you find great podcasts, such as the one you're listening to right now. Don't forget to check out OchoDuroParlayHour.com, where you can find the links to all of the ODPH social media accounts, links to the bands whose music you hear each week on the show, hashtag 607 podcast info, and Parlay Points, our companion blog section of the show. Thanks for listening to the ODPH. Now get back to your regularly scheduled podcast.
All right, we are back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where we assign worth in this final evaluation of the Sensational She-Hulk.
And we didn't give credit to the other folks. We didn't give credit to Bob Wyachek, who did the inks for every issue except for 6, which was Al Golden, Glynis Oliver, and John Workman on letters.
John Workman letters. They're a mile high if they're a centimeter. Those John Workman letters, they're the best.
The letters are very workman-like.
Well, I will say this, that the one guy that I always love John Byrne working with is always Terry Austin. Anytime you get Terry Austin inks on John Byrne stuff, that's what makes it. But anyways.
Hey, Andy, before you go, the Rob Liefeld podcast. I know Mikey Wood's a huge Rob Liefeld fan. The Rob Liefeld podcast talks about how he loved all these guys as Terry Austin inks. And then one day somebody said to him, do you think maybe you just might be a Terry Austin fan?
And
I'm not a Rob Liefeld fan, and in fact, you could look up a letter of mine that I wrote in X-Force number 12 that says just that.
Oh, wow! You got published? Holy We're gonna now. All our fans are gonna be finding this X-Force number 12 just so they can read the letter from Mikey Wood. What did you talk about in the letter?
It was a flashback issue that showed Cable's time with Grizzly and all those people. You know what I mean?
The Wild Pack.
The Wild Pack. Thank you. And that issue was drawn primarily by Mike Mignola. And I wrote in the letter, it was like, don't get me wrong, I like Rob just fine, but after a while it gets to be like Mom's meatloaf. So and the reply was like, Rob forgives you for the Mom's meatloaf response. And yeah,
laying the smack down.
I had a subscription. You know what? I was one of those guys who saw him show his crotch on a Levi's commercial, and I thought, you know what? I want to buy this guy's comic, and I got a subscription. So number 12 was the last of my subscription, and it had my letter printed in. And I thought, you know what? This is as good a place as any to go because this book is garbage. And so.
You're breaking my heart, Mikey. You're breaking my heart.
I never bought another issue of X-Force because I thought, you know what? This is as close as I will ever be to having my name in an X book. But and I sold those back when Deadpool hit, and I got a lot of money for the Deadpool first issue.
There you go.
And that was nice of him.
So anyways, good story about this letter. We're going to get back to our rating. And, of course, J.A., as always, we do it on a 1 to 4 scale. But J.A. always likes to mix it up every week. What are we going to be rating our 1 to 4 scale out of this week, J.A.?
All right. Well, this comic book is all about breaking the fourth wall. So we're going to rate this book on number of walls broken.
Nice! I like it. Because I had a sound effect for that. You just heard it. I have a sound effect for wall breaking. I'm loving this. Unlike these other weeks where you leave me out hanging to dry to find something great on the internet, I had one already. So we're going to start off with, of course, J.A. Scott. This was his book. He gets first dibs at saying, what is he going to rate this?
So I rate this 3 broken walls. It was fun. I liked the in-jokes. I didn't mind the fourth wall breaking so much. I felt that some of the stories were stronger than others. My favorite 2 issues were the space trucker issues. You had a nice little cameo appearance by the Guardians of the Galaxy. She-Hulk gets mistaken for a Skrull, and we ain't got no place for laser-licking Skrulls here. So I love those little bits. Solid 3 broken walls.
Okay. Chad, your rating?
Geez Louise, I guess I'm going to go 2.5 broken walls. I mean, there are parts that I really enjoyed. I really liked the John Byrne art. There were gags that were good, and there were gags that were not. But She-Hulk was always, wonderful to look at. And I like some of the side characters. But 2.5. I think this is a pretty solid example of what comics were like in 1989, which was a lot of 2.5-star comics.
Oh, Mikey, what's your rating?
I forgot you mentioned sound effects. I like that they use the sound effect Blair. Is it Blair or Blar? They use it a lot. They use it a lot. Anyway, I'm with Chad on this one. Like I'm gonna say 2.5. Like it's like perfectly fine book. It is funny in a lot of places, and if you're more into or more knowledgeable of kind of the Marvel stuff, you may get more mileage out of it than I did. I knew US1, like the Space Truckers. I knew US1 from how just utterly bizarre that comic. If you've ever read US1 comics, I've read a few of them. It's so bizarre. It's about truckers. It was a toy. It was based off of a toy line. It's certainly worth reading. It's certainly worth reading. A lot of people love it. John Byrne draws really cute feet on ladies. So yeah, and that's me saying a lot because I think you guys might have actually forced me to turn a corner on John Byrne, and I may have to do a little more research on it. Okay. And read the FF run and things like that.
Well, see, that's what we do on the Last Comic Shop. We expand people's minds.
This was a therapy session for me. You've gotten me over.
Yes, we turned you around. Really appreciate that. I'm going to say this is a good solid 3 walls broken for me. I would have given this easily a 4 if it hadn't been, believe it or not, for these issues that everybody seems to be loving, which were the trucker issues. I was not a huge fan of the trucker issues, nor was I a fan of the issue with Santa Claus. Like, at that point, I felt like things started to kind of peter out in terms of the gas.
His plaid made me angry. They kept drawing it as straight up and down lines. That's not how plaid works.
Well, you know what does work, though, is those first couple issues. I was a huge fan of, I think, the first 4 or 5 issues of this run. It reminded me so much of why I love comic books. I love the fact that you could do a comic book like this in the 1980s when, again, to everybody's point on this show, people were just interested in the body count of the Punisher was, or how many people Wolverine could kill, or how gritty and dark Spider-Man was. I mean, but you had this fun, tongue-in-cheek book that brought back a lot of just, again, D-list characters that nobody cared about, but that was part of the joke. Nobody cares about the headsmen. That's part of why you put them in a comic book. Like, that was the one thing that I always say. Like, it's one thing when you pick up comic books and they're making fun of the characters. It's also another place when you're laughing along with the characters, when you're like part of the joke. You're not just making fun of it just to make fun of it. You're just like, no, this is part of the gag. And we're all in on it. And the fact that She-Hulk is talking to John Byrne, and the fact that she's wearing a Comics Code tag on the inside of her jumpsuit so she can't get her clothes ripped, by the fact that she can't age beyond 31 because she's in a frickin' comic book. I love these things. I love Dr. Bong. I love frickin' Dr. Bong. He's from Howard the frickin' Duck. If you haven't read Steve Gerber's Howard the Duck series, you, sir or madam, are missing out.
Wow.
Pick that up today. That should be my recommendation, but it's not going to be because I got a better one. And that's what we're going to next. Recommendations. As we always on this program, we give you other comic books that you should pick up at your local comic book shop, in addition to the trade that you can pick up with the first 8 issues of Sensational She-Hulk. And always on this program, we're going to do a similar book, a current book, and one out of left field, although I don't even know if we're going to be doing those rules on this show because we came up with these books and just said, whatever. Well, we got the cherry on the top, and that is from Mikey Wood. So on today's program, I'm going to give what's called the current book. And this isn't really exactly current because it's a couple years back, but it's as current as we're going to get on this frickin' podcast. And that current book is a fantastic one starring another She-Hulk that doesn't happen to be green, but happens to be red. If you've never checked out the Red She-Hulk book that was written by Jeff Parker with art by Carlo Pagulayan, and not only does it star Red She-Hulk, which is always an interesting character. For those folks that don't know who Red She-Hulk is, that's Betty Ross. That is the long-suffering partner of Bruce Banner, who basically got Red She-Hulk powers at the same time as her dad did, Thunderbolt Ross, and basically became Red She-Hulk, empowered for the first time, kind of feeling her oats, out there trying to make her way as a superhero. But that's not really the reason that you read this series. I will be very honest with this. As folks that know me, the reason you read this series is because it's got Machine Man in it. And if anybody can write Machine Man, boy, it is Jeff Parker. Jeff Parker manages to write a fantastic series where he gets to be the ego to Red She-Hulk's id. And the result is like an impulsive yet deliberate, clever yet soulful, just right mix of chaos and mechanical order. And by the end of this book and this series, both characters genuinely like each other. And although X-51, a.k.a. Machine Man, starts playing psychologist to the lost and damaged Betsy Ross, who, again, has just had a really terrible time over her years as a character, by the end, She-Hulk really takes kind of the responsibility of protecting him and really stepping up to the plate as a superhero. Plus, they have a road trip, and they go and meet Mole Man, and they have dinner with Mole Man. How great is that? So, yes, if you have an opportunity to pick up, it's in 2 trades. The first trade is called Hell Hath No Fury. The second trade is called Madlands. But Red She-Hulk, written by Jeff Parker, I can't recommend that enough. J.A. is going to hit us up with his out of left field pick. What is that for this week?
Yeah, so this kind of wraps into both my favorite green character as well as She-Hulk. I mentioned that She-Hulk meets up with the Silver Surfer and doesn't recognize him, but in that exact same issue, the Silver Surfer meets up with Impossible Man. And this takes place in Silver Surfer number 36, which comes 2 issues after the return of Thanos. This you can find in multiple trades, the run-up to Infinity Gauntlet. It's just been published in my favorite format, the Infinity Gauntlet Omnibus, which gives you Silver Surfers 34 through 38, 40, 44 through 60, Thanos Quest 1 and 2, all of Infinity Gauntlet, Cloak and Dagger, Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk. It's just a great issue. There's 2 of them, actually. The previous one, he also appeared in Silver Surfer 33, which is not, unfortunately, in any of these omnibuses, but I'm sure you can find that for pretty cheap in dollar bins somewhere out there. Just great early 90s Silver Surfer stuff.
Absolutely. And if you don't have a lot of that cabbage to throw around on those omnibuses like my cousin seems to have, again, you can pick this up in Silver Surfer Rebirth of Thanos. It's a trade paperback. And again, it's got those same issues, except not all the stuff with Infinity Gauntlet. It just has those Silver Surfer issues. And what I consider a much better story than Infinity Gauntlet, which is Thanos' Quest. If you've never had an opportunity to read Thanos' Quest number 1 and 2, that is a much better story than Infinity Gauntlet. And some people might fight me on that, but they're wrong. Chad, what is our, I guess, similar pick on this?
Yes, I'm going to go similar time period. I'm coming right out of the John Byrne era when he was in charge of, or when he was at DC doing Superman, and they gave the reins of the Justice League to Keith Giffen, J.M. DeMatteis, and Kevin Maguire for the what eventually became known as the Justice League International. But they let him have Batman and nobody else. No Superman. John Byrne was doing all the Superman. No Wonder Woman. George Perez was doing all the Wonder Woman. So you got Batman, and that's it, and a bunch of jobbers. And it was wonderful. And I recommend the whole thing. It ran for like 55 issues or so until they kind of dropped the humor gimmick. But if I had to narrow it down, there were so many great moments. Later on, when Fire and Ice join the team, and there's Guy Gardner's their rough and tumble character who, thinks he's tougher than he is when he goes on his date with Ice, and it's the date with density, drawn by our pal Russ Braun.
There you go.
But most people know Justice League. They'll know it for, in the very first trade paperback, issue 5, for the punch. Yes. Where I talked about Guy Gardner, who's this abrasive character. He's like Wolverine without the charm. He's just so obnoxious that he's running off of the mouth, and Batman drops him with one punch. And that by itself would be awesome. But what's even better is DeMatteis and Giffen and Maguire. They spend the rest of the page just with the reaction shots of Blue Beetle and Booster Gold laughing in the background and making fun of him. And just all those character moments that shine through in this book that repeatedly, like throughout the run, they would lose access to characters. They start off with Captain Marvel, and they're like, you know what, we want to put him in a real book. We're taking him away. They're like, it doesn't matter, we'll put somebody else in. They start out with Black Canary. She only lasts 6 or 7 issues. We'll throw somebody else in. But they were able to make chicken soup out of chicken scratch, and the whole JLI run, I think, is awesome. But the first trade in particular, it's a highlight. I'm DeMatteis, Kevin Maguire, JLI, check it out.
All right. Mikey Wood, what is our cherry on the top for this week?
Well, first, I'm sorry, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this to people. Issue 9, the next issue after John Byrne's run on She-Hulk, the title of the story is Burnout, and there's actually an arrow on the first page pointing to the title, and it says, get it, with a question mark, Burn Out, and it's drawn by Brian Hitch.
Wow.
Back then in 1989, 1990. So that might be his first work. Anyway, my recommendation has nothing to do with any of that. About maybe a month ago or so, you guys did a really good episode on Road to Perdition. And since it was not live, I couldn't call in to lambaste you or to mention not sequels so much as in-between quels, because the Road to Perdition, the original book, is very much just the vendetta that he has against the Roonies, or the Loonies in the case of the book. There are graphic novels that came out afterwards, and actually 3 prose novels that came out afterwards that take place in between the events of the original graphic novel, and they're all from Paradox Press. There's Oasis, Sanctuary, and Detour. They're about 100 pages each, but they collected them all into one edition. Jose Luis Garcia Lopez draws them, and he's magnificent.
Oh, wow.
It's different. Garcia Lopez is amazing, but the prior was a completely different vibe altogether. So, but anyway, they're very good. They expand the story, and the Irish mob element with St. Paddy's Day and everything is why I chose those.
Very cool.
So there you go.
All right, well, that's all the time we had for the last comic shop this week. Mikey Wood, real quickly, do you want to tell everybody where they can find your fantastic comic book work?
Yeah, you know what? My 2 graphic novels are still available on Amazon. One is called Hate Your Friends, and one is called Pack of Lies. If you go on there and say Hate Your Friends, Mikey Wood, or Pack of Lies, Mike, they should come up. And they're print to order, so you could order them, and I thank you for that. The first part of El Phantasma is available on graphitecomics.com, and actually so is Hate Your Friends. So if you don't want to spring to buy the actual print version, you can read it online for free, because I'm nice like that. But other than that, I work from home. I'm in my apartment every day, so if you guys ever want to find me.
There I am.
All right. Well, you know where you can find us every week is at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It is our fantastic little website that we have where you can rate, review, and subscribe to any of the fantastic places where you can find our podcast every single week, whether it's Apple Podcasts or Google Play or Stitcher or Spotify or YouTube or Amazon Podcasts or, I don't know, your grandma's house. I mean, we do that too. In any case, you can also follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Last Comic Shop. But J.A., what can they find every single day at lastcomicshoppodcast.com?
They can find merch and lots of it. T-shirts, hoodies, cozies, masks. You name it, we've got it.
And there you go. And while we may be the last comic shop, we're probably not actually the last comic shop near you. You can go to comicshoplocator.com to find a comic shop near you. Or if you're like Mikey, who spends a lot of time at home, staying safe, staying out of trouble, you can always go online and find some wonderful businesses to mail order comics through. But we love the folks supporting this industry and keeping the comics that we love coming out on a regular basis.
I'm going for the whole Howard Hughes thing. Like, I want the neighborhood kids to make an urban legend about me. Like, they're like, I saw him bring his garbage out last night. No, you didn't. Yes, I did.
As long as you're not keeping mason jars full of your own toenail clippings, I think we're just fine with that. Any case, that's all the time we had for this week. The Last Comic Shop. I am the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith, Jay Scott, and of course Mikey Wood for this week. And until next week, folks, stay safe, stay sheltered, and if you can, break as many fourth walls as humanly possible. They're out there.
And structurally, you only need 3. Honestly, structurally, your home will stay up with 3.
Exactly. We're past tense right now. We're living in teepees or bungalows. We need 3 walls. It's fine.
Flare! Scream!
Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, and welcome back to the Last Comic Shop!
That is right. We are opening the shop up to newbies to help them find their way underneath the comic book tent.
And we're keeping the lights on for the oldies. And for the fans of those oldies who've requested that we read stories from close to 40 years ago.
Wow, that's right. From the big 80s. Yes. I'm very, very excited. And not only that, but because we are actually doing a listener request? Is that what they call it? What would Casey Kasem call it? Is it
long distance dedication?
To Pete, who we've got to know over the last couple of months. He's a real huge fan of the Last Comic Shop, and Pete sent us a big laundry list of books to read. And so the host with the most, Andy Larson, as well as Chad Smith and Jay Scott and Mikey Wood, we took a look at the list and we said, which book do we want to pick from Pete's list? Mm-hmm. And what book did we pick, Mikey?
We picked all the pornography. No, Longshot by Ann Nocenti and Arthur Adams with inks by Whilce Portacio. All three of which were really brand spanking new to the business at the time. So this is a cool book, and it's an interesting milestone book for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this like one of their first books ever?
I think she had written maybe one or two little things or something.
Yeah, she had come on to Marvel as a sub editor and writer, but this was like her first real. She basically pitched it, and they agreed and greenlit it, and she said it would never happen today, not in corporate comics, but back then.
Yeah, absolutely. And it made a huge splash. If you think about the names that we've just mentioned, Ann Nocenti just got into the Eisner Hall of Fame this year. And then you've got Art Adams, who without his art, you wouldn't have the 90s. It's everybody from Rob Liefeld to Jim Lee to Todd McFarlane, all of them were aping Art Adams' style. And then you got Whilce Portacio. He was also one of the guys that eventually went to Image. But this is a huge book. It set so many things, the wheels in motion, as it were, in the comic book world. And it's really like indicative of what the 80s were. Like, this is like kind of MTV-ish a little bit here. But in any case, one thing that we want to do before we get into Longshot is do our weekly polls. That's right. We're not MTV. We're like not even close to MTV because we don't play music videos. And all of our that's true. They don't anymore. They don't anymore.
No.
What they did do back in the day is ask for audience participation, I think.
Yes, MTV used to have participation. I think you've conveniently forgot that whole TRL thing they had.
You never heard of Carson Daly?
I didn't. I tried to block it. We do the same thing with our weekly polls every week over on Twitter. Refuse to call it X. And JA's got how many polls are we going to recap today?
We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 polls.
5 polls on today's program. So without further ado, Pollmaster JA, why don't you hit us up with the first one?
So, Total Request Live, Batman's smartest adversary. Who do you think Batman's smartest adversary was? Is it Bane? Is it the Riddler? Is it Ra's al Ghul? Or is it Dr. Hugo Strange?
All right, well, we're going to start off with our DC aficionado, Michael Wood. So, Michael, if you were going to pick one of those 4, who do you think is the smartest?
Denny O'Neil. I picked the Riddler because this is going to sound weird. I've been reading Batman, I don't know, since like 85, something like that. And I have never read a Hugo Strange story.
Wow.
Not because it seems like they didn't use him for big chunks of time. I'd stop reading Batman and then they'd use Hugo Strange when I wasn't reading Batman. So yeah, it's really, really bonkers. I've never read a Hugo Strange storyline. But
well, I voted for Hugo Strange because I have read. And if you need a recommendation of a great story featuring Hugo Strange, then I would recommend Batman and the Monster Men, which was done by the wonderful Matt Wagner. I think actually was a precursor to his Mad Monk book, but it was basically where he retold all the stories from the classic issues of Detective Comics way back in the early days of Batman. So I think it's Detective Comics 36, which was the first appearance of Hugo Strange. That's a great book, but I voted for him because he's bald and he's got glasses and he's strange. J.A., who'd you vote?
I did not vote in this one because I think I was on the plane. And had I voted, I probably would have gone with the Riddler.
All right, Chad?
Yeah, riddle me this. Which of these characters is the only one to appear on the Batman 66 TV show? And which one of these has been a thorn in Batman's side consistently and awesomely and sometimes scarily ever since? It's the Riddler. Spoiler alert, that's the correct answer.
Oh, wow. Was that the correct answer, J.A.?
It was not. Ra's al Ghul took this with 68% of the vote. No one voted for Bane. No one. No one thinks Bane is smart.
They're all smarties.
I will say that I have been a huge fan of Bane ever since that Harley Quinn animated series came out on whatever they call it now, because he's the best. enjoyed at least that character among all the other great characters on that show, you're missing out. But we're not missing out on poll number 2, J.A. What was that?
Best call to arms. So is it Avengers Assemble? Is it It's Clobbering Time? Is it, admittedly bad, Justice League Advance? Or is it To Me, My X-Men?
That Justice League Advance didn't get a single vote, did it? Like
it did. It got 3%. At least it got 3%.
I don't remember ever reading that in print. Yeah. I don't remember ever.
It's a modern creation.
Oh, they have the Avengers and the Assemble thing, so we have to come up with something else that has an A in it. That's dumb. I boycott that answer just on principle. I voted for It's Clobbering Time because that's
Clobbering Time. You can't
You'd
say
probably
that.
end up clobbered.
What did you vote for, Chad?
I also went It's Clobbering Time. It's just fun to say.
Mikey, you've been very critical of It's Clobbering Time in the past.
Yeah, nobody says that. Like the Avengers Assemble, that's kind of dumb too, but that's the one I picked. I think it works fine if they're like trying to build IKEA furniture. That's awesome, But like if you're kind of already assembled there. If you're going to, he always shouts it when they're already all standing there, and I wonder if they're ever just kind of like, all right. The only time it really, 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 really worked for me was in Endgame because they teased it and acted all silly, and when he says it and they are scattered about and they do assemble, it worked wonderfully. So that was my choice.
All right, J.A., your pick?
My pick, of course, was To Me, My X-Men. I thought really done well in the Krakoan age, in the X of Swords, actually. But I will admit, probably doesn't stand the test of time when it's an old bald guy telling a bunch of students to come to him.
To me, my X-Men.
I was going to say the Dan Slott Silver Surfer run where they named the board To Me.
I forgot about that.
There was somebody in the comments
that didn't happen.
Where was To Me, my board or whatever? And
yes,
I think they were taking pot shots at you. But Avengers Assemble won, right? That was the winner.
Yes. By a long shot.
Look at that.
A long shot.
I think the first time it's actually yelled is in Avengers 16. I could be completely wrong, but I think it's that cover where Cap's on the front and he's like, Avengers Assemble, which actually makes sense because they're building a new team at that point. Like, he's the only one there.
He's assembling Avengers.
Exactly.
He doesn't have. Does he have the little Allen wrench that you get?
Right. That little hex.
When you're building your calyx shelf.
How come, I want them to bring back Tally Ho, gentlemen. That's what Alpha Flight says. Up there in Canada.
What was poll number 3, J.A.?
Well, being the dog days of summer, what is the best dog in comics? Is it Lockjaw? Is it Crypto? Is it Cosmo? And then I had to fill out the poll with somebody else, so I went with the Junkyard as a nod to Chad there, who's a big G.I. Joe fan.
The JYD.
Yeah. Did you vote for that one, Chad, or did you vote for something else?
Oh, I went Junkyard Dog.
Mutt and Junkyard, yeah.
What about you, Mikey? Favorite pooch?
I did Crypto. Crypto's the best boy. He's the best boy. Crypto.
No. It's Lockjaw. Come on. Lockjaw, he's just a slobbering beast. Honestly, everybody on here, you see Lockjaw appear in a comic book, you immediately smile. You're like, oh, look at him. Here you go, Poochie. Who'd you vote for, J.A.?
I also went for Lockjaw. I thought his turn in the Miss Marvel series was just wonderful.
Yeah, but Lockjaw
Lockjaw came in second to Crypto.
I never understood the super dog. Like, just because they had people on that other planet doesn't mean they have dogs, too.
A giant bulldog with a tuning fork glued to his forehead you're fine with?
It's at least from Earth. We have things on Earth that are bulldogs. You're asking me to believe that a separate planet not only evolved folks that look exactly like humans, but also animals that looked exactly like dogs.
Yes.
And cats and horses. Wasn't there a super horse? I think there's a super horse.
Yes. Comet the super horse. We could do a whole show about it, but I want to know what Lockjaw's story is. What did they feed him that made him that big? Because that's a
It's a big dog.
That was all the Inhumans that nobody liked. You're now Alpo, buddy. Right. What was poll number 4?
We were asking suggestions for one out of these 4 Eisners that we should read. Should we read Public Domain? Should we read Ducks 2 Years on the Oil Sands? Should we read Nice House on the Lake? Or should we read Shuna's Journey?
Yeah, all Eisner Award winners this year. Again, we're going to stand by whatever the folks say out there and put it on our schedule as a 2023 book. So whatever was the pick, I think we all had a vested interest. Chad, what did you want to read?
Yeah, the one I have is Chip Zdarsky's Public Domain. So for ease of not having to go too far, that's what I picked.
Yes.
But you also have Shuna's Journey.
That's true.
You got Shuna's Journey.
Yeah, you got that for Christmas from the Secret Santas. Well, not secret. J.A. point blank gave it to me. In any case, I also voted for Public Domain just simply because I am a huge fan of Chip, and I've loved a lot of Chip's books. Not to say that the rest of them weren't great, but I was really interested in seeing what this was all about, and especially since it won, I think, Best New Series. I think that was what it was. And so I was curious about Public Domain, so I voted for that as well. Mikey?
I voted for Ducks because Kate Beaton is awesome, and I haven't read it yet. So I have her first 2 books. I have Hark, a Vagrant, and what's the other one called? Move Over Pops or Step Aside Pops or something like that. The collection of her Hark, a Vagrant comic strips, and they're hilarious. And this is a different thing for her. This is a different story for her. So,
any case, J.A., what did you vote for?
I also voted for Ducks 2 Years on the Oil Sands. Public Domain did win, so that is what we will be reading.
By the way, did Ducks come in second place so that maybe we can give that honorable mention and still read that too?
It did. It did come in second place.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe 2024. I can't make any promises for 2023. We're kind of running out of shows here. You know what? We might just have to sneak that in January. It sounds like a good book to read when it's cold and
because it's set in Canada. It's a good book to read in the cold.
It's all right. What was our 5th and final poll, J.A.?
It is who is your favorite turtle? Is it Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, or Michelangelo?
Yes. Going along with our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episode with the Saturday Morning Adventures, as well as Mutant Mayhem. I think I was the only person out there that actually voted for Leonardo, because I evidently am a square.
More like Leonardo.
He's got the best weapons with the katanas. He's the only turtle that can stand up against Shredder. And he's got my favorite color. Like, blue is my favorite colors. Like, why would I go with anybody else? I don't know. It was him, and it was either him or Raph, and I knew everybody was going to vote for Raph because he's like the Wolverine of the group. So I'll go with Cyclops. I will go Boy Scout. Chad?
Yeah, I'm going with Raph. He's the best one. He's the angry one. He's the one I relate to the most, and I can appreciate that. So Raph.
All right, Mikey?
Mikey.
Your name's
that tracks.
You know, as sick as I got of the whole like, dude, that Mikey, I still love it. Like, I love that they went away from that in Mutant Mayhem. But yeah, the Mikey's my favorite. I love him.
All right, J.A., what was your pick before you give the eventual winner?
I picked Raph as well. Donatello, the dark horse, can you say maybe?
Wow.
Takes it with 31. Raph and Mike, I think they split the vote, giving Donatello the win because they were both exactly at 27.6%. Leonardo, a distant fourth.
I told you, nobody voted for Leo other than me and like a handful of smart folks. But that is surprising, though. Donatello, he does machines. Evidently, internet polling, that's his crowd.
Or they like the bow staff.
Or stick, as they call it in the news. I've got a stick. But yeah, those were our 5 polls. So make sure that you're checking us out every single week over at our Twitter handle, @LastComicShop. If it changes to one of the other things like Blue Sky or Threads or something, we'll let you know. But right now, it's weird. Like, they're like, no, no, we don't want to do polls anywhere else. I'm like, okay, that's fine. We'll
Even
continue.
if it's X.
That's right.
Come to Twitter for our polls.
And one thing that we're hoping that you stay tuned for is our review of Longshot. It's Pete's Choice.
Pete's Choice.
On The Last Comic Shop. So we'll be right back with that great book. Stay tuned.
Hi, it's Carlo Calantuan, Last Comic Shop podcast listener and comic book tragic here in the Philippines. Mabuhay! When I'm in the US, I'm always on the lookout for a good deal on boards, bags, boxes, and all other manner of comic book related supplies. And that's why I love to go to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off of all my orders. Not only do I get a discount on everything I buy at BCW, but I'm able to support the podcast when I use LCSPOD at checkout. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head over to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD. Oh, and guys, I'm still waiting for that Tressie review. Come on, when is it?
A world where ancient disease-spewing warlords battle planet-sized robots, where fallen Greek gods wage war against cybernetic undead unicorns. All in a day's work for the Lords of the Cosmos. Lords of the Cosmos, the critically acclaimed indie comic series, is about to return with a plus-size issue 5 coming soon on Kickstarter. A perfect gift for fans of old Saturday morning cartoons, retro vintage babes, and 80s style mayhem. Join the Lords of the Cosmos on their latest adventure by signing up for the Kickstarter pre-launch at jasonlennox.com.
We're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our Read Pile Review. Yes, that's time of every single week where we decide to go and ask a fan what they want us to read on this show. And then we actually listen to them.
Actually, he just told us.
Yeah,
and then he saw us at a show and recognized us and said, "Hey, I sent you that email." And I said, "Don't worry, Pete. It's cool. We got
That's
it.
Right.
We're in the Longshot."
Yeah, Pete's our super fan. He's a good guy. More of you out there who are listening should also suggest things, and we'll be your dancing monkeys.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. We are responsive. It may have taken us 6 months. So we'll get there at some point.
Right.
Well, that's the thing. Pete had the cojones. He did. He stepped up and he said, you should read this book. More fans should take a page out of Pete's playbook. Tell us what you want us to read, and maybe, just maybe, sooner or later, we'll listen to you. I'm not promising anything, but Pete wasn't promised anything, and we delivered for him.
He gave us options, though.
He did give us options.
That was nice.
That was nice. Like, it was a list of, like, at least 12 books, and most of them was like, Longshot, okay. But Longshot, Mikey, again, can you let us know who was involved with this project?
Yes, I certainly can. It was written by Ann Nocenti, with art by Arthur Adams, and inking by Wilcie Portaccio, and colorist was Christy Scheel, who I'm not familiar with, edited by Wheezy Simonson.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. And Bob Harris and Tom DeFalco, all those wonderful mid-'80s guys. And 12-year-old Mikey just embraced the heck out of this book when it came out. I didn't understand it, but it was fun. And I have since I love Longshot. I love Mojo. I love all of that stuff so much that I wish they would just put together a collection of just the Longshot Mojo related X-Men stories so I don't have to pick and choose through them.
Oh man, remember those X-Men annuals with where Longshot would pop up and then there'd be X-Babies?
X-Babies, yes.
Like once a year you'd check in. It's great stuff.
It's a great stuff.
Well, great stuff aside, let's talk about that 10-cent synopsis, and it's coming from J.A. Scott. So J.A., what happened in these 6 issues of this Longshot series?
Yes, 6 issues about a man with 4 fingers who has no past and suddenly arrives on Earth through this portal with some demons, doesn't know who he is or why he's there, except for the fact that he's got this incredible luck. Everything just seems to come up roses for him, but only if he has a pure mind. Goal is not pure, then his luck goes away and he falls on his butt. Anyways, it turns out he has escaped from the Mojoverse, which is this dimension ruled by the Spineless Ones, who is led by Mojo. Longshot was a slave there and revolted. Mojo follows him to try to bring him back, afraid that Longshot will find out that he's based on man, though, again, minus a finger. Some other great characters follow, like Spiral and Ricochet Rita and Quark, who is a man with a goat's head. Yes. I think he only also has 4 fingers. Doctor Strange shows up for a little bit. There's a cameo by Spider-Man and She-Hulk. And you get this really dense yet incredibly interesting introduction to some really unique characters that are just great. It was probably a breath of fresh air when it came out, no doubt. It's a breath of fresh air now, how oddball these 6 issues were with Longshot and Mojo at all. I do have one thing before we kick it off. The whole time everyone's saying how good looking he is, but yet no one ever comments on the fact that he's missing a finger.
That's true.
Like Rita thinks he's an alien after she touches his skin and it's all leathery. Didn't the fact that he doesn't have a finger clue her in?
You never know. Maybe she just didn't want to bring it up.
My shop teacher in high school had 8.5 fingers. So
See?
nobody ever says anything about him.
Hey, give me 4.5.
That's right.
All shop teachers are missing at least 2 or 3.
Well, if they're not, they are by the end of the semester.
So, any case. But yeah, I was going to comment about how the fact that, and I mentioned it earlier in the show, boy, Art Adams' art on this particular series became like the blueprint for everything that we got in the early 90s. Just everything. Pouches everywhere. People with like human bodies and animal heads that come out of nowhere and are just like, hey, I'm here. And this person with 6 arms and she's got swords everywhere. So I want to pose the question to the group. There were a lot of folks that came in the early 90s and were like, we're going to do Art Adams art, but we're going to do it every single month instead of however it took long for Art Adams to do it. Who do you think cribbed Art Adams the most? And we're going to start off with our 90s guy, and that's Chad.
I don't like the phrasing here. I think so many people were inspired by Art Adams. But yeah, if you look at your Image guys, your Rob Liefelds, your Todd McFarlanes, your Eric Larsons, and as someone who's a faithful listener to the Rob Liefeld podcast, he actively admits that these guys saw his style and said, we can do this quicker. You know, instead of waiting for 2 Art Adams issues a year, if we can pump this out and get you 10 or 12 issues, you know, fans are going to love us. And they did. And so, as the Rob Liefeld fan, I'd probably lean into Liefeld just because I feel like so many of his characters, you can see echoes of that in Rob Liefeld's work, whether it's the pouches, whether it's the weird way that Art Adams tends to draw Spider-Man, which is actually one of my least favorite renditions of Spider-Man, is the Art Adams version. But Liefeld has picked up on that one. But the way that people are shaped, I can see the influence there amongst other creators as well. But yeah, I think it's in all of them.
All right.
I think I would probably go Liefeld too. I mean, based on the heavy use of cross-hatching, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Although that could be Will Spertaccio, because he is doing inks on this, and he was also one of those Image guys in the end. So I'm not going to say that like it's a bad thing, because honestly, I loved that art as well in the 90s. I really did. So, but Art's the grandfather of all of that, and I'm kind of happy that he is, honestly, because his stuff is still the best. If I was gonna,
my God, have you ever seen just his pencils? His pencils are like the tightest, cleanest pencils I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't even know if he uses an inker anymore. He doesn't need to. You just scan the pages in and darken them, like change the curves in Photoshop, and you're done. Like, they're astounding.
Once he started inking his own work, that was one of his things, was he had certain like pens and nubs he would use, and he would format them a certain, and it was like his own trade secret that he wouldn't let out there because he didn't want people to crib his style as much as they were.
Yes.
He joined the likes of people like John Byrne, people like Walt Simonson, people like Howard Chaykin that were part of that next generation of artists that really inspired, the guys that we came to know in the 90s. But like Art Adams just had such an immediate impact. It's I like it, and I brought it up before, the Pearl Jam effect. Only Art Adams is actually really good.
Well, was this book good right from the get-go? With my initial thoughts, I'm going to say no. And despite the fact that Innocenti is an awesome writer, despite the fact that Art Adams is a fantastic artist, I feel like this particular series takes a couple issues to get its legs under it. Especially that first issue. And I'm just speaking to those folks that may have never read this before, and after listening to the last Comic Shop podcast, they go out and they pick up Longshot. Be prepared, I think, with the first issue to scratch your head a little bit. And like there's a scene where the demon's still this woman's baby, and at the same time Longshot is making friends with like a doomsday survivalist, and like all of the stuff that happens is just kind of random, and the demon stealing the baby happens completely off panel, and you don't see any of it, and you just show up. And honestly, the first time I read it, I was like, is this woman crazy? Did she ever have a baby? I don't know what's going on here. And they go to a castle, which is...
They go to a windmill.
There's a baby there, so you know...
I mean, you guys can stick up for it, but that's my initial. And so if you're reading it for the first time, just settle in and make sure that you don't immediately dismiss it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that I think that's fair. It's very early work for both of them. Innocenti really hadn't done much. She openly admits that she wasn't really all that familiar with superheroes. You could watch their evolution from the first issue all the way to the end. The story gets tighter and tighter. The art gets kind of tighter and tighter. I often wonder if it was intentional, if it's jumbled as shit in the beginning because so is he. And then by the end of it, he's a little more... focused and a little more, but I don't know. It's probably just her finding her footings. And the thing is really satire. It's really a social satire about media and about America at the time, all sorts of stuff going on. But yeah, it's choppy. It does feel like there's pages missing, like you said, but it was intriguing at the same time.
Well, I was going to say too, that this is coming from someone who, Innocenti and Louise Simonson, they're in here. They're both coming out of that X office where they've been working with Chris Claremont. And this seems like a raw version of a Chris Claremont story. Like the big concepts are there. The imaginative ideas are there. There's so many crazy things coming in and out of this story all the time. I'm more than willing to forgive some rough around the edges beginnings just because of everything that's come after it as a result.
Yeah, do you think it would have been a tighter series had they just essentially started with issue 3? I mean, I think you need the build-up, and I do like Mikey's sort of observation that is it meant to be like that? We are kind of thrown in the way Longshot is thrown in, no idea what's going on, sort of finding our way through this series as he's finding his way through Earth for the first couple of issues, because it's a lot of table setting, too. We get Gog Magog as the pup before he starts growing up, and what a great name that is. And we meet Ricochet Rita for the first time. Again, issue 2 is a little bit of a throwaway as well. It doesn't affect as much in the last 4 issues, which it's very much tied together. They were playing with ideas and concepts and such great ones. You get the first introduction, as we said, of Spiral in issue 1. Looking badass with all her arms.
I can't shake this feeling that it's very similar to the book that we read a couple weeks ago when we read Blue Beetle, right? The flashback thing, I mean, sometimes it works in comics, but other times it can be very jarring. You're trying to fill in the gaps of this story after, you've already told other parts of the story. And the flashbacks, although they're handled pretty well here, because, again, it's kind of like a PTSD moment for Longshot where he touches something or it reminds him of something and it makes him remember what happened in the past. I just feel like maybe I would have preferred a little bit more chronological storytelling. I think maybe it could have worked better at points. Honestly, the other thing that I had a big problem with throughout this is actually Gog Magog, the whole pup idea, because I don't think he actually gets enough time in this story to be a character that would eventually turn bad and be like, oh gosh, like that's horrible. Like the first 2 issues, like he's in a couple pages, but it's nowhere near like, oh yeah, you're my best friend, pup, like you and I together against the world. And then when he would turn, you're like, oh no, that's huge. Like it's kind of like, okay, you're a bad guy now, and I still don't understand what you're talking about.
What I am going to do though is echo some of the confusion that you're having, just because I think one of the problems I had was I hadn't read this series. It's one of those things that had always been on my list, but it was hard to get a hold of. And so I read a lot of other Longshot and a lot of other Mojoverse stuff that has come afterwards. I was trying to decide in my head if that was for better or for worse. Like if I had come into this blind, would I have had a more satisfying experience instead of trying to like retrofit, oh, this is how the Mojoverse works, or this is what the rules are, because I don't think those rules are fully formed here. And I do think those elements of satire are there. I love whenever they introduce Jackson, who's obviously Michael Jackson, and then blow him up with a giant sword in the middle of issue 2. I love the crazy, sleazy director guy, and then Pup, who's slowly getting more and more evil and sucking in the magic. Then you just call in Doctor Strange and you sort that stuff out. All that was fun. I wonder what happened to Ricochet Rita. Does she show up again?
Yes, she's in my my recommendation for today.
Come on now, it's Longshot and Dazzler. Like let's be honest here. Like if there's a one true pairing with Longshot, it's Allison Blair. It's not Ricochet Rita.
No, it is now though. You have to get that out of your head. You're reading before he met her, so you got to do that.
Ricochet Rita, appearance-wise, is based off of Ann Nesenti, and you guys know I love me some Ann Nesenti, so I want to know where can I get more Ricochet Rita.
So I read it in the Uncanny X-Men Omnibus number 5. It has the 6-issue miniseries, and at the end of it, there's some notes and drawings, original page sketches, and a couple of full-page posters of Ann Nesenti as a superhero, drawn by Art Adams. Hang them on your wall.
We met her at Baltimore, and just super charming, and
I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
But I think Chad hits the nail on the head with this a little bit for me as well. I mean, I know the Longshot from the X-Men. He was the cool guy before Gambit. He was like the super cool looking guy, and then Gambit came along, and everyone's like, "Oh, Gambit looks cool too. Let's go with that."
Looks even cooler because Gambit doesn't have a mullet.
Hey man, this is the '80s.
Longshot's design was based off of the lead singer from Kajagoogoo, whose name is Lindahl. No, it's true. That's what Arthur Adams used was his hairstyle at the time. It was 1985.
Yeah, because the original character design for him had him looking a bit like Quasar. He had like a normal superhero outfit with a star and then he got some notes from Ann Nesenti, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go a little bit more rock star and foreign and make him dark and black, and didn't like the idea of superheroes whipping stuff out of nowhere, so that's where the belt with the pouches and the bandolier come from. He's like, if you're going to carry all these weapons, you need somewhere to carry them.
Yes. Yeah. It does make perfect sense. And again, it's, as we'll get to in my rating, I am still on the fence about this particular book a little bit. I was hoping that our discussion today would put it one way or the other, but I'm still think I'm going into this commercial break still saying, like, I'm on the fence, where it's like, boy, there's a lot of pros to this book. Boy, there are some unpros to this book. Yeah. And so, like, I'm not sure.
Cons, I believe.
I don't want to use that term. That seems a little bit negative. Unpros.
It really kicks into gear once Mojo comes in. Once Mojo comes in, it really, really kicks into gear. And I think Mojo is... his dialogue is really fabulous, and it's hilarious, and I can almost hear this voice in my head, and I love Mojo.
His design is incredible.
Oh, it's so good, and it's one of those things that has maintained. I think I haven't followed an X book in forever, but.
Well, one thing that we're hoping that you follow is us right after this commercial break, because we're going to get into our ratings of Longshot. So stick around for that.
Do you like comic books? Do you like comic book movies and TV shows? How about movie and TV reviews? If I just described you, good news! You can get all of the movie and TV reviews you're looking for with a good dose of witty banter and fun thrown into the mix by checking out Paperweight Entertainment. Join Derek and Ian every Friday for TV reviews on the Paperweight Entertainment podcast, and join Ian and Colonel Bob every Wednesday for the Silver Screen Scoundrel movie reviews. Find out more information about both shows at paperweightentertainment.com.
Greetings from the depths.
No way I can keep that up, the whole commercial. Hey, Last Comic Shop fans. My name is Winston Gambro, and I make comic books. My latest comic is called Haunted House, A Love Story. It's a story of love, grief, and horror. A sentient house falls in love with its sole residents. However, this joy is short-lived when the house is forced into a forbidden love triangle and seeks vengeance. If you want a copy of the 6-issue miniseries, you can have your local comic shop order Haunted House, A Love Story from Blood Moon Comics. Also available at winstongambro.com. That's WINSTONGAMBRO. And I'll get you a copy. Thanks so much for listening. Back to the show.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop. It is now time for our ratings, where we don't need a pup to tell us what our rating scale is going to be. We have J.A. Scott.
Yes.
All right. Well, what is our rating scale, J.A.?
Well, I think I alluded to it earlier. Longshot is a man with 4 fingers. So 1 out of 4 fingers.
Hey, some digits.
Still,
can I get them digits?
I don't understand why no one brings it up. The guy's got 4 fingers.
Is he wearing gloves? Is he wear gloves? No, he doesn't wear gloves.
No,
he does not wear gloves.
Yeah, but that's why all the women love him.
Do you like, by the way, the retcon that he is actually the cloned son of Shatterstar?
Wait. Is that what it is? Because let's have this for a minute. So, the last time I knew, Longshot and Dazzler got into a relationship. Dazzler got pregnant. Dazzler had a baby. That baby was Shatterstar. Shatterstar grew up. They took DNA from him somehow through time and then cloned him or something to make Longshot.
Yeah. That's what it does.
Yeah.
And then Shatterstar was some crazy guy. Because I remember that in those issues of X-Force as well.
So wait a second. So it's just like the classic grandfather paradox where somebody goes back in time and becomes their own grandfather?
Yes.
Like that's all that's really in essence.
He is the clone of his future son.
He is the grandfather paradox. Okay, yes. Fair enough. Well, that'll be another thing that I'll bring up as one of my unpros when I get to my ratings. So I guess I'll go first. I'm going to go ahead and give this a solid 2.75. I want to give it a 3. I desperately want to give it a 3. I want to give it something higher because I really do think this is groundbreaking stuff. Like the art is something that, again, catapulted so much other art well into decades after it. And Nocenti's a fantastic writer. But simply put, like, I can't get past the 2 range because I don't think, first off, this is Ann Nocenti's best work. I've read the Daredevil run, and that's really, really good. And that's like almost like a 4. So, like, I just don't think it's her best work. Secondly, there's just a lot of inconsistencies with me. Like Gog Magog, I just don't understand. And then they bring Doctor Strange in to be the Deus Ex Machina. Like, say, yeah, we'll just do all this wonkety stuff. And then, hey, let's have obligatory issue with Spider-Man and She-Hulk. But the thing that really kind of bothers me the most is, again, that first issue. It was the way that I used to write comic books when I was a kid. I'm not saying that as a mean thing. It's just like they go out in the woods and just happen to find where they're supposed to be. No, like
built into the character.
Well, like
nobody's that lucky.
So, okay, this is me complaining about Marvel, but I mean, I'm sure DC does it too, but dramatically less so. Marvel can't have something that doesn't involve their superheroes. They just can't. They put Spider-Man in a Transformers issue. They put the X-Men into Micronauts. I'm surprised they haven't thrown fucking Daredevil into Star Wars. I'm wondering if it was an editorial mandate that they had to have some kind of characters in there, or if they were written in there in the first place. That's something that I would love to ask her about, because Spider-Man and She-Hulk don't even need to be there. They don't at all. That whole issue could be gone and it would make no difference to the book whatsoever. But anyway.
They let these creators go, and they're like, all right, Art, who do you want to draw? And he said Spider-Man and She-Hulk.
Sure, right, right.
And you got a great cover out of it. That cover is great.
Or is it something like that?
Again, the art's good. It's still a 2.75. Things happen randomly, but they're supposed to be on purpose. That's not. No.
This from the man who loves Star Wars.
All right.
It was Mikey. It may not be her best work, but it was really, really early on. It was the first time she ever had an entire series herself, and it's drawing on existentialism and all this other stuff that's in there, and so I'd probably give it like a 3, but yeah, I mean I can see that. I quite enjoy it because I enjoy Longshot. I bought it when the book came out because I thought he was really cool looking, and I thought it was really, really neat. So little me liked it, and big me sees the flaws in it, but I still enjoy it. So,
all right, Chad,
you're going to be surprised at my grade for this, but I'm going to agree with 2.75. I agree this isn't the best work from either creator, but also you don't get their best work without this stuff. I think this is two really strong, powerful creators finding their way. I will say one other gripe I had, which we haven't really talked about, are the colors. It's a very European style of coloring, which I wonder if in the omnibus reprints or later on, if they go back and they undo some of that, because I feel like you lose a lot of Art Adams, some of the detail in his art, because everything becomes one background color. And very rarely do I say this, but I feel like this is one book that would benefit from more modern colorization techniques. I know. The one thing that I dislike more than modern comics coloring is European style coloring, where everybody's red or purple in the background, and it's all 2 colors at a time, and I for whatever reason I haven't been able to unlock that from me yet. And so this has a lot of that. So that's a minor gripe. And you can see the rough edges, sure, but there's so many wonderful ideas here. I love the character of Longshot. I love the idea of his power being luck. As long as he's using it for virtuous reasons. Mojo and Spiral. And these are, things that have left a lasting impact in comics. Not just the comics themselves, although, if you look at the X-Men books that came after this, you can see the influences in there and the great characters they introduced and added to that universe. But in comics itself, we talked about the influence of Art Adams. We talked about, how this was part of the changing of the guard almost. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but this is influential. This is important. And so while it wasn't the easiest read at the end of the day, I so much potential's here. So yeah, 2.75.
All right, Jay.
Yeah, I think it is groundbreaking. It is an important book, and because of that, I'm giving it a slightly higher grade. I'm giving it 3.25. For all the reasons that we mentioned, Anisenti's first major work, it's Art Adams' pretty much first major series. And he doesn't do a lot of series just because it takes him so long with his art style is so involved that you don't get a lot of series out of Art Adams. You get a lot of covers, you get one-offs and annuals here and there, but you just don't get a lot of series from Art Adams. So it's nice to see what he did across 6 issues. This is a comic book and a series and a character that could never be made today. That's what I think is so great about it as well, is the storytelling is so dense. And yeah, it's Anisenti trying to find her way and writing very much like a young writer, imbuing it with a lot of stuff that could have been pared down a bit for a cleaner, more streamlined storytelling. As we said, it could have been 4 issues. You get rid of some of the stuff at the beginning, you get rid of the She-Hulk issue, and it feels, much more compact and probably much more modern, because it does deal a little bit modern, a little bit postmodern comic book storytelling. I love the Longshot character design, the fact that his eye glows when he's got the luck coming. That all comes out of Ann Nesenti's cat. She had a cat that was one-eyed, and when she would see it at night in her apartment in New York, his one eye would glow. So that's where that idea comes from. I love that idea. I love that. I love Spiral, is derived from Shiva and Hindu gods and goddesses. Mojo is just great. Ricochet Rita, an interesting character that I'm looking forward to hearing, Mikey, your recommendation, because I want to read more of her, and I haven't read more of her after this. And we were talking about Longshot's luck powers. If he uses them too much, then he runs out of luck and it turns and it becomes bad luck, which I also like, is this idea. And I'm actually debating two things to recommend, because not only did Rob Liefeld echo some of Art Adams' style, he also echoed Ann Nesenti's creation of Longshot in Domino, another character that has luck. Is it their best work? No. Is it groundbreaking? Yes. And what it did for both Ann Nesenti and Art Adams and Will Spartaccio, who were all young at the time, you need to give it that little bump.
All right. Well, some other stuff that may or may not be groundbreaking, but we still think you should check out, is our recommendations. Yes, this is the time of every single show where we give you books in addition to the Longshot series, which I have seen some of the issues in Buck Bins, not all of them, but you can find a couple issues here and there in Buck Bins. Otherwise, you can get them in wonderful omnibuses, which I'm sure J.A. will tell us about at some point. But why don't we start off with J.A.? J.A., what is your recommendation this week?
So I'm recommending X-Force by Benjamin Piercy Volume 1, which collects first 6 issues of the Krakoan X-Force run. So X-Force has been created on Krakoa. So they are the equivalent of the mutant CIA. You get Beast, Jean Grey, Wolverine, Kid Omega, and Domino. And the first 6 issues revolve around them uncovering a security breach, and somebody comes in and kills Professor X, but of course it doesn't matter because he can just be reborn. But then they have to find out, how did these people get in to kill Professor X, and how do they make Krakoa safe again, because suddenly non-mutants are being able to come onto the island. And it's a nice little side story to the Jonathan Hickman Krakoan Age. Some will argue that there's not enough stakes in the Krakoan Age, because if somebody gets killed, they can always just come back. But that's what's being set up for this fall of Krakoa. You can't always just come back from things. And I'm very interested to see how that goes. And they play with a bit with that in these issues of X-Force. So that is my recommendation. You can get it in trade, the first 6 issues, X-Force by Benjamin Piercy, Volume 1.
All right.
Very cool.
We're going to get to Mikey Wood next, because, again, we've all been waiting with bated breath about what is this awesome recommendation you have for us.
So my recommendation is, it's just a one-shot. So it is Mojo Mayhem, Excalibur Mojo Mayhem. Written by Chris Claremont with art by Arthur Adams. And it does show Ricochet Rita, as she is the adopted guardian of the X-Babies. The X-Babies who were created by Mojo to be television stars in the Mojoverse. And they're just little miniature versions of the X-Men. So there's Wolvie, and there's a little Longshot, and there's a little Colossus, and she's taking care of those. And it's a wonderful one-shot from 1989. And while you're at it, because you can find it in Buck Bins, which is a crime, but anyway, while you're at it, you might as well get the original Excalibur one-shot by Chris Claremont and Alan Davis, because it's phenomenal, and Excalibur is my favorite run of an X book. But here's something interesting about Ricochet Rita, which you can't tell from reading this because it hadn't been done yet. There are 2 versions of Ricochet Rita in the Longshot miniseries, because Ricochet Rita is Spiral.
What?
Yes. What? Yep. Read some comics, nerds.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, Ricochet Rita eventually becomes Spiral.
Seems like a retcon.
That's got to be a Chris Claremontian plot point at some point.
It may very well be. Yeah. I don't know. I can't remember the details there, but reading this was great because now it makes me want to kind of find a checklist and go and buy. Like there was a really good Longshot one shot with art by Michael Zulli, and I can't remember who wrote it, but that was really good too. But anyway.
So did they ever explain why Spiral wants to kill Longshot?
I think it has to do with her being Ricochet Rita.
That's
yeah. I think that
my mind. Yeah. My mind is exploded.
That's right.
Because she's I love her character design. She was just meant to be originally just another one of the demons, and Ann Nocenti saw her on a drawing. He's like, we need to do more with her.
Yeah, she's cool. She's real cool.
Well, something else we should do more with is Chad's recommendation. Chad, what do you got for us?
Okay, so my recommendation is to go back to the 1980s and find every single annual that Art Adams drew. Okay, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Now, there were a bunch of Uncanny X-Men annuals. I know there's some New Mutants annuals that factor in the New Mutants whenever they go to Asgard. But the one that stands out is, and the one that I did want to bring up today as my primary recommendation, is actually a Web of Spider-Man annual. It's Web of Spider-Man #2. And it features Ann Nocenti writing and Art Adams drawing again. And the New Mutants meet up with Spider-Man, and they let Art Adams run wild with every sort of reference that he wants to draw. And it comes in through the form of Warlock. And Art Adams drawing Warlock, and just the detail matched up with his style so perfectly. And Ann Nocenti, as a writer, had really started finding her voice. And I remember as a kid, that was one of my favorite issues. It was so much fun. But yeah, it's worth tracking down, as well as the rest of those X-Baby issues. I really need to go back and see the whole Ricochet Rita stuff, because the name is familiar, and once you connect them to the X-Babies, I can kind of remember her being around. But it's been so long since I've read those individual issues, I got to go back and check it out.
I think it's 10 and 12, isn't it? Isn't it annual 10 and annual 12 or something? The X-Babies.
So he did annual 9, 10, 12, and 14 with Chris Claremont. He also did Web of Spider-Man Annual 2, Action Comics Annual 1, Wonder Woman Annual 1. And then you get like the Marvel Holiday Special #1. A lot of this with other, great writers here. John Byrne, Walter Simonson, Chris Claremont.
Go ahead, and don't skip on that Asgard War, giant-sized New Mutants. That crossed over with X-Men Annual 9, I want to say, or Annual 14, one of those.
All right.
But they're all wonderful.
Yes. And to continue this wonderful Ann Nocenti love fest, my recommendation is going to be The Inhumans graphic novel that Ann Nocenti wrote with pencils by Brett Blevins and the legendary artist Al Williamson doing inks. It came out of that fantastic run of graphic novels that Marvel released in the 80s. And this particular story just simply brings into sharp focus, if you're going to have a baby as an Inhuman, you may not be able to. Black Bolt and Medusa decide that they're going to start a family, and Medusa gets pregnant. Everybody is very concerned about what kind of mutation or Terrigen mist thingy-mabobber might be created by this pairing. And so therefore there's a council that says, no, you can't have babies, but you can have babies. And so long story short, they still have the baby, but Black Bolt has to stay in the city, and he basically sends Medusa and all of the Inhumans that we know, Gorgon and Karnak and Triton and Crystal, and they all go out into the middle of the deserts somewhere in the Southwest and live off the grid for a while and to try to raise this baby. And this evil force is growing underneath the ground. It's really good stuff. And another reason why you should read this is because it is kind of the precursor to the Daredevil run. I just talked about how that was really a great run that Ann Nocenti did with John Romita Jr. And Karnak and Gorgon are all through that. But you really don't understand why they're doing the things they are unless you really kind of read this graphic novel. Then you understand why they were there.
Yeah, I guess you would have to worry about Black Bolt's kid, first words.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
When he says dad, is he going to kill somebody?
Like the Eternals, there's not really a lot of series that do the Inhumans very well either, but I think this is one of them. So if you are really jonesing for some Inhuman stuff, check out Ann Nesenti's work on The Inhumans.
Yeah, and it goes without saying, I know Andy's the one who's brought it up most today, but Ann Nesenti's run on Daredevil with John Romita Jr. is quite possibly one of my absolute favorite runs of all time in comic books. You get the best of John Romita Jr., you get Al Williamson on inks. There's so much great stuff in there. If you haven't checked that out, I highly recommend it.
There you go. And one thing that we also recommend is that you rate, review, and subscribe to the Last Comic Shop podcast so you never miss another of our episodes. And you can do that by going out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a place where you can get all of our episodes evergreen, including tons of episodes featuring the X-Men. Yes, J.A. Scott is a massive X-Men fan, so you can't swing a dead cat without us reading an X-Men book. I wish we had as many Spider-Man books as we did X-Men books. I think that might be for the year end to do some metrics reviews as to which superheroes we have covered the most.
Fabulous.
Okay. And you can find us out there on the social medias, no matter what they're called these days. We're traditionally at Last Comic Shop or at Last Comic Shop Podcast. Find all the links, everything there, including stuff that'll redirect you back to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where they can find what else, J.A.?
We've also got links to all of our social media, our YouTube channel. The host with the most, Andy Larson, has a blog that he writes on sometimes. We also have a link to our merch store where you can get T-shirts, coffee mugs, tote bags, and this week only gloves. They only come with 4 fingers, but they're gloves.
Right. 3 fingers and a thumb.
Can you get those weird knives that he throws? Because they kind of look like spatulas.
See, I thought they were the blades, like just the dry blade razor.
Oh.
Real badass
without
guys.
the handle.
That's what they look like to me.
Wow. Here I was just thinking they were spatulas.
That's right. And you can use a spatula to get all of the juicy goodness of comics out of this. That segue doesn't work at all. Be sure to stop by your local comic shop so that you can pick up all of the suggestions this afternoon, such as Web of Spider-Man Annual number 2 and the Krakoan X-Force 1-6 by Ben Percy and the wonderful Inhumans graphic novel written by Ms. Ann Nesenti and Excalibur Mojo Mayhem by Chris Claremont and Arthur Adams, as well as back issues of Longshot and some Uncanny X-Men annuals that also feature Longshot and all of the Longshot stuff. There's even something done a few years ago, Longshot Saves the Marvel Universe or something, and that was a lot of fun too. So yes, so go buy comics.
I guess I have a lot of Longshot to check out, and we hope that you will continue to listen to the Last Comic Shop podcast in case we cover any more Longshot or any of Pete's choices. That's right. We still have a big list from Pete. Thank you so much to Pete, our wonderful super fan, for giving us this laundry list of books we should cover and allowing us the opportunity to hopefully make his day by, putting out this episode with us covering one of the books you recommended.
We got one, Pete.
Yes, we did. And if you guys out there also have suggestions, please let us know, and we will find them and we will read them and we will like them, except for Andrew.
Wow! I am just the host with the most. I was joined by Chad Smith, J.A. Scott, and the wonderful Mikey Wood. And until next week, stay safe, stay lucky, and remember that you can't pet a dinosaur. Why? Because they're dead.
Oh, that's dark.
Is that a dad joke? Wow.
Dad's getting depressed.
Go get me a beer.
Was a 2023 Black Angus production.